Marcus Chen felt it before he saw it. That slight give in the metal, the angle shifting a degree off true. His hands adjusted automatically, muscle memory from 8 years of trauma surgery, and the retractor seated properly again in the chest cavity of the 19-year-old on his table. "Suction," he said. The scrub nurse cleared the blood pooling near the liver laceration. In the blue-white light of the operating theater, the kid's organs glistened like wet silk. Car accident. Ran a red light at 1:47 a.m., T-boned by a delivery truck. The truck driver walked away with bruises. This kid had a shattered spleen, 3 broken ribs, and a liver that looked like someone had taken a knife to it. "Pressure's dropping," the anesthesiologist said. 90/60. "I see it." Marcus worked faster, his fingers finding the bleeder almost before his eyes did. The liver was a mess, but it was a survivable mess. He'd seen worse. He'd saved worse. The rhythm of surgery was the only place Marcus felt like himself anymore. Not the person who ate meals standing up at the nurse's station, or who slept in 4-hour increments in the on-call room, or who'd been ducking his mother's calls for 3 weeks because he couldn't bear to hear her ask if he was eating enough. In surgery, there was only the problem and the solution, the body and the repair, the bleeding and the stopping of bleeding. Clamp. The instrument appeared in his hand. He worked in silence for the next 40 minutes, rebuilding what the delivery truck had destroyed. The kid's vitals stabilized. His color improved. By 3:15 a.m., Marcus was closing, and by 3:40, the patient was being wheeled to the ICU with an excellent prognosis. Marcus stripped off his gloves and gown in the scrub room. His shoulders ached. His lower back had started that familiar throb that meant he'd been standing too long. In the harsh fluorescent light, he caught his reflection in the metal paper towel dispenser. A tired man with prematurely gray temples and eyes that looked older than 38. He washed his hands, counted the seconds, watched the water turn from pink to clear. "Nice work in there." He looked up. Yusuf Okonkwo leaned against the doorframe, 2 paper cups of coffee in his enormous hands. The night shift charge nurse was still in his scrubs, his bald head gleaming under the lights, that gap-toothed smile already spreading across his face. "Kid's going to make it," Marcus said. "Probably. Probably's better than the alternative." Yusuf handed him a cup. "You look like death, brother. When's the last time you slept?" "I slept." "In a bed? A real bed in your apartment with actual sheets?" Marcus took a sip of the coffee. It was terrible. Hospital coffee always was. "Sheets are overrated." They walked together toward the break room on the surgical floor, their footsteps echoing in the quiet corridor. UPMC Presbyterian at 4 a.m. was a different world than the daytime chaos, dimmer lights, hushed voices, the building itself seeming to breathe slower. Marcus had grown to prefer it. Fewer meetings, fewer administrators asking about patient satisfaction scores. Just the work. "I'm serious." Yusuf fell into step beside him, his long stride shortened to match Marcus's pace. "You've worked 6 night shifts in a row. That's not dedication, that's..." "What? Self-destruction?" Marcus pushed open the break room door. "I'm fine. You're always fine, that's what worries me." The break room was empty except for a resident asleep in the corner, her head pillowed on a copy of Harrison's. Marcus sat heavily in one of the plastic chairs and stretched his legs out. The coffee was burning a hole in his stomach, but he drank it anyway. Yusuf sat across from him, studying Marcus with that look he hated, the one that saw too much. They'd worked together for 6 years now, ever since Marcus had finished his fellowship and Yusuf had transferred from Philadelphia. Somewhere along the way, late-night coffee had become ritual, the only person Marcus talked to about anything that wasn't work. The only person who knew about Daniel. "You hear from your folks?" Yusuf asked. "Mom called. And I'll call her back." Marcus stared at his coffee. Tomorrow, or the next day. Yusuf was quiet for a moment. The ventilation system hummed. Somewhere in the building a door opened and closed. You know what I think? Yusuf said finally. That I work too much. That I need to take a vacation. That I should see a therapist. Marcus looked up. Pick one. I've heard them all. I think you're running from something that's going to catch up with you eventually, whether you're tired or not. Yusuf's voice was gentle. God willing and the creek don't rise, you'll figure that out before it does. Marcus opened his mouth to respond, something deflecting probably or dismissive, when the overhead speaker crackled. Code Blue Emergency Room. Code Blue Emergency Room. They both looked up. Code Blues happened. This was a hospital. But then before the first announcement finished echoing, Code Blue Emergency Room, Code Blue Emergency Room. Two at once, unusual but not unheard of. Code Blue Emergency Room, Code Blue. A third. Marcus and Yusuf exchanged a look. Code Blue Emergency Room, Code Blue. Code Blue Emergency Room. The announcements were overlapping now, the automated voice stumbling over itself. 4 codes. 5. In the ER. All at once. Marcus was on his feet before he made the conscious decision to stand. That's not... No! Yusuf was already moving toward the door. That's not normal! They ran. The emergency room at UPMC Presbyterian was a state-of-the-art facility capable of handling mass casualty events. It had 42 beds, 3 trauma bays, and a staff trained for everything from heart attacks to industrial accidents. Marcus had seen it busy. He'd seen it chaotic. He'd seen it on nights when ambulances lined up outside like taxis. He had never seen anything like this. The noise hit him first, screaming but not normal screaming. Not pain or fear or grief, but something rawer, more animal. Then the smell. Blood, yes, and the antiseptic that permeated every hospital. But underneath it, something else. Something wrong. Sweet and chemical, like meat left too long in the sun. A nurse ran past him, her scrub splattered with blood, her face the color of old paper. She didn't stop, didn't even seem to see him. Jesus Christ, Yusuf breathed. The ER was in chaos. Patients were on the floor, on gurneys, slumped against walls. But they weren't just hurt. They were attacking. An old man in a hospital gown had a security guard pinned to the ground, his teeth sunk into the guard's forearm. A woman in a neck brace was crawling toward a screaming medical student. Moving wrong somehow, her joints bending at angles that shouldn't have been possible. A child, couldn't have been more than 12, stood in the center of the waiting area, swaying, her eyes the color of old milk. And they were whispering. That was the worst part. The attacking patients weren't screaming or growling, they were whispering. Words, half-words, names. The old man biting the security guard was murmuring something over and over. It took Marcus a moment to make it out. Helen, Helen! Where's Helen? Helen, I'm home! What the fuck? Someone was saying. What the fuck? What the fuck? Marcus realized it was him. Yusuf grabbed his arm. We need to... A gunshot cracked through the chaos. Then another. Near the ambulance bay doors, a security guard Marcus recognized. Karl Kowalski, the one who always had a joke ready, whose daughter's drawings hung in the break room, was backing up, his service weapon raised. 3 patients were shambling toward him. One of them was Mrs. Patterson, an elderly woman who'd come in hours ago complaining of chest pain. Marcus had seen her name on the board. She'd been waiting for a cardiology consult. Now she was walking toward Karl with her arms outstretched, her paper gown hanging open, her eyes that terrible gray-white. She was whispering too. Michael? Michael, where are you? Michael, come home. Karl shot her. Center mass, 2 rounds. She stumbled but kept coming. Stay back, Karl's voice cracked. Stay the fuck back. Mrs. Patterson reached for him, her mouth opened. For a moment, Marcus thought she was going to speak, to say something coherent, to snap out of whatever this was. Then her teeth found Carl's hand. Carl screamed and fired again, this time hitting her in the head. She dropped like a puppet with cut strings. The other two patients turned toward him, attracted by the sound. "The head!" someone shouted. Marcus didn't know who. "You have to hit the head!" More shots, more screaming. The ER had become a war zone. Yusuf was saying something, pulling at Marcus's arm, but the words weren't landing. Marcus stood frozen, his legs refusing to move, watching Karl Kowalski put down two more patients with headshots, watching the blood spray across the white linoleum, watching a world that made sense collapse into something impossible. He couldn't move. His legs were locked, his arms were locked, his lungs were locked. He could only stand there and watch and feel the ice spreading through his veins. The same ice that had filled him 5 years ago on a dark road in the rain. The same paralysis that had... "Marcus!" Yusuf's hand connected with his face. Not a slap exactly, more like a firm pat, enough to shock him back into his body. "Brother, we need to move, now!" Marcus blinked, breathed. His hands were shaking. He clenched them into fists. "Okay," he heard himself say. "Okay. What do we—" The overhead speaker crackled again, but this time it wasn't a code blue. It was a voice, human, terrified, barely coherent. "This is security. We're initiating lockdown. I repeat, we're initiating full hospital lockdown. All staff, shelter in place. Do not attempt to exit the building. There's been a..." Static. Then, "They're everywhere. Oh God, they're..." The speaker went dead. Somewhere in the ER, a woman was crying. Somewhere else, someone was praying in Spanish. The screaming had mostly stopped, replaced by that constant, horrible whispering. Marcus counted 8 patients on the floor, unmoving, blood pooling around their heads. He counted another dozen still standing, still moving, their eyes that wrong color, their mouths forming words they probably hadn't said in years. "The stairs," Yusuf said. "We need to get to the upper floors." Marcus nodded. His brain was starting to work again, clicking into that surgical clarity he knew so well. Problem, solution, one step at a time. "The lockdown," he said. "The security doors, we'll keep them contained, but we need to move before..." "My daughter." They both turned. Karl Kowalski was stumbling toward them, his right hand wrapped in a blood-soaked shirt, his face gray with shock. The bite marks on his hand were clearly visible, deep, ragged, already swelling. "My daughter," he said again. "Lily. She's in the child care center, 3rd floor." He grabbed Marcus's arm with his good hand, his grip surprisingly strong. "You have to get her. Karl, I know what this is." Karl's eyes were too bright, too wet. "I know what that bite means. I've seen the movies. I'm not stupid." He fumbled at his belt with shaking fingers, unclipped his badge, his gun, pressed them into Marcus's hands. "3rd floor, room 312. She's probably in the play area. She likes the corner by the window. His voice broke. "She's 8 years old. Her name is Lily. We'll get her." Marcus didn't recognize his own voice. "Karl will... Promise me." Karl's good hand tightened on Marcus's arm. "Look at me and promise me." Marcus looked. Karl's eyes were already wrong. Not that milk-white yet, but something shifting beneath the surface. Something moving into the space where Karl Kowalski used to be. "I promise," Marcus said. Karl nodded once, released him, started walking toward the ER exit where the security doors were just beginning to lower. "Karl," Yusuf called. "Where are you going?" "To buy you time." Karl raised his weapon. "I'm already dead. Might as well be useful." The security doors slammed shut behind him. Through the reinforced glass, Marcus watched Karl Kowalski walk into the ambulance bay where at least a dozen patients had gathered. Watched him start shooting. watched him disappear into the horde. Then Yusuf was pulling him toward the stairs and Marcus was running, his borrowed badge slapping against his chest, a dead man's gun heavy in his hand. The stairwell was dark, emergency lighting only, red-tinged, barely enough to see the steps. Their footsteps echoed off the concrete walls, too loud, impossibly loud. "What is this?" Marcus asked as they climbed. "What the fuck is this? Those people—" "I don't know." Yusuf was breathing hard, but his voice was steady. "I don't know, brother, but we need to get that little girl." Third floor. The security door was locked. Marcus fumbled with Carl's badge, finally got it to read, and they were through into the corridor. The lights were on here, fluorescent and normal, as if nothing had changed, as if the world hadn't just ended 2 floors below. Room 312. The door was closed. Marcus tried the handle, locked. "Lily?" He kept his voice low. "Lily Kowalski, your dad sent me. I'm here to help." Silence. He looked at Yusuf. Yusuf shrugged. "Lily, my name is Marcus. I'm a doctor here. I work with your dad. He gave me his badge, see?" He held the badge up to the small window in the door. "He asked me to come get you. It's not safe downstairs." Still nothing. Then, a scraping sound, small, from the corner of the room. "The play area," Marcus murmured. "She likes the corner by the window." Yusuf nodded. "I'll check the other rooms. Make sure we don't have any surprises." He moved down the corridor and Marcus turned back to the door. He could break it down. Hospital doors weren't exactly bank vaults, but that seemed like a bad idea. Too loud. And the last thing a scared child needed was a stranger breaking down her door. "Lily, I know you're scared. I'm scared too. Something really bad is happening, and your dad—" Marcus's throat tightened. "Your dad wanted me to make sure you were safe. He was very brave. He saved a lot of people." A small voice from inside. "Where is he?" "He had to stay downstairs to help other people." Marcus pressed his forehead against the door. The metal was cool. "But he asked me to take care of you. He made me promise." "Cross your heart?" Marcus almost laughed. "Almost. Cross my heart." A pause. Then the click of a lock and the door opened a crack. A single gray eye appeared in the gap, peering up at him. "You're Dr. Chen," the eye said. "Daddy talks about you. He says you're the best cutter. Surgeon. The best surgeon." Marcus knelt down so he was eye level with her. "That's right, and right now I need you to come with me, okay? We're going to go somewhere safe." The door opened wider. Lily Kowalski was small for 8, with messy brown hair and a missing front tooth. She was wearing an oversized Steelers jersey, her father's, Marcus realized with a pang, and clutching a worn, stuffed rabbit. "Is Daddy going to come find us?" she asked. Marcus looked at her. At the trust in her eyes, the same trust he'd seen in Carl's eyes 10 minutes ago. The lie would be so easy, so kind, he couldn't do it. "I don't know," he said. "But I made him a promise and I'm going to keep it, okay?" Lily considered this for a long moment, then she reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were cold. "Okay," she said, "but we have to bring Mr. Buttons." "Mr. Buttons?" She held up the rabbit. "He gets scared without me." "Okay. Mr. Buttons comes too." Yusuf appeared at the end of the corridor. "We've got a problem. There's a group coming up the east stairwell. I could hear them through the door." "Patients?" Could be staff. Couldn't see through the window." Marcus stood, keeping hold of Lily's hand. "The west stairwell. We go up, not down. The upper floors should be safer, I hope." Yusuf looked at Lily and his face softened. "Hey there, little one. I'm Yusuf. I work with your daddy too." "I know," Lily said solemnly. "You're the one who hums songs." Yusuf smiled, but his eyes were worried. "That's me. Now let's go, okay? We're going to play a quiet game, as quiet as mice. They moved. The next 4 hours existed in fragments. The west stairwell was clear. They climbed to the 8th floor, which had been a cardiac care unit 12 hours ago and was now something between a refugee camp and a barricade. Nurses and doctors had herded the mobile patients into the larger rooms. Gurneys blocked the stairwell doors. Someone had raided the supply closets for anything that could be used as a weapon. Yusuf took charge. Of course he did. That was who Yusuf was. He organized the scared into groups, assigned roles, got people moving instead of freezing. Marcus found himself in the corner of a patient room with Lily, checking the windows, cataloging supplies, trying not to think about Karl Kowalski walking into that horde. Other survivors trickled in. A janitor who'd hidden in a supply closet. 2 residents who'd been in the parking garage when the screaming started. A family who'd been visiting a grandmother in the ICU. A priest who'd been giving last rites to a cancer patient and had watched the patient's eyes change mid-prayer. By dawn, they had 43 people on the 8th floor. They had barricaded all the stairwell doors except one. They had water from the sinks and food from the vending machines and medical supplies from the storage rooms. They had no idea what was happening outside. The windows showed a city that looked normal from 12 stories up, just gray October sky and wet streets and distant traffic. But the screaming from the lower floors hadn't stopped. And sometimes when the ventilation system cycled, they could smell it, that sweet chemical wrongness that had filled the ER. Marcus sat with Lily as the sun came up. She'd fallen asleep against his side. Mr. Buttons clutched to her chest, her breathing slow and even. He should have been exhausted. He'd been awake for 24 hours now, more, but his mind wouldn't stop racing. He kept thinking about Karl, about Mrs. Patterson whispering her dead husband's name, about the way those patients had moved, wrong and jerky like puppets operated by someone who didn't quite understand how human bodies were supposed to work. He kept thinking about 5 years ago, about the rain on the windshield, about Daniel in the passenger seat bleeding, saying something Marcus couldn't hear over the ringing in his ears, about freezing, about standing there useless while his brother died. "You should sleep." Marcus looked up. An older woman was standing over him, silver hair in a practical braid, sharp blue eyes, a Pittsburgh accent that could cut glass. He recognized her after a moment. Dolores Marchetti. Dee. She'd been the ER charge nurse when he was a resident 1,000 years ago. Retired now, supposedly. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Visiting my husband." Her voice was flat. "He was supposed to have heart surgery tomorrow, triple bypass." "Was?" Dee sat down heavily in the chair across from him. She moved like her joints hurt. "He was in the ICU when it started. I was in the cafeteria getting coffee." She looked at her hands. "I heard the screaming. By the time I got back, the floor was..." She stopped. "Herman's been dead for 3 hours. Watching him get up and walk around with those eyes, that was something else." Marcus didn't know what to say, so he said nothing. "You're Daniel's brother," Dee said after a moment. "I remember now. He used to visit you during your residency. Nice kid. Smile like a sunrise." Marcus's throat closed. He'd forgotten that. Daniel used to bring him dinner sometimes back when Daniel was in grad school and Marcus was working 100-hour weeks. They'd eat in the break room and Daniel would tell him about his research. Something with environmental science, protecting rivers, making the world better. Daniel had always wanted to make the world better. "He died," Marcus said. The words felt strange in his mouth. He hadn't said them out loud in years. "Car accident 5 years ago." Dee nodded slowly. "I heard. I'm sorry. I was driving. I heard that too." They sat in silence while Lily slept and the sun rose higher, and the screaming from below continued, muffled by concrete and steel but never quite gone. I couldn't help him, Marcus said finally. I just sat there, watched him bleed. Couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't... He stopped, swallowed. That's why I do this, trauma surgery, so I never freeze again. Dee studied him for a long moment. Her eyes were sharp, assessing. The same eyes that had watched him fumble through his first central line 20 years ago. Did it work? She asked. Marcus thought about the ER, about standing there while Carl Kowalski shot Mrs. Patterson in the head, while patients bit chunks out of nurses while the world ended around him. About freezing. No, he said. Dee nodded like this was the answer she'd expected. Then maybe it's time to try something else. Before Marcus could respond, Yusuf appeared in the doorway. His face was grim. We've got a problem, he said. Someone's been bitten. Tommy DeLuca's brother was dying. Marcus recognized Tommy from the ER, one of the petty criminals who cycled through every few months, always with some story about how it wasn't his fault, always with that same manic energy. He'd been at the hospital visiting his brother Rico, who'd been stabbed in a bar fight and was recovering in the step-down unit. Now Rico was lying on a gurney in a storage room, shaking and sweating, and Tommy was standing over him with a scalpel he'd stolen from somewhere, his eyes wild. Nobody's touching him, Tommy said. Nobody's fucking touching him. Tommy. Marcus kept his voice calm, controlled. We're not going to hurt him. Bullshit, I've seen what you people do. You lock the door and wait for them to turn, and then you put a fucking bullet in their head. Tommy's hand was shaking. The scalpel glinted in the harsh light. That's not happening to Rico, not to my brother. Rico moaned on the gurney. His skin was gray, slick with sweat. His eyes were closed, but they were moving rapidly beneath the lids. REM sleep, except he wasn't asleep. The bite mark on his forearm was livid, red, streaked with black, oozing something that didn't look like blood. Marcus had seen 3 other bites in the last few hours. He knew what came next. Tommy, listen to me. I'm a surgeon. If there's anything we can do for Rico, I'll do it. But I need you to put down the scalpel so I can examine him. So you can execute him. So I can try to help him. Behind Marcus, Victor Chen stood with his hand on his weapon. The security director had made it to the 8th floor a few hours ago, along with 3 of his guards. He'd taken charge of defense immediately, not asking, just commanding. Marcus didn't like him, but he couldn't deny the man knew what he was doing. We don't have time for this, Victor said. The infected turn in hours. If he's bitten, he's already dead. He's not dead, Tommy's voice cracked. He's right there, he's breathing, he's infected. In a few hours, he's going to be one of those things, and then he's going to try to bite everyone in this room. Victor's hand tightened on his gun. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Your choice. Victor. Marcus didn't turn around. Shut up. Excuse me? I said shut up. Tommy, look at me. Marcus took a step closer, his hands raised. I'm not going to let anyone hurt your brother, but I need to examine him. I need to understand what we're dealing with. If there's any chance at all, I'll find it. That's what I do. Tommy's eyes were wet. The scalpel wavered in his grip. Behind him, Rico made a sound, not a moan this time, more like a word, half a word. Tom. Rico. Tommy spun around. Rico, I'm here. I'm right here, man. Marcus moved. Not fast. Fast would spook Tommy, but deliberate. He stepped around the younger man and knelt beside the gurney, his fingers finding Rico's pulse. Fast, irregular. The skin under his fingers was hot, fever hot, radiating heat like an engine about to blow. Rico, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Chen. I'm going to help you. Rico's eyes opened. They were still brown, normal brown, human brown. But something was wrong with them. The pupils were too dilated. The whites were yellowing at the edges. Tommy, Rico whispered. Tommy, something's wrong. I can hear. He stopped, his face contorted. I can hear them. They're calling me. They're... Who? Marcus leaned closer. Who's calling you? Ma. A tear slid down Rico's cheek. I can hear Ma. She's saying, come home, mijo. His hand grabbed Marcus's wrist with surprising strength. She's been dead 10 years. How can I hear her? Marcus didn't have an answer. Rico's grip tightened. His eyes were changing now, the brown fading, something gray creeping in at the edges. You have to tell Tommy something for me. Tell him I'm sorry. Tell him I should have been better. Tell him... His body went rigid. His back arched off the gurney. His mouth opened in a silent scream. Then he went limp. Rico, Tommy pushed past Marcus, grabbed his brother's shoulders. Rico, wake up, man. Come on, wake up. Tommy, Marcus stood. We need to step back. He's not dead. He's not fucking dead. He's just... Rico's eyes opened. They were gray. That wrong gray, that milk-white gray, the same gray that had been in Mrs. Patterson's eyes when she'd bitten Carl Kowalski. Rico sat up. Tommy, he whispered. But it wasn't Rico's voice anymore. It was something else. Something wearing Rico's face, speaking with Rico's mouth, but not Rico. Tommy, where are you? Tommy, come home. Tommy stumbled backward. Rico, what? Rico lunged. Marcus moved without thinking. He grabbed Tommy and pulled him back, away from the gurney, away from the thing that had been Rico DeLuca. Behind them, Victor had his weapon up, but he didn't fire. Too close, too risky. Rico hit the floor, struggled to his feet, started shambling toward them. His movements were wrong, jerky, uncoordinated, like a marionette whose strings were being pulled by someone who'd never seen a human being move. Tommy, he kept whispering. Tommy, come home. Ma's waiting. Ma wants to see you. Tommy made a sound Marcus would never forget, a sob and a scream and something that might have been his brother's name, all tangled together. I'm sorry, Marcus said, and then Victor fired. The shot took Rico in the head. He dropped instantly, his body crumpling to the floor, blood spreading across the white tile. Tommy screamed. He lunged for Victor, would have reached him too if Yusuf hadn't caught him, wrapped those big arms around him, held him while he thrashed and screamed and cried. You killed him! You killed my brother! You fucking... Victor holstered his weapon. His face was blank. He was already dead. Fuck you! He was already dead. Victor turned to Marcus. That's 3 now. 3 bites, 3 turns. We need to establish a protocol. Protocol? Marcus heard his own voice, hard and cold. A man just lost his brother. And if we don't establish a protocol, more people are going to lose more brothers. Triage, doctor. You know how this works. Victor's eyes were flat, unreadable. We don't have the resources to be sentimental. Marcus wanted to hit him, wanted to wrap his hands around Victor's throat and squeeze until that flat expression finally showed something human. Instead, he took a breath, counted to 10. Get him out of here, he said to Yusuf. Tommy, find somewhere quiet. Yusuf nodded, still holding the struggling man. Come on, brother, come on, let's go somewhere and talk. They left. Victor and his guards dragged Rico's body to the window. There would need to be some way to dispose of bodies, Marcus realized distantly. Another thing they'd have to figure out. And Marcus stood in the middle of the room, blood on his shoes, staring at the ceiling. 3 bites, 3 turns. Carl Kowalski was dead. Rico DeLuca was dead. Someone in a room down the hall was probably dead by now, too. And the morgue was full of bodies. By the second day, they had a routine. It wasn't much of a routine, more like a desperate approximation of one. But it helped. People needed structure. People needed to feel like someone knew what was happening, even if no one did. Marcus found himself at the center of it, though he never asked to be. People kept coming to him with questions, with problems, with 1,000 tiny crises that emerged when 43 people were trapped on 3 floors of a hospital with monsters below and nothing but uncertainty above. Should they ration the water? Marcus decided yes. What about the diabetic patient in room 847 who needed insulin? Marcus found the supply room, calculated how long the insulin would last at current doses, made adjustments. A child had a fever. Was it the infection? Marcus examined her, checked for bites, determined it was just a cold. The mother cried with relief. An elderly man wanted to pray. Marcus found Father Paul, who was sitting in a corner staring at nothing, and asked if he'd lead a service. Father Paul said he didn't know if he could. Marcus said he understood, but the people needed something to hold on to. Father Paul led the service. 12 people attended. Through it all, Lily stayed close. She didn't talk much, asked an occasional question, made an occasional observation, but she was there, a constant small presence at Marcus's side. She seemed to have decided he was her person now. Marcus didn't know how to feel about that. He kept thinking about Daniel, about how Daniel would have been 28 now, probably married, probably with kids of his own, about how he'd never gotten to meet Daniel's children because Daniel had bled out in a wrecked car while Marcus stood frozen in the rain. Lily was the same age Daniel's kid might have been. That coincidence felt like a knife between his ribs. Dr. Chen? Marcus looked up. Elena Vasquez stood in front of him, one of the oncology nurses, dark hair tied back, eyes that couldn't stop moving. She'd made it to the upper floors early on day one, and she'd been one of the most useful people since. Organized, calm, practical. Except now she didn't look calm. She looked like she was about to shake apart. "My son," she said. "Marco, he was in the child care center." Marcus's stomach dropped. "The child care center? I've been trying to get there all day, but the stairwells..." Her voice cracked. "I can't. I tried, but I can't." "How old is he?" "9. He's 9. He has brown hair and he's wearing a blue shirt, and his name is Marco, and he's 9 years old, and I can't..." She covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were wet. "I can't get to him." Marcus thought about Lily, about Carl's face when he'd asked Marcus to find her, about the promise he'd made. "The child care center is on the 3rd floor," he said, "where I found Lily." "I know, but the 3rd floor is..." "I know what it is." Marcus stood. "I'll go." Elena grabbed his arm. "You can't. It's too dangerous. If you get bitten..." "Then I get bitten." Marcus gently removed her hand. "You said his name is Marco?" "Yes, Marco Vasquez. He's 9. He likes dinosaurs. She stopped, breathed. "He's all I have." Marcus nodded once. He found Yusuf, explained the situation, grabbed Carl's gun from where he'd stored it. Yusuf wanted to come with him, but Marcus said no, someone needed to stay with the group. Someone they trusted. "If I'm not back in 2 hours," Marcus said, "don't send anyone after me." Yusuf's jaw tightened. "Brother, I mean it. These people need you. They don't need you dying on a rescue mission." Yusuf looked like he wanted to argue. Instead, he pulled Marcus into a brief, fierce hug. "God goes with you," he said. "I hope so." The stairwell was worse than Marcus remembered. The emergency lights were dimmer now, battery backup fading, and the darkness pressed in from all sides. He moved slowly, one hand on the railing, the other holding Carl's gun. Every sound made him freeze. Every shadow made his heart stutter. He kept thinking about the basement, about the morgue, about the hundreds of bodies that had been stored down there, waiting for pickup, waiting for burial, waiting for... Don't think about it. One step at a time. 3rd floor. The security door was still sealed. His badge worked, thank God, and he slipped through into the corridor. The lights were on here, flickering but steady. The child care center was 50 feet away. The hallway was empty, too empty, the kind of empty that meant something was wrong. Marcus raised the gun. His hands were shaking. He forced them steady. 20 feet, 30. The door to the child care center was open. He could see the colorful murals on the walls, the small tables and chairs, the bins of toys. But he couldn't see any children. He stepped inside. The room had been ransacked. Toys scattered everywhere, tables overturned, finger paintings torn from the walls. Dark stains on the carpet that might have been juice, or might have been blood. "Marco?" Marcus kept his voice low. "Marco Vasquez? Your mom sent me. I'm here to help." Nothing. He moved through the room, checking corners, checking closets, checking under tables. Empty, all of it. But there were more rooms. This was just the main play area. There were nap rooms, a bathroom, a small kitchen where they heated up lunches. Marcus checked the first nap room. Empty. The second nap room. Empty. The bathroom. A boy was huddled in the corner behind the toilet, his knees pulled to his chest. 9 years old. Brown hair. Blue shirt. "Marco?" The boy's head snapped up. His eyes were wide, terrified, but they were brown. Normal brown. Human brown. "Are you the doctor?" His voice was barely a whisper. "Miss Jenny said a doctor might come." "I'm Dr. Chen. Your mom sent me." Marcus holstered the gun, knelt down to the boy's level. "Are you hurt? Did anything bite you?" Marco shook his head quickly. "No, I hid. Miss Jenny said to hide, so I hid. I've been hiding since—" His face crumpled. "Is my mom okay?" "She's fine. She's upstairs, waiting for you." Marcus held out his hand. "Can you walk? We need to go." Marco took his hand. His fingers were cold and trembling. "What about the others, the other kids?" Marcus's throat tightened. "I don't know. But right now I need to get you to your mom, okay?" They moved. The return trip was worse than the initial descent. Marco was slow, scared, disoriented, his legs not cooperating properly, and every second in the stairwell felt like an hour. Marcus kept his gun out, kept scanning the darkness, kept listening for the whispers. They made it to the 6th floor before the trouble started. A door opened somewhere below them. Footsteps. Not the shambling, uncoordinated steps of the infected. These were steady, human. "Hey!" A voice echoed up the stairwell. "Hey, who's up there?" Marcus stopped, pulled Marco behind him. "Who's asking?" "Hospital security. We're conducting a sweep." The footsteps got closer. "Identify yourself." Marcus relaxed slightly. "Dr. Marcus Chen, surgical department. I'm bringing a child to the upper floors." A figure appeared on the landing below, uniformed, armed, familiar. One of Victor's guards, Martinez, Marcus thought his name was. "Dr. Chen," Martinez lowered his weapon. "Jesus, you scared me. We've had hostiles in the stairwells all morning." "Clear now?" "Mostly. 3rd and 4th floors are lost. 5th floor." Martinez shook his head. "We've got a pocket of survivors barricaded in the radiology department. 20, maybe 30 people, but we can't get to them." "Why not?" "Too many of those things between here and there, and—" Martinez hesitated. "And they're coming up, the things from below. We've been hearing them for hours." Marcus's stomach dropped. "Coming up from where?" "Basement. Maintenance reported it last night before we lost radio contact. Something's wrong with the morgue." Martinez's face was pale. "The bodies are moving." They made it back to the 8th floor. Elena grabbed Marco and didn't let go for 20 minutes. Just held him, crying, saying his name over and over like a prayer. Marcus left them alone. He found Victor in what had been the nursing station, standing over a hand-drawn map of the hospital. The security director looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, stubble on his jaw. But his posture was still ramrod straight, his voice still that flat military monotone. "Martinez told you about the morgue," Victor said. It wasn't a question. "How many bodies?" "I don't have exact numbers, but UPMC Presbyterian has an average daily death rate of about 8 patients. The morgue can hold up to 50 bodies at a time, and with the backlog from the holiday weekend, Victor's jaw tightened. Could be 100. Could be more. Jesus Christ. The security doors on the basement level are holding for now, but they're not designed to contain. Victor paused, searching for the word. That kind of pressure. If those things get coordinated or if they figure out how to work together. They don't coordinate. Marcus thought about Mrs. Patterson, about Rico, about the dozen other infected he'd seen. They're not smart enough. No, but they follow sound. And there's 43 people above them, moving around, talking, making noise. They're drawn to us. Victor's eyes met his. It's only a matter of time. Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to say Victor was being paranoid, that the security doors would hold, that someone would come to rescue them. But he'd seen those eyes, that wrong gray. He'd heard the whispers. How long? He asked. Could be hours, could be days, depends on a lot of factors. Victor turned back to his map. We need to establish evacuation routes, secondary positions we can fall back to. We need to... A scream cut through the air, not from below, from down the hall. Marcus ran. The infected woman had been hiding in a supply closet. She'd been bitten before the lockdown, must have been, and had crawled into the closet to die. Now she was alive again, if you could call it that, and she'd found the group of survivors who'd been gathering water from the hallway sink. By the time Marcus arrived, one person was already down, a middle-aged man Marcus didn't recognize, bleeding from a bite wound on his neck. The infected woman was crawling toward a teenage girl who'd backed herself into a corner, too scared to run. Victor shot the woman in the head, clean, efficient. The body dropped, but the damage was done. "Get me a trauma kit," Marcus barked at nobody in particular. "Now!" Someone handed him supplies. He knelt beside the bitten man, pressed gauze to the wound, tried to stop the bleeding. The man's eyes were open, staring at the ceiling, already going glassy with shock. "What's your name?" Marcus asked. "Robert." The voice was barely a whisper. "Is it bad?" It was bad. The bite had caught the carotid artery. Blood was pumping out faster than Marcus could stem it. Even in a fully equipped trauma bay, this would be a struggle. Here, with limited supplies, no backup, no surgical suite. "You're going to be fine," Marcus said. The lie came easily, automatically. "Just stay calm, stay with me." Robert's eyes found his. "You're a terrible liar, Doctor." Marcus's hands were red. The gauze was soaked through. "My wife," Robert said. "She's in room 814. Tell her..." He coughed. Blood flecked his lips. "Tell her I'm sorry I never learned to dance. You can tell her yourself." But Robert's eyes had already gone distant. His breathing slowed, stopped. Marcus kept working, kept pressing, kept trying. Yusuf's hand landed on his shoulder. "Brother, he's gone. I know." Marcus didn't stop. "But we have maybe 15 minutes before he comes back. We need to secure the body, I know." Yusuf's voice was gentle. "Let Victor's people handle it. You've done enough." Marcus looked down at his hands, red to the wrists, red under his fingernails in the creases of his palms. He thought about all the blood he'd washed away over the years, all the surgeries, all the lives saved and lost. He thought about Daniel, about standing in the rain with red hands watching his brother die. "Okay," he said. "Okay." He stood. Yusuf was there steadying him. The teenage girl was crying, someone was praying, Father Paul, his voice thin and uncertain, the words of a faith that was crumbling. Victor's guards took Robert's body away. They'd developed a system now. 3 people, 1 to carry, 2 to guard. A storage room on the 9th floor had become a makeshift morgue. Another body for the collection. Another person waiting to rise. Night fell. The second night was worse than the first. People were tired now. Bone-deep exhausted, the kind of tired that made you stupid and slow. The adrenaline had worn off. The shock had faded. What was left was just fear, grinding and constant. The knowledge that something terrible was below and there was nowhere to run. Marcus found himself in a corner of the nursing station, Lily asleep against his side again, Mr. Buttons tucked under her arm. He should have been sleeping too. His body was screaming for rest, but every time he closed his eyes he saw Daniel's face. Carl's face. Rico's gray eyes opening. Can't sleep? He looked up. Dee Marchetti lowered herself into the chair across from him, her joints popping audibly. Neither can you, he said. I'm old. I don't need sleep. She studied him for a moment. That's not true. I need sleep desperately, but I can't stop thinking about Herman. I'm sorry. Don't be. He had a good death, quick, clean. I've seen a lot worse. She paused. I've also caused a lot worse. Had to put down 3 infected today. People I used to work with, people I trained. How do you do it? Marcus asked. How do you just do what needs done? Dee shrugged. Same way I've always done it. You don't think about the person, you think about the task. Airway, breathing, circulation, threat assessment, neutralization, containment. Break it down into steps and the steps are just mechanics. That sounds cold. It is cold. That's how you survive. Dee leaned forward. You're a surgeon. You know this. When you're operating, you're not thinking about the patient's kids or their job or their dreams. You're thinking about the bleeder and the clamp and the suture. That's not cold. That's focused. Marcus was quiet. In his arms, Lily stirred, murmured something unintelligible, went still again. You're good at this, Dee said. The triage, the leadership. People trust you. I don't want to lead. Nobody wants to lead. The people who want it are the ones you can't trust. Dee's eyes were sharp. But somebody has to. Might as well be someone who knows what they're doing. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm making it up as I go. That's what everybody does, hun. The difference is whether you freeze or you keep moving. Dee paused. You're not a freezer. I've watched you. Whatever happened with your brother, and I know something did, it's written all over you. You're not a freezer now. Marcus thought about the ER, about standing there paralyzed while Carl shot Mrs. Patterson. Sometimes I am, he said. Then you unfreeze. That's what matters. Dee stood, her knees cracking. Get some sleep, doctor. Tomorrow's going to be worse. She was right. Day 3 began with the discovery. The security doors to the basement had failed during the night. Something, a power surge, a mechanical failure, maybe just bad luck, had caused the locks to release for 30 seconds around 4 a.m. 30 seconds was all they needed. By the time the doors resealed, at least 20 of the morgue dead had made it into the stairwells. They weren't moving fast. Most of them had been dead for days, their muscles stiff, their joints barely functional. But they were moving. Upward, toward the sounds, Victor organized a defense. Marcus organized a triage station on the 10th floor, preparing for the casualties that would come. Elena helped him. She'd been a nurse for 15 years, and her hands were steady even when her voice shook. They're in the 5th floor stairwell, Victor reported via the hospital's internal phone system. Maybe a dozen. We're holding, but what? But there's more coming. The basement doors are holding, but I can hear them down there. Dozens. Maybe more. Marcus looked at the ceiling as if he could see through concrete and steel to the morgue below. All those bodies, all those dead waiting to rise. How long can you hold? Depends on how many rounds we have. Depends on how fast they move. Depends on a lot of things. Victor's voice was flat, mechanical. If I had to guess, hours, maybe a day. And then, silence. Then we fall back, Victor said finally. Upper floors, as high as we can go, and we pray for a miracle. The line went dead. Marcus turned to Elena. We need to prepare for evacuation. To where? I don't know, but we can't stay here. They worked. The next few hours were a blur of activity, gathering supplies, organizing groups, preparing stretchers for the patients who couldn't walk. Yusuf coordinated with Victor's team. Dee barked orders at anyone who would listen. Father Paul helped pack medicine, his hands shaking but steady enough. Tommy appeared at some point. Marcus hadn't seen him since Rico's death. He'd been hiding, grieving, doing whatever you did when you lost your brother to something impossible. But now he was here, moving boxes, following instructions. His face was pale and his eyes were red, but he was working. You okay? Marcus asked. No. Tommy didn't stop moving. But Rico wouldn't want me sitting around feeling sorry for myself. He'd want me doing something useful. Don't. Tommy finally looked at him. Don't say you're sorry or you understand or whatever. Just tell me what to do. Marcus nodded. Help Yusuf with the stretchers. We're going to need to move patients. Tommy moved. Around noon, the shooting started in earnest. The infected had reached the 6th floor. The next 6 hours were the longest of Marcus's life. They fell back floor by floor, Victor's team holding the stairwells while the rest of them moved the sick and injured upward. People died, infected breaking through, bites exchanged, mercy killings in closets and corners. Marcus lost count after a while. The bodies blurred together. By nightfall, they were on the 11th floor. The highest they could go without accessing the roof. 43 people had become 34. They'd lost Robert's wife to a bite. They'd lost 2 of Victor's guards to a surge in the east stairwell. They'd lost an elderly patient who simply stopped breathing somewhere between floors, his heart giving out from stress. They'd lost a teenager who'd been bitten 3 days ago and hadn't told anyone, who'd turned in the middle of the evacuation and killed 2 people before Victor put him down. 9 people. Gone. Marcus sat with Lily in a corner of what had been a conference room. She was still awake, scared, tired, but awake. Mr. Buttons was in her lap. Her father's badge was around her neck. Are the monsters going to find us? She asked. I don't know, Marcus said. We're working on keeping them out. Daddy would keep them out. I know. Lily was quiet for a moment. Then, am I going to turn into a monster? Marcus's heart clenched. No, you haven't been bitten. But the monsters were people first, right? Regular people. And then they got sick. She looked up at him. What if I get sick? That's not how it works. Marcus hoped that was true. You have to be bitten. Or... He thought about the CDC protocols he'd read years ago back when Ebola was in the news. Or have their blood get in your blood. So as long as nothing bites me, I'm safe. As long as nothing bites you. Lily nodded slowly. Then she reached out and took his hand. I'm glad you found me, she said. Even if Daddy couldn't come. Marcus squeezed her hand. His throat was tight. Me too, he said. The whispers started at midnight. Marcus had been trying to sleep, actually trying this time because his body was beyond exhaustion, when he heard them. Faint at first, like wind through cracks in the walls, but then louder, clearer, names, dozens of voices overlapping, calling out names in that wrong, breathy tone he'd heard in the ER. Michael, Helen, Tommy, Sarah, James, Maria. On and on, a chorus of the dead reaching through concrete and steel to call for the living. Everyone heard them. Marcus saw it in their faces, the way people stopped what they were doing, the way they looked toward the floor, the way some of them started crying without knowing why. What is that? Someone whispered. Them. Dee's voice was flat. The morgue dead. They're calling for us. That's impossible. They can't. Can't what? Walk after they're dead? Bite people, come back? Dee shook her head. Everything about this is impossible, but it's happening anyway. The whispers continued. Mixed in with the names were other things, fragments of sentences, half-remembered phrases. Come home. I'm sorry. Where are you? It's cold. It's so cold. Father Paul started praying. Loud, desperate prayers, the words tumbling over each other. It didn't help. The whispers kept coming. Marcus thought about Daniel, about the night of the accident, about sitting in the wreckage, unable to move, while Daniel bled and spoke and finally went quiet. He thought about what Daniel's last words had been. Marcus? Marcus, I can't feel my legs. If Daniel had died here in this hospital, would he be whispering too? Would he be down there in the basement calling Marcus's name in that horrible broken voice? He didn't want to think about it, but he couldn't stop. Dawn brought bad news. The basement doors have completely failed, Victor reported. The maintenance system shows dozens of contacts in the lower stairwells. They're massed on floor 3 now. We can hear them through the fire doors. How many? Marcus asked. Hard to say. Hundreds, maybe. Could be the whole morgue, plus everyone who's turned since the outbreak started. Victor's face was grim. We can't hold them. Not with what we have. Then we leave. How? The ground floor is lost. The parking garage is overrun. Every exit we know about is compromised, Marcus thought. The hospital had been his second home for 8 years. He knew every floor, every hallway, The tunnels, he said. Victor frowned. What tunnels? Underground passages. They connect Presbyterian to the adjacent medical buildings. Facilities use them for transporting equipment, bodies. Marcus looked toward the floor. I've used them for body transport. They're not public, but they're there. How do we access them? There's a service entrance in the basement near the morgue. Victor was silent for a moment, then, that's where they are. Hundreds of infected right on top of the access point. I know. So we'd have to fight through a horde of those things to get to a tunnel that might not even be clear. Yes, that's suicide. Maybe. Marcus looked around the conference room, at the frightened faces, the wounded, the children. At Lily, asleep against the wall with Mr. Buttons in her arms. But staying here is also suicide. At least this way we have a chance. Victor studied him for a long moment. Then slowly he nodded. Okay. We'll do it. His jaw tightened. But I want a real plan. Diversions, fallback positions, extraction routes. If we're going down there, we're doing it right. Agreed. They started planning. The plan took shape over the next few hours. Victor would lead a team to create a diversion on the east side of the building. Noise, light, anything to draw the infected away from the basement entrance. Marcus would lead a second team through the western stairwell, hopefully cleared by the diversion to reach the tunnel access point. Everyone else would follow in groups with Yusuf coordinating from the middle. It was a terrible plan. There were 100 ways it could go wrong. But it was the only plan they had. You sure about this? Yusuf asked as they prepared. No. Marcus checked Carl's gun. He had 11 rounds left. But what's the alternative? We stay here. Wait for rescue. What rescue? The radio's been dead for 2 days. No helicopters, no military, no nothing. Marcus shook his head. Whatever's happening out there, we're on our own. Yusuf was quiet. Then, there's something I need to tell you. Before we do this. What? After the accident. With Daniel. Yusuf's voice was soft. You told me you froze. That you stood there while he died. That you've never forgiven yourself. Marcus's jaw tightened. This isn't the time. It's exactly the time. Yusuf put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. Brother, I need you to hear this. What happened to Daniel wasn't your fault. You were in shock. You were injured. You were human. And being human means sometimes we fail. Sometimes we freeze, but that doesn't make us monsters. It makes us people. Yusuf, let me finish. Yusuf's eyes were bright. These past 2 days, I've watched you save lives. I've watched you make impossible decisions. I've watched you hold a child who lost her father and promise her things you weren't sure you could deliver. That's not freezing. That's courage. Marcus didn't know what to say. His throat was thick. Whatever happens in that basement, Yusuf said, I need you to know that. I need you to know you're not the man who let his brother die. You're the man who's been fighting to save everyone else ever since. For a moment, Marcus couldn't speak. Then, thank you. Yusuf smiled, that gap-toothed smile that had been a constant through 6 years of night shifts and terrible coffee and the long hours between crises. God willing and the creek don't rise, he said. God willing. They moved out at 3 p.m. Victor's team went first, heading for the east stairwell with flashlights and anything that made noise. Within minutes, Marcus heard the sound of metal clanging, people shouting, the infected responding with their horrible whispered chorus. The diversion was working. Let's go, Marcus said. His team, 12 people, including Elena, Tommy, and 2 of the walking wounded, started down the western stairwell. The lights were flickering here, the emergency backup nearly drained. Each step down felt like a descent into some other world, some place where the normal rules didn't apply. They passed the 10th floor, the 9th, the 8th. The stairwell was quiet. Too quiet maybe, but Marcus chose to see that as a good sign. The diversion was drawing them away. The 7th floor, the 6th. They were moving faster now, the urgency building. Then Tommy stopped. You hear that? He whispered. Marcus listened. At first nothing, just the hum of the building, the distant sounds of Victor's diversion. But then faintly, footsteps. Not from below, from above, following them. Move, Marcus said, faster. They did. 5th floor, 4th floor, the footsteps behind them were getting louder, multiplying, 1 set becoming 2, 2 becoming 5, 5 becoming too many to count. 3rd floor. The fire door was ahead, scarred and dented from impacts on the other side. That's the door to the main hallway, Marcus said. The tunnel entrance is about 50 meters from here, through the morgue. Through the morgue? Elena's voice was tight. It's the only way. He pushed open the door. The 3rd floor was a nightmare. Bodies everywhere, not moving, truly dead, many of them showing bullet wounds or crushed skulls, but everywhere. The walls were smeared with dried blood. The lights were out, and Marcus's flashlight cut pale beams through the darkness. Stay close, he said. Stay quiet. They moved. The morgue entrance was at the end of the corridor, past the cafeteria and the chapel, past doors that stood open revealing rooms where people had died, past overturned gurneys and broken equipment and all the scattered detritus of a building that had become a killing floor. They were almost there when the whispers started. Tommy. Tommy froze. The voice had come from somewhere ahead, from the darkness, from the morgue, from the place where his brother's body had been taken 2 days ago. Tommy, come home! Rico! Tommy's voice cracked. Rico, is that... It's not him. Marcus grabbed Tommy's arm. Tommy, listen to me. It's not him. Tommy, Ma's waiting. Ma wants to see you. Tommy, come home. Don't listen to it. Marcus's grip tightened. Whatever that thing is, it's not your brother. Your brother is gone. Do you understand me? Tommy was shaking. Tears were streaming down his face, but slowly he nodded. Okay. His voice was barely a whisper. Okay. They moved on. The morgue doors were ahead. Beyond them, the darkness seemed thicker, heavier somehow, as if even light was afraid to go there. The tunnel entrance is on the far side, Marcus said. Past the storage units, past the... He stopped. Past the bodies. How many bodies? Elena asked. Marcus didn't answer. He didn't need to. They all knew. He pushed open the doors. The morgue was full. Every drawer was open. Every table was overturned. The floor was covered with sheets, with equipment, with the scattered remnants of a place designed to store the dead. And among them, standing, swaying, whispering, "Oh God," someone behind Marcus breathed. There must have been 60 of them, maybe more. They filled the space, a forest of gray-eyed corpses in various states of decay, their mouths moving constantly, forming words that had once meant something to someone. "Michael, where are you? Sarah, come home. I'm cold, I'm so cold. Please, please, I don't understand." They hadn't noticed the living yet. Their attention was elsewhere, drawn perhaps by the sounds of Victor's diversion echoing through the building's structure. But they would notice. Soon. "The tunnel," Marcus whispered. 20 meters, on the right. "We can't," Elena started. "We have to. Move slowly, don't make noise, don't look at them." They moved. It was the longest 20 meters of Marcus's life. Each step was agony, waiting for a head to turn, for gray eyes to fix on them, for the whispers to change from old names to new screams. But the infected stayed focused on whatever they were hearing from above. On the diversion, on Victor's team, still making noise, still buying time. 15 meters, 10. The tunnel entrance was a service door, unmarked except for a small placard reading "Maintenance Access." Marcus reached for the handle and stepped on a piece of broken glass. The crack echoed through the silent morgue like a gunshot. Every head turned. "Run," Marcus said. He yanked open the door. The tunnel beyond was pitch black. He couldn't see the end, couldn't see anything, but there was no time to hesitate. He shoved Elena through first, then Tommy, then the others, and finally threw himself in after them just as the first of the infected reached the doorway. Hands grabbed at his coat. He pulled free, slammed the door shut. Found a lock, not much, just a simple bolt, but something, and threw it. The pounding started immediately. Fists against metal, the whispers louder now, coming from all sides. "Marcus, come back. Marcus, we need you. Marcus, don't leave us." How did they know his name? Then he realized they didn't. They were just saying every name they'd ever known. Eventually, they'd hit ones that meant something. "Move," he said. "We have to move." The flashlight barely reached 10 feet in the tunnel's darkness, but it was enough to see the way forward. A concrete corridor, industrial pipes overhead, no infected in sight. They ran. The tunnel went on forever, or at least it felt that way. In reality, it was probably only a few hundred meters, connecting Presbyterian to the adjacent medical school building. But in the dark, with the sounds of pursuit echoing behind them, it stretched into infinity. Marcus counted heads as they ran. 12 people, all accounted for. "Where does this lead?" Elena gasped. "Medical school building. From there we can access the parking structure. And from there..." "What? What's from there?" "I don't know." Marcus's lungs were burning. "But it's not here." The tunnel ended in another door. This one was unlocked, thank God. And they spilled through into a basement storage area filled with old equipment and forgotten supplies. "Keep moving," Marcus said. "We need to get to the ground floor." They found stairs, climbed. The sounds behind them were fading. The infected hadn't followed into the tunnel or couldn't find the door or had been drawn back by some other sound. It didn't matter. They were out. The medical school building was empty. Not dead empty. Not like the hospital, but abandoned empty. The lights were on, the power was working, but there was no one there. Just silent hallways and closed doors and the eerie feeling of a place that should have been full of life. They made it to the ground floor, through the lobby to the main entrance. Marcus stopped. Outside, through the glass doors, he could see the city. Pittsburgh looked almost normal. Gray October sky. Cars in the parking lot, buildings in the distance. A few people, no, not people, infected, wandering aimlessly on the far side of the street. But also, smoke rising from somewhere to the south. A distant rumble that might have been thunder or might have been something worse. And the silence. That awful silence where there should have been traffic and voices and the constant hum of civilization. "What do we do now?" Elena asked. Marcus looked at his group. 12 people, exhausted, scared, covered in blood and worse. A child clutching a stuffed rabbit. A mother who'd just been reunited with her son. A man who'd had to kill his own brother. A retired nurse who'd shot her husband between the eyes. 34 survivors had started the journey down. 12 had made it out. Victor's team, Yusuf's group, the others. He didn't know if they were alive, didn't know if they'd made it to the tunnel or if they were still fighting or if they were already. His radio crackled. He'd forgotten he had it. "Marcus, Marcus, do you copy?" Yusuf's voice. "Alive." "I copy, where are you?" "West exit, we made it out. Most of us, Victor's team too." A pause. "We lost some people in the basement, I'm sorry." "How many?" "I don't know yet, still counting." Marcus closed his eyes, counted to 10. "Meet at the main entrance," he said. "We need to find shelter. Somewhere defensible, somewhere—" He stopped. Through the glass, in the distance, he could see something. Lights. Real lights, not fire, coming from the south. "Do you see that?" Elena moved to stand beside him. "What is that?" "I don't know." "It looks like—" She squinted. "Power? Some kind of facility?" Marcus stared at the distant glow. It was hard to make out details from here, but it looked organized, controlled, human. Hope, maybe. Or something worse. "Marcus," Yusuf's voice on the radio. "What's going on?" "I don't know yet." Marcus turned back to his group. "But we're going to find out." They gathered outside the medical school building as the sun began to set. 31 people counting both groups. They'd lost 3 in the basement, 2 of Victor's guards and a volunteer who'd been bitten but hadn't said anything, who turned mid-evacuation and had to be put down by Dee's steady hand. Yusuf was there, his face exhausted but alive. Victor was there, his uniform torn and bloody but his posture still rigid. Tommy was there, pale and silent but present. Elena had Marco's hand in a grip that looked like it would never let go. And Lily was there, standing at Marcus's side, Mr. Buttons in her arms. "What now?" someone asked. Marcus looked at the distant lights, at the smoke, at the city that had been his home for 15 years and was now something else entirely. "We find shelter," he said. "We rest, and tomorrow—" "Tomorrow what?" He didn't have an answer. There was no playbook for this. No protocol, no procedure, no rational plan. But as he looked at the faces around him, scared, hopeful, waiting, he knew one thing for certain. He wasn't going to freeze again. Whatever came next, whatever horrors waited in this new world, he would face them, he would move. He would keep moving until there was nothing left to move toward. For Daniel, for Carl, for everyone they'd lost. For Lily, who was holding his hand and looking up at him with absolute trust. "Tomorrow we figure it out," he said. "Together." It wasn't much of a plan. But it was something, and in the dying light of the third day, something was enough. That night they made camp in a warehouse near the river. It wasn't much, cold, damp, the ceiling leaking in 3 places, but it had walls and a door they could barricade and no infected as far as they could tell. They spread out across the floor using whatever they'd brought as bedding, sharing body heat against the October chill. Marcus sat by the window looking out at the city. From here he could see the hospital in the distance, still standing, its upper floors dark, its lower floors lit by emergency lighting that nobody was using anymore. He could see the lights too, the ones to the south. Closer now, or maybe just more visible in the darkness. You should sleep. He turned. Yusuf settled down beside him, his back against the wall. Can't. I know the feeling. Yusuf followed his gaze to the lights. What do you think it is? I don't know. Industrial facility maybe, power plant, something with generators. Or something worse. Maybe. They sat in silence. Outside, the city was quiet. No traffic, no sirens, no voices. Just the wind and the distant rustle of leaves and occasionally faintly the sound of whispers. I've been thinking about something, Yusuf said. What? About why this is happening, the dead rising, the whispers. He shook his head. It doesn't make scientific sense. Dead tissue can't move. Decomposed brains can't think. But it's happening anyway. What are you saying? I don't know. Yusuf's voice was soft. Maybe that we're not supposed to understand. Maybe that some things are beyond us. Beyond science, beyond reason. He paused. Beyond human understanding. Marcus thought about Mrs. Patterson, whispering her dead husband's name. About Rico, calling for his mother. About the chorus in the morgue, all those voices saying all those names, reaching for connections that had been severed by death. If there's a God, he said slowly, what kind of God would allow this? The same kind who allows everything else. Yusuf's voice was gentle. The kind who gave us free will. The kind who lets us make our own choices, even the terrible ones. That's not an answer. No, it's not. Yusuf looked at him. But maybe the answer isn't the point. Maybe the point is what we do now, how we respond, who we choose to be when everything falls apart. Marcus didn't respond. He didn't have the words. But something in his chest loosened, just a little. Just enough to let him breathe. Lily found him later when Yusuf had gone to check the perimeter. She was supposed to be sleeping, but her eyes were wide open, and she was clutching Mr. Button so tightly his button eyes looked worried. I can't sleep, she said. Me neither. She sat down beside him, close enough that her shoulder touched his arm. For a while they just looked out the window together. The city, the lights, the sky, where clouds were covering the stars. Dr. Chen? Yes? Is my daddy up there? She pointed at the sky. In heaven? Marcus's throat tightened. He thought about faith and doubt and the things you told children to make them feel safe. I don't know, he said finally. I hope so. Me too. Lily was quiet for a moment. Miss Jenny said that when people die, they go to a better place, but the people downstairs... Her voice trembled. They didn't go anywhere. They're still here, still walking around. That's different. How? Marcus didn't have an answer. He didn't know how any of this worked. He didn't know if there was a heaven or a hell or just an endless nothing. All he knew was that something terrible had happened, and people were suffering, and he had to try to make it better. I don't know, he admitted. But I know your daddy loved you. I know he was brave. And I know that whatever happens next, he'd want you to be brave too. Lily considered this. Then slowly she nodded. Okay, she said, I can be brave. I know you can. She leaned against him, her small body warm against his side. Within minutes, her breathing had evened out, and she was asleep. Marcus stayed awake, watching the city, watching the lights, thinking about tomorrow and all the tomorrows after that. Day 4 dawned gray and cold. Marcus woke to the sound of movement, people stirring, voices murmuring, the sounds of a group preparing to face another impossible day. We need to make a decision. Victor was standing in the center of the room, his voice carrying. We can't stay here. Not enough food, not enough water, not defensible enough. Where do we go? Someone asked. South. Victor pointed toward the lights they'd all seen. There's something there. Power, organization, could be salvation. Could be a trap. Dee said. Could be. But it's better than starving here. They debated, argued. Some wanted to stay to wait for rescue that might never come. Others wanted to leave immediately to take their chances on the road. Victor wanted to send scouts first. Elena wanted to keep the children hidden. In the end, it was Marcus who made the decision. We stay one more day, he said. Rest, recover, send scouts to gather information, and then we move. Who put you in charge? Someone asked. Marcus looked at the speaker, then at the rest of them. 31 faces, tired and scared and looking for someone to tell them what to do. Nobody, he said. But somebody has to decide. If you've got a better plan, I'm listening. Silence. That's what I thought. The scouts left at noon. Victor and 2 of his remaining guards headed south toward the lights. The rest of them spent the day preparing, gathering supplies, checking weapons, treating the wounded, mourning the dead. Tommy helped Marcus inventory the medical supplies. They'd managed to bring a decent amount from the hospital: antibiotics, bandages, painkillers, insulin for the diabetic patient. But it wouldn't last forever. Nothing would last forever. Hey, Doc, Tommy said as they worked. Yeah? Thanks for stopping me. In the stairwell. Tommy's hands were shaking as he sorted through the supplies. When I heard Rico's voice, He stopped. I almost went to him. You didn't. Because you stopped me. You stopped yourself. I just reminded you that what you were hearing wasn't your brother. Tommy was quiet for a moment, then. Is it true? What they're saying about the basement? What are they saying? That the bodies are talking. That they're calling for people they knew. That they... He swallowed. That they remember things. From when they were alive. Marcus thought about the whispers, about Mrs. Patterson, about the chorus in the morgue. I don't know, he said. I don't know if they remember or if it's just... He searched for the word. Echoes. Like a recording, playing back. There's no person in there anymore, just the shell, going through motions. That's not comforting. I know. Tommy was quiet then. Rico always hated his voice. Said he sounded like a girl. He'd be pissed to know people could still hear him. Marcus almost smiled. Almost. He'd be proud of you, he said, for keeping going. Maybe, Tommy shrugged. Doesn't feel like it. Feels like I'm just trying not to fall apart. That's what keeping going feels like, at least at first. Tommy considered this. Then he nodded once and went back to sorting supplies. Victor returned at dusk. It's real, he reported. Some kind of facility about 2 miles south, industrial, big. There's a perimeter. I saw guards, organized, armed, looked military. Did they see you? Marcus asked. Maybe. Hard to tell. Victor's face was unreadable. But I saw something else too. People going in. Survivors. They're letting people in. How do we know it's safe? We don't. But we heard radio broadcasts on the way there. Announcements. Someone saying they're offering shelter, supplies, protection. He paused. Someone calling himself Colonel Harker. Marcus looked at the others, at the hope in their faces. What do we do? Elena asked. We go, Marcus said. Tomorrow. All of us. What if it's a trap? Then we deal with it. But we can't stay here. We can't keep running from building to building, hiding in warehouses, hoping something gets better on its own. He looked at the faces around him. Whatever's waiting at those lights, it's something. And something is better than nothing. Nobody argued. They were too tired, too scared, too desperate for hope. Get some sleep, Marcus said. We leave at dawn. That night, Marcus had a dream. He was back in the car, the one from 5 years ago. Rain was hammering the windshield and Daniel was in the passenger seat bleeding, saying something Marcus couldn't hear. But this time, when Marcus tried to move, he could. He reached for Daniel, pressed his hands against the wound, said all the things he should have said, did all the things he should have done. And Daniel looked at him with those dying eyes and smiled. "It's okay," he said. "It was never your fault." Marcus woke up crying. Lily was beside him, her small hand in his, her eyes still closed. She murmured something in her sleep, something that might have been her father's name, and rolled closer. Marcus lay there in the dark, his face wet, his chest aching. Maybe Yusuf was right. Maybe the answer wasn't the point. Maybe the point was what you did now, who you chose to be, how you kept moving even when everything told you to stop. He thought about Daniel, about the brother he'd lost, the guilt he'd carried, the years he'd spent trying to earn redemption through saving others. He thought about Karl Kowalski, walking into a horde of infected to buy them time. He thought about Lily, who'd lost her father and was now holding Marcus's hand in her sleep, trusting him to keep her safe. Maybe redemption wasn't something you earned. Maybe it wasn't a debt that could be paid. Maybe it was something else entirely, a choice you made every day, every hour, every moment, a choice to keep going, to keep trying, to keep being human, even when humanity seemed like a cruel joke. Marcus didn't know if he believed that. He didn't know if he believed anything anymore. But lying there in the dark, with a little girl's hand in his and the sounds of sleeping survivors around him, he made a decision. He was going to try. Dawn came. Day 5. They gathered their supplies, checked their weapons, said quiet prayers or goodbyes or nothing at all. 31 people left the warehouse and started walking south toward the lights. Marcus was at the front with Victor and Yusuf. Lily walked beside him, her hand in his, Mr. Buttons tucked under her arm. The city was quiet around them. Gray sky, wet streets, abandoned cars. Here and there, infected wandered in the distance, but they didn't approach. Not yet. "How far?" Elena asked. 2 miles, Victor said. "Maybe less." 2 miles. In the old world, that was nothing. A quick drive, a short walk. Now it felt like a journey to another planet. They moved through the streets in silence, past buildings with broken windows and doors hanging open, past bodies that had been there for days, decomposing in the October chill. Past signs of violence and flight, and all the desperate things people did when the world ended. After an hour, they reached the edge of the industrial district. And there it was. The facility was enormous, a sprawling complex of buildings and smokestacks and razor wire lit by generators that hummed even in daylight. Marcus could see guards on the perimeter, armed and organized, could see other survivors being processed through a checkpoint, could see rising above it all a faded sign that read, "Carry Furnace." "What is this place?" someone whispered. "Old steel mill," Dee said. "Been abandoned for years. Guess someone decided to use it again." Marcus stared at the facility. At the lights, the guards, the promise of safety and shelter. At the thing that had drawn them through hell. He didn't know if it was salvation or something else. Didn't know if they'd made the right choice or the wrong one. Didn't know anything except that they were here now and there was no going back. "Come on," he said. And they walked toward the lights. But that was still to come. Now, on the night of day 3 in the warehouse by the river, Marcus sat by the window and watched the city burn in the distance. The hospital was still standing. He could see it, silhouetted against the smoke-orange sky. Could imagine what was happening inside, the dead rising, the whispers echoing through empty corridors. All those bodies in the basement finally freed from their drawers. He thought about everyone they'd left behind. The patients who couldn't be moved, the staff who'd volunteered to stay, the guards who'd held the lines while everyone else escaped. He thought about Karl Kowalski, who'd walked into a horde to buy them time. He thought about Daniel. In his arms, Lily stirred. She'd fallen asleep against him the way she'd done every night since he'd found her in that supply closet. Her father's badge glinted in the dim light. Mr. Buttons had fallen to the floor. Marcus picked up the rabbit, set it carefully beside her, brushed the hair from her face. "I'll keep you safe," he whispered. "I promise." Outside, the whispers continued. The dead calling for the living, the past reaching for the future. All those voices, all those names, all those broken connections that refused to die. Marcus listened, and in the silence between the whispers he heard something else, something that might have been hope, or might have been nothing at all. Tomorrow would come, and with it, new horrors, new choices, new chances to freeze or to move, new opportunities to fail or to try again. But that was tomorrow. Tonight, Marcus Chen sat in a warehouse in a dead city, holding a child who trusted him and let himself believe, just for a moment, that survival was possible, that redemption was possible, that he was allowed to see another sunrise, and far below the hospital, in the basement morgue, the dead continued to rise, drawer by drawer, body by body, 100 whispers becoming a chorus becoming a flood. They pressed against the doors. They filled the stairwells. They called out names they'd forgotten they knew, reaching for lives they didn't remember living. The hospital groaned under their weight, and in the darkness something changed. The whispers stopped. For a moment, just a moment, silence. Then together, 100 voices speaking in unison. "Come home." The doors burst open, and the dead began to climb. Marcus didn't know it yet, sitting in his warehouse watching the sky. Didn't know that the flood had started, that the hospital's defenses were failing, that 100 bodies were shambling up through the stairwells, drawn by sounds and memories and something else, something that none of them understood. He didn't know that by morning the hospital would be gone, that the horde would spill into the streets, that the nightmare was just beginning. He only knew that Lily was sleeping, that his people were safe, that tomorrow they would move toward the lights and hope for something better. He only knew that he was alive, and that for now, that was enough. The last thing Marcus saw before exhaustion finally took him was a single star breaking through the clouds. It was gone in a moment, swallowed by the smoke, but he'd seen it. And sometimes that was all you needed. A glimpse of light in the darkness, a reason to keep going, a reason to believe you were allowed to see another dawn. Marcus closed his eyes, and somewhere in the city of the dead, the whispers continued. Marcus realized what was in the morgue, not storage, not the dead waiting for burial, the dead waiting for resurrection, all of them. And they were waking up. The warehouse smelled like rust and old water. Marcus woke to gray light filtering through grimy windows, his back aching from the concrete floor, his neck stiff from sleeping against the wall. Lily was still pressed against his side, her breathing slow and even. Mr. Buttons clutched to her chest. For a moment, just a moment, he let himself believe they were somewhere else. A hospital break room, his apartment, anywhere but here. Then he heard the whispers, faint, distant, coming from somewhere outside, carried on the October wind. Names and fragments, that horrible chorus he'd hoped he'd never hear again. "They're getting closer?" Marcus looked up. Victor stood by the window, his silhouette sharp against the pale morning light. He hadn't slept. Marcus could tell from the rigid set of his shoulders, the way he held his weapon like it was fused to his hand. "How close?" Marcus asked. "Hard to say. Sound carries weird in the city, could be blocks away, could be around the corner." Victor turned. His face was drawn, shadows pooling under his eyes. "We need to move. We just got here. And staying here gets us killed." Victor's voice was flat, factual. "This building has 3 entrances and windows on every side. If a horde finds us, we're trapped." Marcus wanted to argue. His body was screaming for rest, for stillness, for just one moment where he didn't have to make decisions. But Victor was right. He was always right about things like this. "Give people an hour," Marcus said. "Let them wake up, eat something, check the wounded, then we move." Victor's jaw tightened. For a moment, Marcus thought he was going to push back. "1 hour," Victor said finally. "Then we're gone." The hour passed too quickly. Marcus used it to check on the wounded. 3 people with minor injuries from the escape, 1 with a sprained ankle, 1 with a gash on her arm that needed stitches. He did what he could with their limited supplies, his hands moving automatically, his mind elsewhere. 31 survivors. That's what they had. 31 people who'd made it out of the hospital alive, out of the 43 who'd started on the upper floors. 12 dead in 2 days. He kept running the number through his head, trying to make it mean something. 12 people who'd been breathing and talking and hoping, who were now just bodies, just meat, just fuel for the whispers. "You're thinking too loud." Yusuf appeared beside him, 2 protein bars in his hand. He offered one to Marcus. "I'm not hungry." "Eat anyway. You're no good to anyone if you collapse." Yusuf's voice was gentle but firm. "Doctor's orders." Marcus almost smiled. Almost. He took the protein bar, unwrapped it, forced himself to chew. It tasted like cardboard and chalk, but his stomach stopped complaining. "How are you doing?" he asked. "Really? Me?" Yusuf shrugged. "I'm alive. That's more than a lot of people can say." He paused. "I keep thinking about the ones we left behind, the patients who couldn't be moved, the staff who stayed to hold the lines." "Yeah. Do you think any of them made it?" Marcus thought about the hospital, about the morgue, full of bodies waiting to rise, about the security doors that had failed, the stairwells that had filled with the dead, the whispers echoing through concrete and steel. "I don't know," he said. "I hope so." But he didn't believe it, and from the look in Yusuf's eyes, neither did he. They moved out at 9 in the morning. Victor took point, 2 of his remaining guards flanking him. Marcus stayed in the middle with Yusuf, keeping an eye on the wounded. Dee brought up the rear, her silver hair pulled back, her eyes sharp and scanning. The streets were worse in daylight. At night, the darkness had hidden the details, the bodies on the sidewalks, the cars abandoned mid-intersection, the shop windows shattered and looted. Now in the gray October morning, everything was visible. Every horror, every loss. They passed a school bus on its side, the windows dark, the interior. Marcus looked away. Some things didn't need to be seen. "Where are we going?" Elena asked. She had Marco's hand in a death grip, her knuckles white. "Strip district," Victor said over his shoulder. "Old warehouses along the river, more defensible than this area, better supply options." "How far?" "Mile and a half, maybe 2. A mile and a half. In the old world, that was nothing. A 15-minute walk. Now with infected wandering the streets and 31 exhausted survivors, it felt like a marathon. They moved in silence, sticking to side streets, avoiding the main roads where abandoned cars created choke points. Every few minutes, someone would spot movement in the distance. A shambling figure, a group of 3 or 4, and they'd freeze, wait, change direction. The infected were everywhere, not in hordes, not yet, but scattered throughout the city like leaves after a storm. They wandered aimlessly, their gray eyes searching for something they couldn't remember, their mouths forming words that had lost their meaning. Marcus watched one of them from behind a dumpster. A woman in a nurse's uniform, her scrub stained with old blood. She was walking in circles around a bus stop, her head tilted, her lips moving. "Michael," she whispered. "Michael, where are you? Michael, the bus is late. Michael!" Lily's hand tightened in his. She was staring at the infected woman, her face pale. "Don't look," Marcus said quietly. "Keep your eyes on me." But Lily kept looking. And when they finally moved on, she asked the question Marcus had been dreading. Was she someone's mommy? Marcus's throat tightened. Probably. Is she sad, being like that? I don't know. She sounded sad. Lily's voice was small. She sounded like she missed someone. Marcus didn't have an answer for that. None of them did. They reached the strip district just before noon. The old warehouses loomed along the river, brick and steel and broken windows. Most of them had been converted to restaurants and shops before the outbreak. Artisanal food markets, craft breweries, trendy boutiques. Now they stood empty, their doors hanging open, their interiors dark. There! Victor pointed to a building at the end of the street, larger than the others with fewer windows and a loading dock that could be barricaded. That's our target. They approached cautiously. Victor went in first with his guards, clearing room by room while the rest of them waited outside. 10 minutes passed. 20. Then Victor's voice on the radio. Clear. Bring them in. The warehouse was better than Marcus had hoped. 2 floors, 1 main entrance, loading dock in the back with a steel rolling door. The windows on the ground floor were small and high. Too small for a person to fit through. Too high for the infected to reach. Upstairs, a row of offices overlooked the main floor and a narrow staircase led to the roof. This will work, Victor said. For now. They set up camp. People spread out across the main floor, claiming corners and alcoves, building small nests out of whatever they could find. Someone discovered a stack of moving blankets in a storage closet. Someone else found a case of bottled water still sealed. Marcus found a spot near the stairs, where he could see both the main entrance and the offices above. Lily sat beside him, drawing in a notebook she'd found somewhere, simple pictures, stick figures and houses and what might have been a dog. Is this our new home? She asked without looking up. For now. I like the hospital better. Me too. It had beds. She continued drawing, her crayon moving in slow circles, and food that was warm, and my daddy. Marcus didn't know what to say. He reached out, put his hand on her shoulder. She leaned into it just slightly and kept drawing. The first supply run went out that afternoon. Victor led it, himself, Tommy, and 2 volunteers. They were going to hit the nearby shops, see what they could scavenge. Food, water, medicine, weapons, anything useful. Marcus wanted to go with them, but Yusuf talked him out of it. You're more valuable here, Yusuf said. If someone gets hurt, they need you. Not out there getting killed. I'm not going to get killed. That's what everyone says right before they get killed. Yusuf's voice was gentle but firm. Stay. Lead. That's what you're good at. Marcus didn't feel like a leader. He felt like a fraud, a man pretending to know what he was doing while the world collapsed around him. But he stayed. The supply run lasted 3 hours. When Victor's team returned, they were loaded down with canned food, bottled water, a first aid kit, and, improbably, a case of beer. Found it in a restaurant cooler, Tommy said, grinning for the first time since his brother died. Figured we could use something to celebrate. Celebrate what? Someone asked. Being alive. Tommy shrugged. That's worth celebrating, right? Nobody argued. That night they passed the beer around. Not enough to get drunk, just enough to take the edge off. And for a few hours the warehouse felt almost normal. People talked, laughed, shared stories about the world that used to be. Marcus sat apart from the group watching. He didn't drink, he never did, not since the accident, but he watched, and for a moment he felt something that might have been hope. Then the radio crackled. Everyone went silent. The radio had been dead since the hospital, no signal, no broadcasts, nothing but static. But now, cutting through the white noise, a voice. Shelter and security to all survivors. Repeat, this is Colonel James Harker of the Pennsylvania National Guard. We have established a secure facility at the Carey Furnace site south of the city. We are offering shelter and security to all survivors. If you can hear this broadcast..." Static swallowed the rest. "Carey Furnace," Victor said slowly. "That's the old steel mill, 3 miles south." "You know it?" Marcus asked. "I know of it. Been abandoned for years." Victor's eyes were calculating. "But it's defensible. On a peninsula, water on 3 sides. If someone's fortified it..." "It could be a trap," Dee said. She was sitting in the corner, her face half hidden by shadow. "Military broadcasts don't mean anything. Anyone can claim to be military." "She's right," Elena said. "We don't know who this Colonel Harker is. We don't know if he's even real." "We don't know anything," Marcus agreed. "But we heard lights. Saw them last night. Someone's out there. Someone with power, with organization. Someone who might help us," Yusuf added. "Or someone who might hurt us. But either way, we need to know more." They debated for another hour. Victor wanted to investigate immediately, send a team, make contact, assess the situation. Dee thought they should wait, gather more information, see if the broadcasts continued. Elena didn't care about Harker. She wanted to focus on survival, on building something here. In the end, they decided to wait. One more day. Let the wounded rest. Let the scouts do more reconnaissance. Then they'd decide. But that night, as Marcus sat by the window watching the sky, he couldn't stop thinking about the voice on the radio. Colonel James Harker, shelter and security. It sounded too good to be true. And in Marcus's experience, things that sounded too good to be true usually were. Day 5. Halloween. Marcus woke to the sound of screaming. He was on his feet before he was fully conscious, his hand reaching for the gun at his belt. Lily was awake too, her eyes wide, her mouth forming a question she didn't ask. "Stay here," Marcus said. "Don't move." He ran toward the sound. The screaming was coming from the loading dock. When Marcus got there, he found a crowd gathered around something on the floor. A person writhing, their back arched, their mouth open in a continuous wail. It was Jenkins, one of Victor's guards, the quiet one, the one who never talked about his family or his past. "What happened?" Marcus pushed through the crowd, dropped to his knees beside the man. "Jenkins, can you hear me? What?" Then he saw it. The bite mark on Jenkins's forearm, fresh, the blood still wet, the edges ragged and torn. "He went outside," someone said. "Said he heard something. We told him not to, but..." "When?" Marcus was already checking the wound, calculating the timeline. "How long ago?" "Maybe 10 minutes, 15. Too late for amputation." "Maybe. Probably." The bite was too close to the elbow, the infection already spreading through his system. But Marcus had to try. "Get me a tourniquet and something to cauterize with, now." People scrambled. Someone found a belt. Someone else produced a lighter and a hunting knife. Marcus worked fast, wrapping the tourniquet above the wound, cutting away the infected flesh, pressing the heated blade against the raw tissue. Jenkins screamed. The sound was inhuman, pain beyond anything Marcus had ever heard in a surgical suite. But he kept working, kept cutting, kept burning. When it was done, Jenkins had passed out from the pain and Marcus's hands were covered in blood. "Will it work?" Victor asked. His voice was neutral, but his eyes were cold. "I don't know." Marcus wiped his hands on his pants. "Maybe, if we caught it early enough. If the tourniquet slowed the spread, if... Yeah." Marcus looked at the unconscious man. "If." They moved Jenkins to one of the offices upstairs, away from the others. Posted a guard at the door. Marcus checked on him every hour, watching for signs of infection. The fever, the sweating, the look in the eyes that said the person you knew was already gone. For 6 hours, nothing. Jenkins slept, his breathing shallow but steady, his vitals stable. Then around sunset, He opened his eyes. They were still brown, still human. "Doc?" His voice was a croak. "Did it work?" Marcus felt something loosen in his chest. "Maybe. How do you feel?" "Like someone set my arm on fire." Jenkins tried to smile. It came out as a grimace. "But I'm still me. That's something, right?" "That's everything." They kept watching him through the night. By morning, the wound was healing normally. No black streaks, no spreading infection. Jenkins was weak, exhausted, but alive. 40% success rate, Marcus thought. That's what the rumors had said about early amputation and cauterization. 40% wasn't great odds, but it was better than 0. Day 6, All Saints' Day. The morning brought rain, cold, steady, the kind that seeped through cracks and turned everything gray. The warehouse leaked in 3 places, and they had to move some of the supplies to keep them dry. Marcus spent the morning checking on the wounded, adjusting bandages, rationing the antibiotics they had left. His mind kept drifting to other things, to the radio broadcast, to the lights across the river, to the question of what came next. They couldn't stay here forever. The supplies would run out. The infected would find them eventually. Something had to change. "You're doing that thing again." He looked up. Dee was standing over him, a cup of something hot in her hands. Coffee, he realized. Real coffee. "Where did you find that?" "Tommy's last supply run. Found a stash in one of the restaurants." She handed him the cup. "Figured you could use it." The coffee was bitter and too strong, but it was warm. Marcus drank it gratefully. "What thing?" he asked. "That thing where you stare at the wall and think about all the ways we're going to die." Dee lowered herself onto a crate beside him, her joints protesting audibly. "I've seen that look before. Had it myself more times than I can count." "I'm not." "Don't lie to me, doctor. I've been doing this job longer than you've been alive." Her eyes were sharp, assessing. "You're wondering if we made the right call, waiting here instead of going to that facility." Marcus didn't answer. He didn't need to. "Here's what I know," Dee said. "In 40 years of emergency nursing, I've learned one thing. You can't save everyone. You can try. God knows you can try, but sometimes people die no matter what you do. The only question is whether you let that break you or you keep going." "That's not very comforting." "I'm not here to comfort you. I'm here to tell you the truth." She paused. "You're doing fine, Marcus, better than fine. These people trust you. They look to you. Don't let them see you doubt yourself." "I'm not doubting myself. I'm doubting everything else." "Same thing, hun." Dee stood, her knees cracking. "Same thing." The tunnel run was Elena's idea. She found Marcus in the afternoon, her face drawn, her hands restless. "We need to go back," she said. "Back where?" "The hospital. The tunnels." She was speaking fast, the words tumbling over each other. "We left too quickly. There might be supplies we missed. Medicine, equipment, things we need. The hospital is overrun." "The hospital is, but the tunnels might not be." Elena's eyes were bright, almost feverish. "We came through them once. We know the route. If we're careful, we might still die." Marcus shook his head. "It's not worth the risk." "It's always worth the risk." Elena stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Marcus, we have 31 people here. Some of them are injured, some of them are sick. We have antibiotics for maybe another week, painkillers for less than that. If someone needs surgery, I know. Then you know we have to try." She grabbed his arm. "I'm not asking you to come. I'm asking you to let me go, me and whoever else is willing." Marcus looked at her. At the desperation in her eyes, the fear she was trying to hide beneath the determination. He thought about Marco, about the way Elena held his hand like she was afraid he'd disappear if she let go. She wasn't doing this for supplies. She was doing it because she needed to do something. Needed to feel like she had some control, some agency in a world that had stripped everything away. He understood that feeling. He lived with it every day. "I'll talk to Victor," he said. The team went out the next morning. Victor led it, he insisted, said he knew the tunnels better than anyone now. Elena went too, along with Tommy and 2 volunteers. Marcus stayed behind again, his protests overruled by Yusuf's calm logic. "You're more valuable here," Yusuf said. "You know this." "I'm tired of being valuable." "Too bad." Yusuf smiled, but his eyes were worried. "Just be here when they get back. That's all anyone asks." They left at dawn, disappearing into the gray morning mist. Marcus watched them go from the roof of the warehouse, tracking their progress until they rounded a corner and vanished. The waiting was the hardest part. He tried to stay busy, checking on Jenkins, who was improving daily, inventorying supplies, playing cards with Lily, who beat him 3 times in a row at Go Fish. But his mind kept drifting back to the tunnels, to the darkness, to all the things that could go wrong. The hours crawled by. Noon came and went, then 1 o'clock, 2. By 3, Marcus was starting to pace. "They'll be back," Yusuf said. "You don't know that." "No, but I believe it." Yusuf's voice was calm, steady. "And right now, belief is all we have." At 4:30, the radio crackled. "Marcus? Marcus, do you copy?" Elena's voice. Alive. He grabbed the radio. "I copy. Where are you?" "Half a mile out. We're coming in, but we have a problem." "What kind of problem?" A pause. Static. Then quietly, "I've been bitten." They came through the loading dock as the sun was setting. Victor first, his face grim. Then Tommy carrying a crate of supplies. Then the 2 volunteers, both looking shell-shocked. And finally Elena, her left arm wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, her face the color of old paper. Marcus was waiting for them. "Show me," he said. Elena unwrapped the bandage. The bite was on her forearm, not as bad as Jenkins's, but bad enough. Deep, ragged, the skin torn in a half-moon pattern. "When?" Marcus asked. 6 hours ago, maybe 7. Elena's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "We were in the tunnels. There was a horde. They came out of nowhere. I got separated. By the time Victor found me, 6 hours. Marcus did the math in his head. Transformation timeline, 8 to 18 hours, typically. If she'd been bitten 6 hours ago, she should already be showing symptoms. The fever, the sweating, the distant look in the eyes, but she wasn't. Her skin was cool, her eyes were clear. Her vitals, when he checked them, were normal. "I don't understand," she said. "I should be turning, I should be—" "I know." Marcus checked her arm again, looking for signs of infection. The wound was inflamed, but normally so, the kind of inflammation you'd expect from any deep puncture, not the black-streaked horror of the infected. "Maybe you got lucky," Tommy said. He was standing by the door, his face pale. "Maybe the bite didn't go deep enough." "It went deep." Elena held up her arm. "Look at it. That thing had its teeth in me." "Then why aren't you turning?" Nobody had an answer. They moved Elena to one of the upstairs offices, the same one where Jenkins had recovered. Posted guards, checked on her every hour. Marcus hardly slept. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Elena's arm, the bite marks, the impossible fact of her continued survival. By morning, nothing had changed. Elena was still Elena, still human, still alive. "I don't understand," Marcus said. He was sitting across from her, his head in his hands. "Everything we know about this infection says you should be dead. Or worse. But I'm not." "No, you're not." He looked up at her. "Elena, I need to ask you something. Have you been bitten before, exposed to infected blood, anything that might explain—" "No, never." She paused. "At least not that I know of." But in the hospital, during the evacuation, there was so much chaos, blood everywhere. I could have been exposed without knowing it. And that made you immune? I don't know. Maybe. She wrapped her arms around herself. Or maybe I'm just lucky. Is that so hard to believe? It was. In Marcus's experience, luck didn't exist. There was only cause and effect, action and consequence. If Elena wasn't turning, there had to be a reason. But right now, the reason didn't matter. What mattered was that she was alive. We'll keep watching, he said. Another 24 hours if nothing changes. Then what? Marcus didn't have an answer. The supplies they'd brought back from the tunnels changed things. Antibiotics, painkillers, surgical tools, IV bags, and fluids. Not enough to stock a hospital, but enough to make a difference. Enough to give them options they hadn't had before. But the tunnels had cost them too. They'd lost one of the volunteers. Marcus never even learned his name. He'd been grabbed in the darkness, pulled away from the group, gone before anyone could help. They'd heard his screaming for what felt like hours, echoing through the concrete passages, mixing with the whispers until it was impossible to tell them apart. There was nothing we could do, Victor said. His voice was flat, mechanical. If we'd gone back for him, we'd all be dead. I know. I had to make a choice. I know. Victor was quiet for a moment. Then, I've made a lot of choices like that. In the service, in this job. You learn to live with them. Or you learn to pretend you can. Marcus thought about Daniel. About the choices he hadn't made, the actions he hadn't taken, about the guilt he'd carried for 5 years. The weight that never seemed to get lighter. Does it get easier? He asked. No. Victor met his eyes. But you get stronger, or you break. Those are the only options. Day 7. Elena still hadn't turned. Marcus checked her every few hours, looking for any sign of infection. Temperature, pupil dilation, skin color, cognitive function. Every test came back normal. Every examination showed the same thing. A woman who should have been dead, alive and well. Maybe she's immune, Yusuf suggested. They were sitting in the main warehouse area watching the afternoon light filter through the high windows. We've heard rumors, 1 in 10,000, something like that. Rumors aren't science. No. But science doesn't explain this either. Yusuf shrugged. Maybe some things are beyond explanation. Maybe that's okay. You think God made her immune? I think God works in mysterious ways, Yusuf smiled. I also think it doesn't matter why she's immune. What matters is that she is. And that might be important. Important how? I don't know. But if one person can survive a bite, maybe others can too. Maybe her blood, her antibodies. He trailed off. I'm not a scientist, but it seems like something worth exploring. Marcus thought about that, about the implications. If Elena was immune, truly immune, her blood might hold the key to understanding the infection, to fighting it, maybe even to curing it. But that was a long way off. Right now, they were just trying to survive. That night, the dreams came back. Marcus was in the car again. The rain, the windshield. Daniel in the passenger seat, his face pale, his hands pressing against the wound in his side. But this time, the dream was different. This time, Daniel spoke. It wasn't your fault, he said. His voice was calm, peaceful, not the panicked, rasping Marcus remembered from that night. You know that, right? It was never your fault. I froze, Marcus said. I just sat there while you were in shock. You were hurt. You were human. Daniel smiled. The smile Marcus remembered from before. Bright, genuine, full of life. Being human isn't a crime, brother. I should have saved you. Maybe. Maybe not, but you didn't, and that's okay. Daniel reached out, put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. The question isn't what you should have done. The question is what you're going to do now. Marcus woke up gasping, his face wet with tears he didn't remember crying. Lily was beside him, her hand on his arm, her eyes worried in the dim light. "You were talking," she said, "in your sleep. You kept saying a name." "What name?" "Daniel." She tilted her head. "Who's Daniel?" Marcus's throat was tight. He couldn't speak, couldn't explain. "He was my brother," he said finally. "He died. A long time ago." "Like my daddy?" "Yeah." Marcus pulled her close, let her warmth anchor him. "Like your daddy." They sat like that for a while in the darkness, listening to the rain on the roof. Marcus thought about the dream, about Daniel's words, about the question he'd asked. "What are you going to do now?" He didn't have an answer, but for the first time in 5 years he felt like one might be possible. Day 8 brought the first frost. Marcus woke to ice on the windows, to breathe that fogged in the air, to people huddling under every blanket they could find. The warehouse had no heat. The power had failed days ago, and the cold seeped in through every crack and gap. "We need to find better shelter," Yusuf said. His voice was steady, but Marcus could see the concern in his eyes. "This cold will kill us faster than the infected." "I know." "The radio broadcast, the facility." Yusuf paused. "Maybe it's time." Marcus thought about Harker, about the voice on the radio, the promises of shelter and security, about the lights across the river burning in the darkness like a beacon or a trap. "We need more information," he said, "before we go anywhere." "Then let's get it." Yusuf gestured toward the window. "Victor's been wanting to send scouts. Let him. Let's find out what we're dealing with." Marcus nodded slowly. It was the right call, the only call really. They couldn't stay here forever, and they couldn't go blindly into something they didn't understand. "Okay," he said, "set it up." The scouting party left that afternoon. Victor led it, he always did, with 2 of his remaining guards. They were going to circle around to the south, get a look at the Carey Furnace facility, assess its defenses and its people. "We'll be back by dark," Victor said. "If we're not, don't send anyone after us." "I've heard that before." "I mean it." Victor's eyes were cold, steady. "If something happens to us, you take these people and you run. North, away from the city, find somewhere safe." "There is no somewhere safe." "Then find somewhere less dangerous." Victor checked his weapon, holstered it. "That's all any of us can do." He left. Marcus watched him go. The same way he'd watched Elena's team go, the same helpless feeling in his chest. The waiting was always the hardest part. They came back just before sunset. Victor first, his face unreadable. Then his guards, both looking shaken. And between them, Marcus's heart dropped. A stranger. A woman, her hands bound, her face bruised, her clothes torn. She walked between Victor's guards like a prisoner, her head down, her shoulders slumped. "What is this?" Marcus demanded. "Who?" "We found her outside the facility," Victor said. "Running. She says she escaped." "Escaped from what?" The woman looked up. Her eyes were hollow, haunted. The eyes of someone who'd seen things she couldn't unsee. "From Harker," she said. "From the colonel." Her name was Rosario. She'd been with a group of survivors, 20 people, hiding in a church across the river when Harker's soldiers found them. They'd been brought to Carey Furnace, promised safety, promised food and shelter and a new beginning. "At first it was good," Rosario said. She was sitting in one of the offices wrapped in a blanket, a cup of water clutched in her shaking hands. They had power, heat, real food. It felt like the world hadn't ended. "What happened?" Marcus asked. "The rules happened." Her voice was bitter. "Harker has rules, lots of rules, about what you can say, where you can go, who you can talk to, and if you break them..." She stopped. Her hands were shaking so badly that water sloshed over the rim of the cup. "What happens if you break them?" Marcus pressed. "You disappear." Rosario looked up at him. My husband broke a rule. He asked too many questions, and one morning he was just gone. They told me he'd been transferred, that he was doing important work somewhere else, but I knew. Knew what? That they killed him. Her voice cracked. They kill anyone who doesn't follow the rules, anyone who questions, anyone who... She couldn't continue. The sobs took over, racking her body, stealing her words. Marcus looked at Victor. Victor's face was stone. Is this true? Marcus asked. I don't know, but I know what I saw. Victor's voice was low. The facility is fortified, armed guards everywhere, people working, but not... He searched for the word. Not freely, like they were afraid. Afraid of the infected? Afraid of each other. They debated for hours. Some people wanted to go anyway. Harker's rules couldn't be worse than the cold, the hunger, the constant threat of the infected. Others wanted to stay put, to build something here, to take their chances with the world they knew rather than the devil they didn't. Marcus listened to it all. He didn't speak much, just let the arguments wash over him, weighing each one, trying to find the truth buried in the fear. What do you think? Yusuf asked when the others had gone to sleep. I think we need more information, Marcus said. One woman's story isn't enough. She could be lying. She could be mistaken. She could be telling the truth. Yeah, Marcus rubbed his eyes. She could be. So what do we do? I don't know. Marcus looked out the window at the darkness, at the distant glow of lights that marked Carey Furnace. But we can't stay here forever. The cold is coming. The supplies will run out. Eventually, we're going to have to make a choice. What if the choice is between bad and worse? Then we choose the less bad and we make the best of it. Marcus turned back to Yusuf. That's all we can do. That's all we've ever been able to do. Yusuf was quiet for a moment. Then he reached out, put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. Whatever happens, he said, I'm with you. You know that, right? I know. God willing and the creek don't rise? God willing. Day 9. The morning brought more cold, more rain, more of the grinding exhaustion that had become their constant companion. Marcus checked on the wounded, rationed the supplies, held a meeting to discuss their options. No one had any good ideas. They were trapped by the cold, by the infected, by their own fear. Every path forward seemed to lead somewhere worse. That afternoon, Tommy found him in the main warehouse area, staring out the window at nothing. Hey, Doc. Marcus turned. What is it? I've been thinking. Tommy shifted his weight from foot to foot, his nervous energy barely contained. About the tunnels, about how I knew them. You said you worked down there before. I lied. Tommy's face was pale. I didn't work down there. I hid down there when I was running from the cops, when I was... He stopped. I wasn't a good person, Doc. Before all this, I was a thief, a dealer. I sold pills to kids. I did things I'm not proud of. Marcus waited. He could see Tommy struggling, see the words fighting to get out. My brother Rico, he was better than me. Always was. He went straight, got a job, tried to make something of himself, and I... Tommy's voice cracked. I got him killed. He was at the hospital because of me. Because someone I sold to stabbed him in a bar fight because I couldn't... Tommy. Don't! Tommy held up his hand. Don't tell me it wasn't my fault, because it was. Everything that happened to Rico was my fault, and now he's dead and I'm here, and it should have been me. Marcus thought about Daniel, about the guilt he'd carried for 5 years, the weight that never seemed to get lighter. About all the things he should have done, should have said, should have been. You want to know a secret? Marcus said. Tommy looked at him. My brother Daniel died 5 years ago. Car accident, I was driving. Marcus's voice was steady, but something in his chest was cracking open. We got hit by another car and he was hurt, bad, and I just sat there, watched him bleed. Couldn't move, couldn't do anything. Jesus. I became a surgeon because of him. Because I wanted to make sure I never froze again. Never let anyone die because I was too scared to act. Marcus paused. But here's the thing, I still freeze. Every time something goes wrong, every time someone gets hurt, there's a moment, just a moment, where I can't move, can't think, can't do anything but watch. Then how do you... I force myself, I push through. I do the job even when every part of me is screaming to stop. Marcus met Tommy's eyes. That's all any of us can do. We carry the guilt. We live with the weight. And we keep going because the alternative is giving up. And I'm not ready to give up. Tommy was quiet for a long time. Then slowly he nodded. Neither am I, he said. That night something changed. Marcus was sitting by the window watching the rain when Lily appeared beside him. She was carrying Mr. Buttons as always, but something about her posture was different. Straighter, more certain. I've been thinking, she said. About what? About my daddy. She sat down beside him, her legs dangling over the edge of the crate. He always said that when bad things happen, you have two choices. You can be sad and give up. Or you can be sad and keep going. Your daddy was smart. He was. Lily nodded solemnly. So I've decided. I'm going to be sad, but I'm not going to give up. Marcus felt something loosen in his chest. He reached out, pulled her close. That's good, he said. That's really good. Can I tell you something else? Anything. I'm glad you found me. Lily's voice was small but steady. In the hospital, when everything was scary and bad, I'm glad you were there. Marcus's throat was tight. He couldn't speak. My daddy asked you to take care of me, Lily continued. And you did. You are. She looked up at him, her gray eyes bright. So thank you. Marcus held her, felt her warmth, her trust, her fragile hope. You're welcome, he said. And for the first time since Daniel died, the guilt felt just a little bit lighter. Day 10. The morning brought news. Victor returned from another scouting mission, his face grim. He gathered the leadership, Marcus, Yusuf, Dee, Elena, in one of the upstairs offices and closed the door. We have a problem, he said. What kind of problem? The infected. There's a horde forming, south of here, maybe 2 miles. Victor's voice was flat, mechanical. Hundreds of them, maybe more, moving this direction. Marcus's stomach dropped. How long until they get here? Hard to say. A day? 2? They're slow, but they don't stop. Victor paused. And there's something else. They're not just wandering. They're following something. A sound, a signal, something that's drawing them. What kind of signal? I don't know. But whatever it is, it's getting louder. And the horde is getting bigger. Victor met Marcus's eyes. We can't fight that many. Not with what we have. If they find us, we die. Yeah. Silence. The weight of it pressing down on all of them. We have to move, Elena said. Find somewhere else, somewhere. Where? Dee's voice was sharp. We've been over this. Every option has risks. Every path leads somewhere dangerous. Harker's facility, Marcus said slowly. Carry Furnace. After what Rosario told us? What choice do we have? Marcus looked around the room. We can't stay here. We can't outrun a horde, and we can't survive the cold much longer. He paused. Harker might be a monster, but at least he's human. At least we can reason with him. Negotiate. Find a way to make it work. Or he kills us and takes our supplies, Victor said. Maybe, but that's a risk we might have to take. They debated for another hour. The same arguments, the same fears, the same impossible choices. But in the end, there was only one path forward. We go to Harker, Marcus said. Tomorrow, all of us. We take our supplies, our weapons, our people, and we hope for the best. Nobody argued. They were too tired, too scared, too desperate for any path forward, even one that led to uncertainty. That night, Marcus found Dee on the roof. She was sitting on a ventilation unit staring out at the city. The rain had stopped and the sky was clear, the first clear sky in days. Stars glittered above them, cold and distant. "Can't sleep?" Marcus asked. "Never could on nights like this." Dee didn't turn around. "Herman used to tease me about it. Said I had the insomnia of a teenager and the body of an old woman. Tell me about him." Dee was quiet for a moment. Then, "We met 50 years ago. I was 16, he was 18. He worked at his father's shop, hardware, over in the South Side. I used to walk past it on my way to school." She smiled, but it was sad. He had the worst pickup lines you've ever heard, just terrible. But he was persistent. Finally wore me down. Sounds like a good man. He was. He had his flaws, stubborn, couldn't admit when he was wrong, snored like a freight train. But he was good. Her voice softened. "We were married 47 years, had 2 kids, 5 grandkids, built a life together, and then..." She stopped. Her hands were clenched in her lap. "What happened?" Marcus asked. "Heart disease. Been coming for years, but we thought we had more time. Always think we have more time, don't we?" She shook her head. "He was supposed to have surgery, triple bypass. We were at the hospital when the outbreak started." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. He had a good life. A long life. More than most people get." Dee finally turned to look at him. "But I'll tell you something. When I saw him down there in the tunnels, when I saw what he'd become, that wasn't Herman. That was something wearing his face, using his voice. The man I loved was already gone." "How did you do it?" Marcus asked. "How did you pull the trigger?" "Because I had to. Because someone had to. Because the alternative was letting that thing walk around in his body, whispering his words, pretending to be him." Her eyes were hard. "I gave him a mercy he would have wanted. And then I kept going. That's all any of us can do." Marcus thought about Daniel, about the body he'd never seen, the funeral he'd barely remember, about the guilt that had defined him for 5 years. "I couldn't save my brother," he said, "when he died. I just sat there and watched. I know. It's been 5 years and I still can't..." "I know." Dee reached out, put her hand on his arm. "But here's the thing, doctor. Whatever you did or didn't do, it's done. You can't change it. You can only change what comes next." "What if I can't?" "Then you try anyway." She squeezed his arm. "And you keep trying until you can." They sat in silence for a while, watching the stars. The night was cold, but something in Marcus felt warm. "Thank you," he said finally. "For what?" "For telling me the truth. For not pretending it's going to be okay." Dee smiled just a little. "I'm too old for pretending. Ask me anything, I'll tell you straight." Marcus nodded. He stood, brushed off his pants, started toward the stairs. "Doctor?" He turned. "I'm proud of you," Dee said. "For what it's worth. You're doing better than you think." Marcus didn't know what to say, so he just nodded and went back inside. The evacuation began at dawn. 30 survivors gathered their supplies, checked their weapons, said their prayers. Marcus walked among them, offering encouragement, checking on the wounded, making sure everyone was ready. Elena found him near the loading dock. "Are you sure about this?" she asked. Her arm was healed now, fully healed with no trace of infection. It should have been impossible. But there it was. "No," Marcus said, "but I'm sure about the alternative. We can't survive another week here. The cold, the horde, the supplies, something's going to kill us. And Harker might not. Harker might be a threat. But he's a human threat. That means we can deal with him, negotiate, find a way to make it work. Or he kills us all. Maybe. Marcus looked at her. But I'd rather die trying to live than die waiting to die, wouldn't you? Elena was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. Okay, she said, let's go. They moved out in a long column, Victor at the front, Marcus in the middle with the wounded and children, Dee bringing up the rear. The streets were quiet, the horde hadn't arrived yet, and the scattered infected were easy to avoid. The walk took 3 hours, through the warehouse district, across the bridge, along the river's edge where the water ran gray and cold, past abandoned factories and empty lots and all the detritus of a city that had died. By noon, they could see it. Carey Furnace rose before them like a cathedral of rust and steel. The old smokestacks reached toward the sky, skeletal fingers clawing at the clouds. Behind the chain-link fence, figures moved, people alive, working. This is it, Victor said. Last chance to turn back. Nobody moved. Okay then. Victor started forward. Let's see what we're dealing with. They were stopped at the gate by armed guards. The soldiers, because that's what they were, soldiers, in military uniforms with military weapons, looked them over with suspicious eyes. One of them, an older man with sergeant's stripes, stepped forward. State your business. We're survivors, Marcus said. From the city. We heard your radio broadcasts. We're looking for shelter. How many? 30. The sergeant's eyes narrowed. That's a lot of mouths to feed. We have supplies, skills. We can contribute. Everyone says that. The sergeant turned to one of his men. Get the colonel. Tell him we have new arrivals. They waited. Marcus used the time to study the facility. It was larger than he'd expected. Multiple buildings connected by walkways and fences, generators humming, lights blazing even in daylight. He could see people inside, moving with purpose, building something. It looked organized, civilized, safe. But Rosario's words echoed in his head. They kill anyone who doesn't follow the rules. After 15 minutes, a figure emerged from the main building. Colonel James Harker was exactly what Marcus expected and nothing like he imagined. Tall, silver-haired, with the bearing of a man who'd spent his life giving orders. His uniform was crisp, his posture perfect, his eyes were cold. Welcome, Harker said, his voice smooth and cultured. I'm Colonel Harker. I understand you're seeking shelter. We are, Marcus said. I'm Dr. Marcus Chen. These are my people. A doctor. Harker's eyes flickered with interest. Useful, very useful. He looked past Marcus, surveying the group. 30 survivors, wounded among them, children. Yes, and you've come from the city through all of that? We have, Harker nodded slowly. Impressive. Most groups don't make it this far. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Well, you're here now, and we have room. Not much, but enough. What do you want in return? Want? Harker raised an eyebrow. Dr. Chen, I don't want anything. I'm offering you safety, food, shelter, a chance to rebuild. He spread his hands. All I ask is that you follow the rules. Contribute to the community. Be part of something larger than yourself. What rules? Simple ones. Work your share. Don't cause trouble. Respect the chain of command. Harker's smile widened. Is that so much to ask? Marcus looked at the facility, at the armed guards, at the people inside working under watchful eyes. He thought about Rosario, about the fear in her voice, about her husband who'd asked too many questions and disappeared. He thought about his own people, 30 survivors exhausted and cold and desperate for somewhere safe. What choice did they have? We'll need to discuss it, Marcus said, with my people. Of course, take all the time you need. Harker gestured toward the gate. In the meantime, please come inside, rest, eat, see what we've built here. His eyes met Marcus's. "I think you'll be impressed." They went inside. The interior of Carey Furnace was even more impressive than the exterior. The main building had been converted into a kind of community center. Dining hall, sleeping quarters, medical facility, even a school for the children. People moved with purpose, working on various tasks, their faces tired but determined. It looked like civilization, but Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was the guards. They were everywhere, on the walls, in the corridors, standing at every intersection, and the people they watched, they moved carefully, spoke carefully, never quite meeting each other's eyes. "What do you think?" Yusuf asked quietly. "I don't know." Marcus watched a group of workers carry supplies across the courtyard. "It's everything they promised. Shelter, food, safety, but it doesn't feel right." "No, it doesn't." They were given quarters in one of the converted buildings, a former machine shop now divided into small rooms with cots and blankets. Marcus settled his people, checked on the wounded, made sure Lily was comfortable. Then he went to find Dee. She was standing by a window looking out at the compound. Her face was unreadable. "What's your read?" Marcus asked. "It's a prison," Dee said flatly. "A comfortable prison, but a prison all the same." "That obvious?" "To someone who's been around, yeah." She turned to him. "Look at the guards, the way they're positioned. They're not watching the perimeter, they're watching the people. That's not defense, that's control." "You think Rosario was telling the truth? I think this place has rules that we don't understand yet, and I think breaking them has consequences we don't want to learn about." Marcus thought about that. About Harker's cold eyes, about the way the workers moved, careful and watchful. "What do we do?" "For now, nothing. We play along, learn the rules, figure out what we're dealing with." Dee's voice hardened. "And then we decide, stay and survive, or fight and maybe die. Those are our only options?" "They usually are." That night they gathered in Marcus's quarters. It was cramped. Too many people in too small a space, but they needed to talk, to decide, to figure out what came next. "What do we know?" Marcus asked. "Harker's organized," Victor said. "More than organized. He's built something here. A real community. Food production, security, infrastructure. Whatever else he is, he knows what he's doing." "But?" Elena prompted. "But it's not a democracy. It's a dictatorship. Harker gives orders. Everyone follows, and if you don't, you disappear," Marcus finished. "Like Rosario's husband." "Maybe. We don't know that for sure. Do we want to find out?" Silence. The weight of the question pressing down on all of them. "We could leave," Tommy said, "and go back to the city, find somewhere else." "Where?" Dee asked. "The horde is coming. The cold is getting worse. Every place we've tried has fallen. Then we stay here, follow the rules, make the best of it. And if the rules turn out to be worse than we thought?" Nobody had an answer. Marcus looked around the room, at the faces of the people who'd trusted him, followed him, survived because of him. At Lily, asleep in the corner, her small body curled around Mr. Button's. He thought about Daniel, about the guilt he'd carried for 5 years, about the question he'd asked in the dream. "What are you going to do now?" "We stay," Marcus said. "For now, we learn, we watch. We figure out what's really happening here, and then we make a decision." Marcus's voice was firm, but not blind, not desperate. "We make it with our eyes open, knowing exactly what we're choosing." "And if Harker doesn't give us that choice?" Marcus thought about the cold eyes, the armed guards, the people moving carefully under watchful gazes. "Then we deal with it," he said, "together." The days that followed were strange. They were given work assignments. Marcus to the medical facility, Yusuf to nursing, Victor to security, which felt more like surveillance, Elena to child care. They fell into a routine, a rhythm, a semblance of normal life. And yet, Marcus kept watching, kept listening, kept cataloging the small things that didn't add up. The way people went quiet when guards approached, the whispered conversations that stopped mid-sentence when someone new entered the room, the empty quarters in the eastern wing that nobody talked about. And Harker, always Harker. The colonel moved through the compound like a king, greeting people by name, asking about their families, their work, their concerns. He was charming, attentive, generous. He was also terrifying. There was something behind those eyes, something cold and calculating, measuring every person, every word, every gesture. When Harker looked at you, Marcus felt like he was being evaluated, assessed, weighed against some invisible standard. Most people didn't notice. They saw the charming smile, the helpful manner, the organized community. They didn't see what was underneath. But Marcus saw, and what he saw scared him. A week after their arrival, Marcus found himself alone with Harker. It was late, past midnight, and Marcus had been checking on a patient in the medical facility. A child with a fever, nothing serious. When he stepped outside, Harker was waiting. "Dr. Chen, burning the midnight oil?" "Just checking on a patient." "Always the dedicated physician." Harker fell into step beside him, walking slowly through the compound. "I've heard good things about your work. The other doctors speak highly of you. Thank you. You're also a leader. I've noticed that." Harker's voice was casual, but his eyes were sharp. "Your people follow you, trust you. That's rare in times like these. I just try to do what's right. Do you?" Harker stopped, turned to face him. "And what is right, Dr. Chen? In a world where the dead walk and the living hide? Where every decision is a choice between bad and worse?" Marcus didn't answer. "I've thought about that question a lot. Harker continued. "Since the outbreak began. Since I realized that the old rules didn't apply anymore." He paused. "Do you know what I concluded?" "What?" "That right and wrong are luxuries we can't afford. That survival is the only morality that matters. That the strong have a duty to lead and the weak have a duty to follow." Harker's eyes met his. "Does that make me a monster, doctor?" "I don't know." "An honest answer. I appreciate that." Harker smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "Most people lie to me. Tell me what they think I want to hear, but you're different. You see things, question things. Is that a problem? That depends entirely on what you do with what you see." Harker leaned closer. "I like you, Dr. Chen. You're useful, capable, a man who could do great things in the right circumstances." He paused. "But I should warn you. Questioning too much can be dangerous. Some questions are better left unasked. And if I ask them anyway," Harker's smile widened, "then I suppose we'll find out what kind of man you really are." He walked away, leaving Marcus alone in the darkness. The next morning, Marcus called a meeting. They gathered in his quarters again. Victor, Yusuf, Dee, Elena, Tommy, the core group, the people he trusted. "We have a problem," Marcus said. "Harker?" Victor asked. "Harker." Marcus recounted the conversation, the thinly veiled threats, the implications. When he finished, the room was silent. "He knows," Dee said finally. "He knows we're watching him." "Maybe, or maybe he's just paranoid." Marcus shook his head. "Either way, we need to be careful. He's already suspicious." "What do we do?" "We keep watching, keep learning. But we need to be smarter about it." Marcus looked around the room. "And we need an exit strategy, a way out if things go wrong." "The fences," Victor said. "There's a weak point on the eastern perimeter. I've seen it. If we needed to get out fast." "How fast?" "Fast enough, maybe. Maybe's better than nothing." Marcus turned to Elena. "Your arm, the immunity." Have you told anyone here? No. You told me not to. Good. Keep it that way. Marcus paused. Harker's building something here, a kingdom, and he'll do anything to protect it. If he found out about your immunity, he'd use me. Or worse. Elena nodded slowly. Her face was pale, but her eyes were determined. I understand, she said. I'll be careful. The days continued. Marcus worked in the medical facility, treating injuries and illnesses, learning the rhythms of life in Carey Furnace. He watched Harker, watched the guards, watched the careful dance of power that defined every interaction. And he waited. He didn't know what he was waiting for. A sign, an opportunity, something that would tell him what to do. But nothing came. Just the endless routine, the careful pretense, the slow grinding tension of living under someone else's control. 2 weeks after their arrival, it happened. A man named Thompson, one of the workers in the food production area, was accused of hoarding supplies, stealing extra rations for his family. He was brought before Harker in the central courtyard. The whole community was ordered to watch. Marcus stood in the crowd, his heart pounding, watching as Thompson was forced to his knees. We have rules, Harker said, his voice carrying across the courtyard. Simple rules, fair rules. Everyone contributes their share. Everyone receives their share. It's the foundation of our community. Thompson was crying. Please, my children, they're hungry. I just wanted... You wanted more than your share. Harker's voice was soft, almost gentle. You wanted to take from others, from your neighbors, from your community. It won't happen again, I swear, please. I know it won't. Harker drew his pistol. Marcus couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but watch as Harker raised the weapon, pressed it against Thompson's forehead, and pulled the trigger. The shot echoed across the courtyard. Thompson's body slumped to the ground. Someone screamed. Someone else started crying. But Harker just holstered his weapon, turned to face the crowd. This is what happens when we break the rules, he said. This is the price of betrayal. His eyes swept across the assembled survivors. Does anyone have questions? Silence. Absolute silence. Good. Harker smiled. Back to work. That night, Marcus found Lily crying. She'd heard the shot. Everyone had. And even though she hadn't seen what happened, she knew. Children always knew. Why? She asked, her face wet with tears. Why did he do that? Marcus didn't have an answer. He held her, let her cry, felt his own helplessness like a physical weight. I don't know, he said. Sometimes people do bad things, even people who seem nice. Are we safe here? I'll keep you safe. The words felt hollow, but he said them anyway. I promise. Cross your heart. Cross my heart. Lily buried her face against his chest. Her small body shook with sobs. And Marcus made a decision. He didn't know how, didn't know when. But he was going to get his people out of here. Away from Harker. Away from this prison disguised as salvation. Whatever it took. The next morning, he called another meeting. We're leaving, he said. When? Victor asked. Soon. As soon as we can figure out how. Marcus looked around the room. Harker just executed a man for stealing food. This is what we're dealing with. This is who he is. Where do we go? I don't know. But anywhere is better than here. We don't have enough supplies for a long journey, Dee pointed out, and the horde is still out there, moving, growing. Then we gather supplies, plan our route, find a way to survive. Marcus's voice was firm. I'm not asking you to follow me blindly. I'm asking you to trust me, to believe that we can make it. Silence. The weight of the decision hanging in the air. Then Yusuf spoke. I trust you, he said. Always have, always will. Me too, Elena added. Same, Tommy said. One by one they agreed. Victor was last, his face unreadable. "It's a risk," he said finally. "A big one." "I know. But staying here is a bigger risk." Victor nodded slowly. "I'm in." Marcus felt something loosen in his chest. Relief, gratitude, something that might have been hope. "Okay," he said. "Let's get to work." The planning took days. They gathered supplies in secret: food, water, medicine, weapons. They mapped escape routes, identified safe houses, calculated distances and timelines. They worked in whispers and shadows, always watching for Harker's guards. It was exhausting, terrifying. Every day felt like it might be their last. But they kept going, because the alternative was staying, and staying meant surrendering to Harker's rule, becoming part of his kingdom, losing themselves in the process. Marcus wouldn't accept that. Not for himself, not for his people, not for Lily. The night before they planned to leave, Marcus found himself on the roof. The sky was clear, another rare night of stars. And the city spread out below him, dark and silent. He could see the lights of Carrie Furnace behind him, the distant glow of the Horde's path ahead. Two impossible choices, two paths that both led to danger. But at least this time the choice was his. Couldn't sleep? He turned. Yusuf was climbing up through the hatch, his breath fogging in the cold air. "Never can before something big." "Me neither." Yusuf settled beside him, looking out at the city. "You know what I keep thinking about?" "What?" "My grandmother, back in Nigeria. She used to tell me stories when I was little, about the old days before the Europeans came, about how our people survived wars and famines and all kinds of terrible things." "What did she say?" "She said that survival wasn't about being the strongest or the smartest. It was about holding on to each other, about remembering that we're not alone." Yusuf smiled. "She'd be proud of us, I think, of what we've built here." "We haven't built anything yet." "Haven't we?" Yusuf turned to him. "Look at these people, brother. They were strangers 2 weeks ago, now they're family. They'd die for each other. They'd kill for each other." He paused. "That's not nothing, that's everything." Marcus thought about that, about the people sleeping below, the survivors, the wounded, the children, the strangers who'd become his responsibility, his family, his reason to keep going. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For being here, for believing in me." "Always, brother." Yusuf put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. "God willing and the creek don't rise." "God willing." They left at dawn, 30 survivors moving quietly through the compound, slipping through the gap in the eastern fence that Victor had identified. The guards were changing shifts, their attention elsewhere. It was now or never. Marcus was the last through the fence. He looked back at Carrie Furnace one final time. The lights, the walls, the promise of safety that had turned out to be a lie. Then he turned and followed his people into the dawn. The journey was hard. The Horde had passed through the area days before, leaving destruction in its wake. Buildings collapsed, streets blocked with abandoned vehicles. Bodies everywhere, some moving, some not. They moved carefully, quietly. Victor at the front, Marcus in the middle, D at the rear. The same formation they'd used a dozen times before. But this time felt different. This time felt like an ending and a beginning. They traveled for hours, putting distance between themselves and Harker's reach. By noon, they'd made it to the river, the same river they'd crossed 2 weeks ago when everything had seemed hopeless. "Where to now?" Elena asked. Marcus looked across the water, looked at his people, looked at the world that had ended and the world that was beginning. "North," he said. "Away from the city, away from Harker, away from all of it. And then we find somewhere safe. We build something new. We survive." It wasn't much of a plan, but it was something. And sometimes that was enough. They found the warehouse by accident. It was Tommy who spotted it. A brick building on the riverfront, smaller than their previous shelter but more intact. The windows were intact. The doors were solid. And when Victor's team cleared it, they found supplies, food, water, blankets. Someone had been here before. Someone who'd left in a hurry. "This will work," Victor said. "For now." They settled in, made camp, posted guards, did all the things that had become routine, the rituals of survival that kept them moving forward. That night, Marcus sat by the window again, watching the water, watching the sky, watching the lights across the river, not Harker's facility, but something else, something new. "What is that?" Lily asked. She was beside him as always, Mr. Buttons in her arms. "I don't know. It looks pretty." "Yeah." Marcus watched the lights flicker and dance. "It does." He didn't know what they meant, didn't know if they represented hope or danger, salvation or destruction. But for the first time in weeks, he felt something other than fear. He felt possibility. The radio crackled that night. They'd found it in the warehouse, an old ham radio, battery-powered, still working somehow. Yusuf had been tinkering with it, trying to find a signal, and now, cutting through the static, a voice. "All survivors. This is Colonel James Harker. We are offering shelter and security at our facility. If you can hear this broadcast, please respond. Repeat, we are offering shelter and security." Marcus reached over and switched off the radio. "That's getting old," Tommy said. "Yeah." Marcus looked at the radio, at the silence it represented, at all the lies wrapped in the promise of safety. "Do you think there's anyone else out there?" Elena asked. "Besides Harker? There has to be." Marcus thought about the lights across the river, about the vast world beyond their small corner of survival. We're not the only ones who made it. There are others. Finding them. That's the next step. And if we find them, what then? Marcus looked at his people, at the faces he'd come to know as well as his own, at the family they'd built from the wreckage of the old world. "Then we help each other," he said. "That's what we do. That's who we are." Day 10. Marcus woke to sunlight. Real sunlight streaming through the windows, turning the dust motes into gold. For a moment, just a moment, he forgot where he was. Forgot what had happened. Forgot everything except the warmth on his face. Then reality came rushing back. He got up, checked on the wounded, made his rounds. The same routine he'd followed for days now. The rhythm of survival that kept him sane. But something was different today. The air felt cleaner. The weight felt lighter. And when he looked at his people, he saw something he hadn't seen in weeks. Hope. They were going to make it. He didn't know how, didn't know when. But somehow, some way, they were going to survive, and that was enough. That afternoon, Lily tugged on his sleeve. "Dr. Chen, look." He followed her gaze to the window. Across the river, through the haze of afternoon light, he could see something. Lights. Real lights. Not the cold glow of Harker's facility, but something warmer. More welcoming. Coming from the south, from a place they hadn't explored yet. "What is that?" Marcus asked. "I don't know." Victor appeared beside them, his face drawn. "But I've been watching it all day. It's getting brighter." "Industrial?" "Maybe. It's hard to tell from here." Victor paused. "But whatever it is, it's big, organized, real." Marcus stared at the lights, at the possibility they represented, at the hope and danger mixed together in that distant glow. "We should investigate," he said. "Tomorrow?" "Tomorrow." That night they gathered in the main room. 30 survivors sharing food and stories and the simple comfort of human presence. Marcus sat in the corner watching them, feeling something he couldn't name. Pride, maybe, or gratitude, or just the strange, unexpected joy of being alive. Yusuf found him there. "You're doing that thing again," he said. "What thing?" "That thing where you watch everyone and think about how we got here." Yusuf smiled. "It's a good thing, brother. It means you care." "I do care." "I know." Yusuf sat beside him. "That's why we follow you." They sat in silence for a while, listening to the conversations around them. Tommy was telling a story about his brother making people laugh. Dee was teaching a group of kids how to play cards. Elena was singing softly to Marco some lullaby in Spanish. It looked like a family. It felt like a family. And for the first time in years, Marcus felt like he belonged. The lights were clearer the next morning. Marcus stood on the roof, watching them through a pair of binoculars they'd found in the warehouse. He could make out shapes now: buildings, smokestacks, the distinctive silhouette of an industrial complex. "What do you see?" Victor asked. "Something big. South of here, maybe 2 miles. Across the river." Marcus lowered the binoculars. "It looks organized. Lights, movement, people. Another facility? Maybe. Or something else. Should we investigate?" Marcus thought about it, about the risks, about the possibilities, about the endless dance of survival that defined their existence. "Yes," he said finally, "we should." They prepared a scouting party. Victor, Marcus, Tommy, and 2 volunteers. They'd cross the river, approach the facility, assess the situation. Everyone else would stay behind, guarded and ready. It was risky. But then everything was risky these days. "Be careful," Yusuf said as they prepared to leave. "Always am." "Liar." Yusuf smiled, but his eyes were worried. "Just come back. That's all I ask." "I will." They left at noon, crossed the river on a bridge that was still intact somehow, moved through empty streets, past abandoned buildings, through the desolate landscape of a city that had died. And finally, after 2 hours of careful progress, they saw it. Carey Furnace. But not the Carey Furnace they'd fled. This was different. The lights were brighter, the activity more intense, and at the center of it all, rising above the smokestacks, a flag, a real flag, waving in the November wind. "What the hell?" Tommy breathed. Marcus didn't answer. He just stared at the facility, at the flag, at the inexplicable sight before him. Something had changed. Something had shifted, and he had no idea what it meant. They watched the facility for an hour. People were moving freely, without the careful tension they'd seen before. There were no guards on every corner, no weapons visible, just people, working and talking and living. "Something's different," Victor said. "This isn't the same place we left." "How is that possible?" "I don't know, unless..." "Unless what?" Victor was quiet for a moment, then, "Unless Harker's gone." The thought hit Marcus like a physical blow. Harker's gone. Was it possible? Had something happened in the 2 weeks since their escape? A coup? An accident? Something worse? "We need more information," he said. "Agreed." Victor checked his weapon. "But carefully. We don't know what we're walking into." They approached the facility slowly, keeping to cover, watching for any sign of threat. But none came. The people they passed barely glanced at them, more concerned with their work than with strangers. Finally, they reached the main gate, the same gate where they'd been stopped 2 weeks ago, the same guards. But now the guards were smiling. "Welcome back," one of them said. "We've been hoping you'd return." Inside, everything was different. The tension was gone. The fear was gone. People moved freely, laughed openly, gathered in groups without the constant watchfulness that had defined life under Harker. And in the central courtyard where Thompson had been executed, there was a memorial, a simple marker with flowers and candles, a reminder of what had happened. and a promise that it wouldn't happen again. "What happened here?" Marcus asked. The man who answered was older, gray-haired, with the bearing of someone who'd seen too much. His name was Henderson, and he'd been part of Harker's council. "The colonel is dead," Henderson said. 3 days ago there was an accident, the fuel depot. He was inspecting it when—" He shook his head. "It happened fast." "An accident?" "Yes." Henderson's eyes were steady. "An accident." Marcus understood. Some accidents weren't accidents. Some deaths were necessary, and some questions were better left unasked. "What happens now?" "Now we rebuild. Properly this time, with rules that protect people, not control them." Henderson paused. "We could use your help, Dr. Chen. We could use all of you." Marcus thought about it, about the warehouse on the river, about his 30 survivors waiting for him to return, about the world that had ended and the world that was beginning. "I need to talk to my people," he said. "Of course. Take all the time you need." He returned to the warehouse that night. Everyone was waiting, gathered in the main room, faces tight with worry, questions they were afraid to ask. "What happened?" Yusuf demanded. "What did you find?" Marcus told them. About the facility, about Harker's death, about Henderson's offer, about the possibility that had seemed impossible just days ago. A real community, a safe place, a future. They debated for hours. Some wanted to go, some wanted to stay, some wanted to investigate further before making any decisions. In the end, it was Lily who settled it. "I want to go home," she said quietly. "I want somewhere safe. Somewhere with walls and food and people who don't hurt each other." Marcus looked at her, at the hope in her eyes, at the exhaustion that had become their constant companion. "Okay," he said. "We'll go." They moved to Carey Furnace the next day, all 30 of them with their supplies and their wounded, and their fragile hopes. Henderson met them at the gate, welcomed them, assigned them quarters. It was surreal. The same facility that had been a prison, now offering genuine sanctuary. Marcus spent the first day in the medical facility treating patients, getting to know the staff. The work was familiar, comforting, normal. That night he found himself on the roof again. The stars were out, another clear night, another moment of impossible beauty in a world that had ended. Below him the facility hummed with life, with hope, with the promise of something better. Yusuf found him there. "Can't sleep?" "Never can after something big." "Big." Yusuf smiled. "Brother, this might be the biggest thing we've done yet." "Yeah." Marcus looked at the stars. "I know." They stood in silence for a while, watching, breathing, existing. "Do you think we'll be okay here?" Yusuf asked finally. "I don't know." Marcus thought about all they'd been through, all they'd lost, all they'd survived. "But I think we have a chance. A real chance. That's more than we've had in a while." "Yeah," Marcus smiled. "It is." Below them, Lily was asleep in her new room. She had a real bed now, a small one with clean sheets and a warm blanket. Mr. Buttons was beside her, worn and battered, but still watching over her. And beside the bed, her father's badge gleamed in the moonlight. Marcus had placed it there himself, a reminder of where she'd come from, and a promise of where she was going. 3 days later, Dee found him in the medical facility. "You need to see this," she said. He followed her to the roof, to the eastern edge of the facility, to the view of the river and the city beyond. And there, in the distance, lights, different lights, moving, flickering, spreading across the riverbank. "What is that?" Marcus asked. "Survivors," Dee said. "Hundreds of them, maybe more. They've been gathering on the other side of the river for days." "Why?" "Because they heard about us. Dee's voice was quiet. Word's spreading, Doctor, about what we've built here, about what's possible. Marcus stared at the lights, at the people they represented, at the hope and responsibility mixed together in that distant glow. What do we do? He asked. What do you think? Dee met his eyes. We help them, that's what we do. That night Marcus called a meeting, not just his original 30, everyone. The whole community gathered in the central courtyard, their breath fogging in the November air. He stood before them, looked at their faces, remembered all the faces that weren't there, the ones they'd lost, the ones who hadn't made it. And he spoke. We've built something here, he said. Something real. Something worth protecting, but we can't do it alone. Out there, he gestured toward the river. There are people who need help. People who are scared and tired and desperate for somewhere safe. He paused, looked at Lily, at Yusuf, at Elena and Tommy and Victor and Dee, at all the faces that had become his family. I'm not going to lie to you, he continued. It's going to be hard. We're going to have to sacrifice. Give up things we need, share things we'd rather keep. But that's what survival means. That's what being human means. He took a breath. So I'm asking you, not telling, asking. Will you help me? Will you help them? Will you be part of something bigger than yourselves? Silence, the weight of the question hanging in the air. Then Yusuf spoke. I'm in. Me too, Elena said. Same, Tommy added. One by one they agreed, every person in the courtyard raising their hands, making their choice, and Marcus felt something he hadn't felt in 5 years. Peace. They started the next morning, building bridges, literal and metaphorical, reaching out to the survivors across the river, bringing them in, one group at a time, feeding them, clothing them, giving them a place to belong. It was hard work, exhausting work. The kind of work that never seemed to end. But it was good work, meaningful work, the kind of work that made the weight on Marcus's shoulders feel just a little bit lighter. 2 weeks later, Lily found him on the roof again. Dr. Chen? Yeah? Are we going to be okay? Marcus looked at her, at the hope in her eyes, at the trust she'd placed in him from the moment he'd found her in that supply closet. I don't know, he said honestly. But I think so. I hope so. Me too, Lily smiled. My daddy always said that hoping is the first step. You have to hope before you can have. Your daddy was smart. He was the smartest. She paused. I think you're smart too. Marcus felt something tighten in his chest. Not pain, not grief. Something else. Thank you, he said. They stood together watching the stars, watching the city, watching the world that had ended and the world that was beginning. And across the river the lights continued to grow. Hundreds of survivors now, maybe thousands, all of them looking toward Carrie Furnace, all of them hoping for something better. Marcus didn't know if he could give them what they needed. Didn't know if he could keep all his promises, protect all his people, carry all the weight that had been placed on his shoulders. But he was going to try. For Lily. For Yusuf. For Daniel. For everyone. The last thing Marcus saw before he went inside was the flag. It was still flying. Still waving in the November wind. A symbol of something that had survived the end of the world. A symbol of hope. And as Marcus watched it, he felt something shift in his chest. The guilt was still there, it would always be there, but it wasn't crushing him anymore. It wasn't defining him. He was more than his failures, more than his fears, more than the man who'd frozen while his brother died. He was Marcus Chen, and he was going to survive. They all were. That's Carrie Furnace, Victor said, his voice strange. The old steel mill. Someone's taken it. Through the rain, the industrial silhouette glowed like a beacon. Or a warning. Marcus hadn't intended for that to happen. In his mind, the Strip District building was supposed to be temporary, a way station, a place to catch their breath before moving on. But 11 days had passed since they'd fled the hospital, and somehow the cold brick walls and leaking roof had transformed into something resembling shelter. He stood at the window, watching the November rain streak down the grimy glass. Dawn was breaking over Pittsburgh, gray and weak, the kind of light that never quite managed to push back the darkness. Across the river, the glow of Carey Furnace still burned, an impossible beacon in a dead city. "You're up early?" Marcus turned. Elena was behind him, 2 cups of something warm in her hands. She'd found a stash of instant coffee 3 days ago, rationed it carefully, made it stretch. The cups she offered were more hot water than coffee, but the warmth was enough. "Couldn't sleep," he said. "Join the club." She handed him a cup, settled against the wall beside him. Her left arm, the one that should have killed her, the one that carried an immunity none of them understood, was wrapped in a clean bandage. Force of habit now, even though the wound had healed completely. "How are you feeling?" Marcus asked. "Fine. Better than fine, actually." Elena took a sip of her coffee substitute. "Marco's sleeping. First full night in a week." "That's good." "It is." She was quiet for a moment. "He asked about his father last night." Marcus didn't know what to say. Marco's father had been in the city when the outbreak started, one of the first infected, according to Elena, one of the first whispers in the chorus of the dead. "What did you tell him?" "The truth, that his father loved him, that sometimes bad things happen to good people." Elena's voice was steady, but her eyes were wet. "That's all we can do, right? Tell them the truth and hope it's enough." Marcus thought about Lily, about the questions she asked, the answers he didn't have, about the weight of promises he wasn't sure he could keep. "Yeah," he said, "that's all we can do." By mid-morning, the warehouse had come alive. 34 survivors now. They'd lost 2 more in the days since leaving the hospital, gained 3 from a group they'd found hiding in a restaurant basement. The numbers kept shifting, the faces changing, but the rhythm remained the same. Wake up, check the perimeter, ration the food, plan for tomorrow, survive. Marcus moved through the building, checking on the wounded, adjusting medications, answering questions he didn't have answers to. It was the work he knew, the work that kept him sane, and he lost himself in it the way he always had. But part of him was always watching the way people moved, the way they talked, the way they looked at each other. He'd learned to read the signs of a group under pressure, the small conflicts that could become big ones, the tensions that simmered beneath the surface. In the hospital, those tensions had been contained by routine, by authority, by the illusion of normalcy. Here they had nothing but each other. "We need to talk about the supplies." Victor had found him in the corner where Marcus had been checking on an elderly woman with a persistent cough. The security director looked like he hadn't slept in days. Dark circles under his eyes, stubble on his jaw, the rigid posture of a man holding himself together through sheer force of will. "What about them?" Marcus asked. "We're running low. Food for maybe another week. Water's okay, but the filtration system is failing. Medicine." Victor's jaw tightened. "You know better than I do." Marcus did know. He'd been tracking the supplies obsessively, watching the numbers dwindle, calculating how long they could stretch what they had. The answer was always the same. Not long enough. "We need to scavenge," he said. "Where?" "We've hit everything within a mile. The grocery stores are picked clean. The pharmacies are either empty or overrun. There has to be something." "There isn't." Victor's voice was flat. "Not here. Not close enough to be safe." He paused. "But there might be somewhere else." Marcus looked at him. The facility. Carry furnace. Yeah. Victor turned toward the window, toward the distant glow across the river. They have power. That means they have resources, organization, maybe enough to share. Or maybe they shoot strangers on sight. Maybe. But we've been listening to their broadcasts for a week now. They're offering shelter, food, security. Victor met his eyes. It might be a trap, but it might be our only option. Marcus thought about the voice on the radio. Colonel James Harker. The smooth tones, the promises of safety, something about it had always felt wrong, too polished, too perfect. But Victor was right. They were running out of options. We need more information, Marcus said, before we make any decisions. Then let's get some. The scouting party left that afternoon. Victor led it, himself and 2 of his remaining guards. They'd circle around to the south, approach the facility from a distance, gather what intelligence they could. The plan was simple: observe, don't engage. Learn what they were dealing with before committing to anything. Marcus stayed behind. Someone had to lead in Victor's absence, and despite his protests, that someone was always him. He spent the afternoon checking on the wounded, rationing supplies, settling the small disputes that arose from too many people in too small a space. Normal work, important work, the kind of work that kept him from thinking about everything else. But the thoughts came anyway. He thought about Daniel, about the accident, about 5 years of guilt that had become so familiar it felt like part of him. He thought about Lily, asleep in the corner with Mr. Buttons, her father's badge still around her neck. He thought about the lights across the river burning like a promise he wasn't sure he could believe. "You're doing that thing again." Marcus looked up. Yusuf was settling onto the crate beside him, that familiar gap-toothed smile softening the worry in his eyes. "What thing?" "The thing where you stare at nothing and think about all the ways this could go wrong." Yusuf bumped his shoulder gently. "You need a new hobby, brother." "I'll add it to the list." Marcus rubbed his eyes. "How are people doing?" "Scared, tired, hungry." Yusuf shrugged. "The usual. But they're holding together, that's something." "Is it enough?" "It has to be." Yusuf's voice was quiet. "That's the thing about faith, Marcus. Sometimes it's not about believing everything will be okay. It's about believing you can survive even if it isn't." Marcus thought about that. About the kind of faith that didn't promise miracles, only endurance. About the strength it took to keep going when the world gave you no reason to. "I don't know if I have that kind of faith," he said. "You do." Yusuf met his eyes. "You just don't call it that." Victor returned at dusk. His face was unreadable as he gathered the leadership in one of the upstairs offices. Marcus, Yusuf, Dee, Elena. The core group, the people who made the decisions that no one wanted to make. "What did you find?" Marcus asked. "The facility is real. Organized, fortified." Victor's voice was clipped, efficient. "They've got maybe 200 people, armed guards, working infrastructure, food production. It's impressive." "But," Dee prompted. "But something's off." Victor paused. "The guards aren't just watching the perimeter. They're watching the people, and the people, they move carefully, like they're afraid of something." "The infected?" "No, something else." Victor met Marcus's eyes. "I couldn't tell what, but the feel of the place is wrong, like a prison dressed up as a community." The room was quiet. Marcus thought about the radio broadcasts, the promises of shelter and security, about the voice that had always seemed too polished, too perfect. "What do you recommend?" he asked. "We need more information. Direct contact, maybe. Send a small group to make an approach, see what they're really offering." Victor's jaw tightened. "But carefully, very carefully." Marcus looked around the room, at the faces of the people who'd trusted him, followed him, survived because of him. at the weight of the decision pressing down on all of them. "Okay," he said. "We'll send a team. Me, Elena, Tommy, and Yusuf. We'll make contact, assess the situation, report back." "That's a lot of key people to risk," Dee said. "I know. But if we're going to commit to something like this, we need to see it ourselves, not rely on second-hand reports." Marcus stood. "We leave tomorrow morning." That night, Marcus found Lily awake. She was sitting by one of the high windows, her face pressed against the glass, staring out at the darkness. Mr. Buttons was in her lap, his button eyes reflecting the faint light from outside. "You should be sleeping," Marcus said. "I know." She didn't turn around. "I was dreaming about Daddy." Marcus's chest tightened. He crossed to her, lowered himself to the floor beside her. "What kind of dream?" "A good one. He was teaching me to ride a bike, in the park by our house." Her voice was distant, dreamy. "He kept holding on to the back of the seat, telling me I was doing great. And then he let go and I was riding by myself and he was clapping and smiling and—" She stopped. Her shoulders shook. "I woke up before I could finish," she said. "I wanted to see what happened next." Marcus didn't know what to say. He reached out, put his arm around her, let her lean against him. "Your daddy loved you very much," he said. "I know. He asked me to take care of you, and I'm going to, no matter what." Lily was quiet for a moment, then, "Are you going away tomorrow?" "For a little while. I'm going to check something out, something that might help us." "Will you come back?" The question hit him like a fist. He thought about all the promises he'd made, all the ones he'd failed to keep. About Daniel bleeding in the passenger seat. About Karl Kowalski walking into a horde to buy them time. "I'll come back," he said. "I promise." "Cross your heart?" "Cross my heart." Lily nodded slowly. Then she pulled something from her pocket, a small drawing folded in half, the paper smudged with crayon. "I made this for you," she said, "for when you're away, so you remember." Marcus unfolded the paper. The drawing was simple. Stick figures, a house, a sun. 2 figures holding hands, one tall and one small. Underneath, in careful letters, Dr. Chen and me. His throat was tight, he couldn't speak. "Do you like it?" Lily asked. "I love it." He folded the paper carefully, tucked it into his pocket. "Thank you." "You're welcome." She yawned, her eyes already drooping. "Can you stay until I fall asleep?" "Of course." He stayed, watched her breathing slow, watched her face relax into something peaceful. And he wondered if he'd be able to keep his promise. Day 12. The morning was cold and clear, the first clear morning in a week, and Marcus stood at the warehouse door, checking his pack, preparing to leave. The team was small, himself, Elena, Tommy, and Yusuf. Victor had wanted to come, but someone needed to stay behind, to keep the group together, and Dee had made it clear that she wasn't going anywhere. "You come back," she said, her sharp blue eyes fixed on Marcus. "You hear me? You come back or I'll find your corpse and kill you again." "Noted." "I mean it." Her voice softened just slightly. "These people need you. That little girl needs you. Don't do anything stupid." "I'll try. Try harder." She turned and walked away, her silver braid swinging behind her. Tommy was bouncing on his heels, nervous energy barely contained. He'd been different since Rico's death, quieter, more focused, some of the manic edge smoothed away. But the energy was still there, just channeled differently. "Ready?" Marcus asked. "Born ready." Tommy grinned, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Let's go see what this Colonel Harker's selling." Elena was saying goodbye to Marco, holding him tight, whispering something Marcus couldn't hear. The boy's face was serious, too old for 9, eyes that had seen too much. "I'll be back soon," Elena said. Promise?" "Promise." She kissed his forehead, released him, turned to Marcus. Her face was composed, professional. Only the slight tremor in her hands betrayed her. "Let's go," she said. They went. The journey to Carey Furnace took most of the day. They couldn't take the direct route. The bridges were either destroyed or overrun. So they circled south through neighborhoods that had been abandoned and neighborhoods that had been destroyed and neighborhoods that sat silent and waiting like tombs. The infected were everywhere. Not in hordes, not anymore. The horde had moved on days ago, heading north toward something none of them understood. But the stragglers remained, scattered throughout the city, wandering alone or in small groups, their gray eyes searching, their mouths forming words that meant nothing. They moved carefully, quietly, avoiding contact whenever possible, dealing with it quickly when it wasn't. By mid-afternoon, they'd made it to the river's edge. Carey Furnace rose before them, massive, industrial, the smokestacks reaching toward the gray sky like fingers grasping for something they couldn't reach. Lights blazed from the complex, impossibly bright in the fading daylight. Marcus could see movement inside, people, vehicles, the organized bustle of a functioning community. "Impressive," Tommy said. "Yeah." Marcus studied the facility through the binoculars Victor had given him. Guards on the perimeter, armed, organized. They know what they're doing. Is that good or bad? Depends on whose side they're on. They found a position on a small hill overlooking the main gate, close enough to observe, far enough to escape if things went wrong. For an hour they watched, counted guards, mapped patrol patterns, studied the way people moved inside the perimeter. "What do you think?" Yusuf asked. "I think Victor was right." Marcus lowered the binoculars. "Something's off. The guards are watching the people as much as they're watching the perimeter." "So what do we do?" Marcus thought about it, about the risks, about the rewards, about the 34 people waiting for them back at the warehouse, running out of food and hope. "We make contact," he said. "See what they're offering. Then we decide." They approached the gate. The guards saw them coming. 4 figures emerging from the ruins, hands raised, weapons holstered. The guards tracked them with their rifles, faces blank, waiting. "Hold there." The command came from a sergeant, older, weather-worn, the stripes on his shoulder faded but visible. "State your business." "We're survivors," Marcus said. "From the city. We heard your radio broadcasts." "How many in your group?" 34. Wounded among us, children." The sergeant's eyes flickered. Something moved behind them. Calculation, assessment. "Wait here." He turned, spoke into a radio. Minutes passed. Marcus felt the weight of the rifles trained on them, the tension in the air. Then the sergeant returned. "The colonel will see you," he said. "Follow me." Colonel James Harker was waiting in what had been the mill's administrative building. The office was impressive, clean, organized, decorated with maps and charts and the kind of military precision that spoke of a man who'd spent his life giving orders. A flag hung on the wall behind the desk. American but modified, a crossed hammer and gear where the stars should have been. Harker himself matched his surroundings, tall, silver-haired, with the posture of someone who'd never questioned his right to command. His eyes were blue and cold and intelligent, studying them with the same analytical attention Marcus had seen in surgeons, in predators. "Dr. Chen." Harker's voice was smooth, cultured, the voice from the radio broadcasts, familiar now. "I've heard about you. The surgeon who led his people out of Presbyterian. Impressive work." "Thank you. Please sit." Harker gestured to chairs arranged before his desk. "You've come a long way. I'm sure you have questions." Marcus remained standing. So did the others. "We heard your broadcasts," he said. "Shelter, security, food. We wanted to see if it was real." "And what do you see?" "I see a well-organized facility, armed guards, working infrastructure." Marcus paused. I also see people who look afraid. Something flickered in Harker's eyes, gone almost immediately, replaced by that smooth mask. Afraid? Harker smiled. Dr. Chen, we've built something remarkable here. A functioning community in the middle of the apocalypse. Order where there was chaos, hope where there was despair. He spread his hands. If my people seem cautious, it's because they understand the value of what we've created. They know how fragile civilization can be. That's one way to look at it. What's another? Marcus met his eyes. That they're afraid of you. The silence stretched. Behind him, Tommy shifted his weight. Elena's hand moved toward her weapon, then Harker laughed. Directness. I appreciate that. He stood, walked to the window, looked out at the facility below. You're right, of course. Some of my people are afraid, not of me, of what happens without me, without rules, without structure. He turned back. Let me show you something, Dr. Chen. A demonstration of what we've built here. Then you can make your decision. They walked through the facility. Harker led them personally, pointing out the different areas. The food production facility powered by generators salvaged from the mill. The medical clinic stocked with supplies from raided hospitals. The dormitories where families lived in converted office space. The school where children sat in rows learning from books they'd never use in the old world. It was impressive. More than impressive. It was a miracle of organization in the middle of chaos. Everything Marcus had hoped for, everything he dreamed of for his people. But the wrongness was there too. The way people stopped talking when Harker approached. The way they moved aside, eyes down, bodies tense. The guards stationed at every corner, watching not the perimeter but the people inside. You've built something remarkable, Marcus said. We've built something necessary. Harker stopped in the central courtyard. Before the outbreak, I served for 30 years. Iraq, Afghanistan, places where the old rules didn't apply. I learned something in those places, Dr. Chen, something valuable. What's that? That civilization is a choice. Every day we choose order over chaos, law over violence, community over isolation. Harker's voice was calm, reasonable, the voice of a man explaining an obvious truth. But some people don't make that choice. Some people take more than their share. Some people put themselves before the group. And in a world like this, he gestured at the walls, the guards, the fortress they'd built. Those people are a threat to everyone. So you control them. I guide them. Correct them when necessary. Harker met his eyes. The old world was soft, Dr. Chen. It let people believe they could do whatever they wanted, take whatever they wanted without consequences. We don't have that luxury anymore. Here there are rules, and everyone follows them. What happens if they don't? Harker smiled. It was a cold smile, empty of warmth. Let me show you. They gathered in the courtyard. All of them, the entire community, summoned by the guards, arranged in neat rows like soldiers at inspection. Marcus stood with his team at the edge of the crowd, watching, feeling the tension building like pressure before a storm. A man was brought forward. He was young, mid-20s, dark hair, terrified eyes. His hands were bound behind his back. Two guards held his arms, forcing him to his knees in the center of the courtyard. This is Thompson, Harker said, his voice carrying across the crowd. 3 days ago, Thompson broke one of our rules. He hoarded food, took extra rations for himself while his neighbors went hungry. The crowd was silent. Not a whisper, not a cough. Marcus could feel the fear radiating from them, thick and palpable. In the old world, we might have given Thompson a warning, a second chance. Harker's voice was calm, reasonable. But this isn't the old world. Here, hoarding isn't just theft, it's betrayal. It puts every person in this community at risk. He drew his pistol. Marcus's heart stopped. "Thompson," Harker continued, "do you have anything to say?" The young man was crying now, tears streaming down his face. "Please, I have children. I just wanted, please. Your children will be cared for. They'll learn from your example." Harker raised the weapon. "That's more than you deserve." The shot echoed across the courtyard. Thompson's body slumped to the ground. Blood pooled beneath him, dark against the concrete. For a moment, nothing. Then Harker holstered his weapon, turned to the crowd. "This is what happens when we break the rules," he said. "This is the price of betrayal. Does anyone have questions?" Silence. "Good," Harker smiled. "Back to work." Marcus couldn't move. He stood frozen as the crowd dispersed, as guards dragged Thompson's body away, as Harker approached with that same cold smile. "I apologize if that was disturbing," Harker said. "But you wanted to see what we've built. This is part of it. The part that makes everything else possible." Marcus found his voice. "You murdered him." "I executed him. There's a difference." Harker's eyes were steady. "In the old world, we had courts, lawyers, due process. Here we have what works. And this works, Dr. Chen. Our crime rate is 0. Our compliance rate is perfect. Everyone contributes. Everyone survives. Because they're terrified. Because they understand consequences." Harker stepped closer. "I know what you're thinking, that I'm a monster, a tyrant. But tell me, how many people have you lost since the outbreak? How many died because someone panicked or took more than their share or made a selfish decision that cost others their lives?" Marcus thought about the hospital, about the evacuation, about all the small betrayals and desperate choices that had led to death. "Some," he admitted. "Here we've lost none. Not one person to human failure, not one death that could have been prevented by better discipline." Harker spread his hands. "That's what I'm offering you, Dr. Chen. Your people safe and fed and protected. All I ask in return is that you follow the rules." Marcus looked at Elena, at Tommy, at Yusuf. They needed to leave, now. "We'll need to discuss it with our group," he said. "Of course." "Take all the time you need," Harker smiled. "But don't take too long. The world out there is getting more dangerous by the day. You don't want to be caught outside when the next horde comes through." They left as soon as Harker let them. Through the gate, past the guards, into the ruined city beyond. They walked in silence until the facility was out of sight, until the glow of its lights was just a distant ember on the horizon. Then Tommy stopped. "What the fuck?" he said. "What the actual fuck?" "He executed a man." Elena's voice was shaking. "In front of everyone. Like it was nothing. It was a demonstration." Yusuf's face was grim. "For us. To show us what happens if we step out of line." "No." Marcus's voice was quiet. "It was more than that. He wanted to see how we'd react, whether we'd accept it." "And? Did we pass?" "I don't know." Marcus looked back toward the facility, toward the lights that burned like a promise he could no longer believe. "But I know one thing. We're not joining him. Not now. Not ever." "Then what do we do?" Elena asked. "We go back. We tell the others. And we figure out another way to survive." They reached the warehouse at midnight. The guards saw them coming, signaled them through. Victor was waiting inside, his face tight with questions he didn't ask. "Well," he said. Marcus told him. All of it. The facility, the organization, the execution. The cold smile on Harker's face as he pulled the trigger. When he finished, Victor was silent for a long moment. "So we're not going," he said finally. "No. Then we need another plan." Victor turned to the window, to the darkness outside. The supplies won't last forever, the infected are everywhere, and now Harker knows we're here. He knows we exist. He doesn't know where we are. Does that matter? He has resources, manpower. If he decides we're a threat, then we deal with it. Marcus's voice was firm. But we're not joining a monster to escape the monsters outside. Victor was quiet. Then he nodded slowly. Okay, we do it your way. His eyes met Marcus's. But if this goes wrong, then it goes wrong and we face it together. The next 3 days were hard. They rationed supplies, sent scavenging teams further afield, fortified the warehouse as best they could. Every day brought new challenges, new crises, new reasons to despair. But something had changed too. The group was pulling together, sharing what little they had, looking out for each other in ways they hadn't before. The execution had horrified them, but it had also shown them what they weren't, what they refused to become. Marcus found himself at the center of it all, mediating disputes, making decisions, carrying the weight that no one else seemed to want. It was exhausting, terrifying, and somehow improbably meaningful. On the 3rd day after the Carey Furnace visit, Tommy found something. "Doc!" He was breathless, sweating, his nervous energy channeled into excitement. You need to see this." "See what?" "I was scouting, right? Checking out this office building a few blocks over, and I found..." He stopped, grinning. "Just come with me." The building was a CDC field office. Marcus hadn't even known it existed. A small satellite facility tucked away in a nondescript building that could have been any other office in the city. But the CDC seal on the door was unmistakable, and inside... "Hello?" The voice came from the darkness. Calm, controlled. With an accent Marcus couldn't quite place. "Who's there?" he called. A figure emerged from the shadows. A woman, tall, regal-bearing, natural hair in twists, wearing a lab coat that had seen better days. Her eyes studied them with the analytical precision of a scientist examining specimens. "My name is Dr. Amara Osi," she said, "and I've been waiting for someone to find me." Amara's story came out in pieces. She'd been an epidemiologist with the CDC stationed in Pittsburgh to study a cluster of unusual illnesses that had appeared in the Carrick neighborhood weeks before the outbreak. When the infection spread, she'd barricaded herself in the field office, surviving on vending machine food and bottled water, waiting for a rescue that never came. "I've been here for 16 days, she said, 14 since the outbreak began. I've had time to think, to study, to try to understand." "Understand what?" Marcus asked. "The infection, what it is, how it spreads, why some people turn in hours while others last longer." She paused. "And why some people don't turn at all." Marcus's heart stopped. "What did you say?" "Immunity." Amara's eyes were bright. "There are rumors, stories of people who've been bitten but didn't change. 1 in 10,000, perhaps, maybe more." He thought about Elena, about the bite that should have killed her, about the impossible fact of her survival. "Elena," he said, "show her." Elena stepped forward, unwrapped the bandage on her arm. The bite mark was still visible, healed now but clearly recognizable. The scar of teeth, the mark of infection that hadn't infected. Amara's eyes widened. "How long ago?" 2 weeks, maybe more." "And you haven't shown any symptoms? No fever, no confusion, no..." "Nothing." Elena's voice was quiet. "I should be dead, or worse." Amara was already moving, pulling equipment from cabinets, setting up what looked like a makeshift laboratory. "I need to examine you, take blood samples, run tests." Her hands were shaking with excitement. "If you're truly immune, if we can understand why..." "What would that mean?" Marcus asked. Amara stopped, looked at him with eyes that were suddenly very serious. "It would mean hope," she said. "For the first time since this began." The examination took hours. Amara was thorough. Blood samples, tissue samples, every test she could perform with her limited equipment. Elena bore it patiently, her face composed, her eyes distant. When it was over, Amara sat back, her expression unreadable. "Well?" Marcus asked. "It's real. The immunity is real." Amara's voice was barely above a whisper. "Her blood shows markers I've never seen before. Antibodies that attack the infection, neutralize it before it can spread." She looked up. "I need more time, more equipment. But if I can isolate what makes her different, you could create a treatment. Perhaps, or a vaccine, or at least a better understanding of how this works." Amara paused. "But I can't do it here. I need a real laboratory, resources, time to work." Marcus thought about Carrie Furness, about the facilities they'd seen, the equipment they'd glimpsed, about Harker's cold smile and the blood on the concrete. "We can't go to Harker," he said. "There may be other options." Amara was already gathering her notes, her equipment. "But we need to find them, and quickly." They brought Amara back to the warehouse. The group received her with cautious curiosity. Another mouth to feed, but also a doctor, a scientist, someone who might be able to help. Marcus introduced her to the leadership, explained what she'd found. "Immunity," Dee said slowly. "You're saying Elena's blood could help people?" "Eventually, with time and resources." Amara's voice was calm, precise. "But right now, all I have is a hypothesis. To prove it, I need equipment I don't have." "Where do we find equipment like that?" "Hospitals, research facilities, universities." Amara paused. "Or military installations." "Harker," Victor said. "He has the resources, the infrastructure." Amara met Marcus's eyes. "I know what you told me about him, but if we could negotiate—" "No." Marcus's voice was flat. "Harker isn't someone you negotiate with. He's someone who controls, uses, destroys." "Then what do we do?" The question hung in the air. Marcus looked around the room, at the faces of the people who'd trusted him, followed him, survived because of him. At Elena, whose blood might hold the key to saving everyone. At Amara, whose knowledge might make that possible. "We find another way," he said. "There has to be something else, somewhere else." "Where?" He didn't have an answer. The next few days passed in a blur. They sent scouts to search for alternatives, other facilities, other resources, anything that might help. But every lead turned into a dead end. The hospitals were overrun. The universities were abandoned. The military installations they found were either destroyed or occupied by groups as dangerous as Harker. Meanwhile, the supplies continued to dwindle, and the radio continued to broadcast. "This is Colonel James Harker. We are offering shelter and security to all survivors. If you can hear this broadcast." Marcus switched it off every time, but the voice lingered, an invitation and a threat, a reminder that salvation and damnation sometimes wore the same face. On day 17, everything changed. The scouts came back early. Tommy was with them, pale, shaking, his nervous energy transformed into something darker. "They found us," he said. "Harker's people. They were watching the warehouse, counting our numbers." "How long?" "I don't know. Days, maybe. We spotted them by accident, almost walked right into their lookout." Marcus's blood went cold. "Did they see you?" "I don't think so. We backed off as soon as we realized." Tommy's hands were trembling. "But Doc, if they've been watching us this whole time, they know where we are, how many we are, how weak we are." The implications crashed over him like a wave. Harker wasn't just offering shelter, he was eliminating alternatives. Watching the other survivor groups, learning their strengths and weaknesses, waiting for the right moment to move, and now he'd found them. "We need to leave," Victor said, "on tonight. Before they can... Leave to where? Dee's voice was sharp. We've spent weeks looking for alternatives. There's nothing out there. There's the tunnels. Tommy was pacing, his words tumbling over each other. The Fort Pitt tunnel, I know it, used to... He stopped, swallowed. I used to run stuff through there back in the day. It's defensible, both ends can be blocked, and it's off the main roads. A tunnel. Victor's voice was skeptical. A refuge. Temporary maybe, but better than sitting here waiting for Harker to decide we're a problem. Marcus thought about it, about the risks, about the alternatives or the lack of them. Tommy's right, he said. We can't stay here. The tunnel gives us options. Time to figure out our next move. And if Harker follows us, then we deal with it. But at least we won't be trapped in a building he's been watching for days. The decision was made. They started packing. They moved out at nightfall. 35 survivors now. Amara had joined them, carrying her notes and equipment, everything she might need to continue her research. They moved in a long column, Victor at the front, Marcus in the middle, Dee bringing up the rear. The city was quiet, too quiet. Marcus felt eyes on them. Real or imagined, it didn't matter. Every shadow could hide a threat. Every sound could be a warning. They made it 2 blocks before the attack came. Not infected. Humans. Armed, organized, moving with military precision. They emerged from doorways and alleys, weapons raised, surrounding the column before anyone could react. Nobody move! The voice was familiar, cold, controlled, accustomed to command. Harker stepped out of the shadows. Dr. Chen, he said, that smooth smile spreading across his face. I must admit I'm disappointed. I offered you shelter, safety, a future, and you chose to run. We chose freedom. Freedom? Harker laughed. There is no freedom anymore. There's only order and chaos, safety and death, and right now you're choosing the wrong side. Marcus looked at the soldiers surrounding them, at the weapons trained on his people, at Lily clutching his hand, her face white with terror. What do you want? He asked. What I've always wanted. Your cooperation, your resources, your... Harker's eyes found Elena. Your unique assets. He knew. Somehow he knew about the immunity. She's not a bargaining chip, Marcus said. Everything is a bargaining chip, Doctor. That's how the world works now. Harker gestured to his soldiers. You have 2 choices. Join us willingly, contribute your skills and resources to our community, or what? Or I take what I need anyway, and the rest of you become a lesson for anyone else who thinks they can survive without my help. Silence, the weight of the decision pressing down on all of them. Marcus looked at his people, at the fear in their eyes, the exhaustion, the desperate hope that someone would tell them what to do. He looked at Lily, and he made a choice. We'll come with you, he said. But they never got there. The infected came out of nowhere, a horde, smaller than the one that had passed through days ago, but still devastating. Dozens of them, maybe 100, drawn by the noise and movement, swarming out of the darkness like a wave of death. Harker's soldiers opened fire, the column broke, people scattered in every direction, screaming, running, the careful order dissolving into chaos. Marcus grabbed Lily and ran. He didn't know where he was going, didn't care, just moved, dodged, fought when he had to. Around him, people were falling, some to the infected, some to the gunfire, some to the crush of bodies trying to escape. He lost track of the others. Lost track of everything except the small hand in his, the pounding of his heart, the desperate need to survive. And then somehow they were clear. He found himself in an alley, gasping for breath, Lily pressed against his chest. The sounds of combat were distant now, gunfire, screaming, that horrible chorus of whispers. Is it over? Lily asked. I don't know. Marcus listened, waited. We need to find the others. They moved. The rendezvous point was a church 3 blocks away, a contingency they'd established before leaving the warehouse. Marcus found Yusuf there first, then Elena with Marco, then Dee with a group of survivors. They waited. More people trickled in. Tommy, bleeding from a cut on his forehead but alive. Victor, his face grim, his weapon still warm. Amara, clutching her bag of notes and samples. Not everyone made it. When the counting was done, they had 28. 7 people lost in the chaos, dead or captured or simply gone. "We can't go back for them," Victor said. His voice was flat, mechanical. "Harker's forces are regrouping. The infected are still active. It's too dangerous. We can't just leave them. We don't have a choice." Victor met Marcus's eyes. "I know it's hard, but right now our job is to keep the people we still have alive." Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to go back, find the missing, bring them home. But he knew Victor was right. He'd always known it. "The tunnel," he said. "Can we still make it?" "Maybe, if we move fast." "Then we move." The Fort Pitt tunnel was 2 miles away. They made it in 90 minutes, moving through back streets and alleys, avoiding the main roads where Harker's forces might be searching. The infected were a constant presence, not attacking directly but visible in the distance, wandering through the ruins like ghosts. The tunnel entrance was dark, abandoned, exactly what they needed. They slipped inside, found a defensible position near the middle, blocked both ends with vehicles and debris. It wasn't much. A concrete tube, cold and damp, lit only by the flashlights they'd brought. But it was shelter. And right now, shelter was enough. Marcus sat against the wall, Lily asleep against his side, and tried to make sense of what had happened. They'd been betrayed, not by one of their own, by the world itself, by the cruel mathematics of survival, where every choice led to a worse choice, where every victory was just a slower way to lose. "We can't keep doing this." He looked up. Elena was beside him, her face drawn, her eyes haunted. "Doing what?" "Running, hiding, reacting to whatever Harker does." She sat down beside him. "He has resources, manpower, a plan. We have nothing. We have each other. Is that enough?" Marcus didn't have an answer. "There's something else," Elena said quietly. "Something I need to tell you." "What?" "When we were running, when the infected attacked..." She stopped, swallowed. "One of them grabbed me, bit me on the shoulder." Marcus's heart stopped. "What?" Elena pulled aside her shirt. The bite was there, fresh, the blood still wet, but the flesh around it was healthy, normal, no sign of infection spreading. "I should be turning," she said. "Just like before, but I'm not. The immunity." "Yeah," she looked at him. "My blood. Whatever makes me different, it works." Marcus stared at the bite, at the impossible evidence of hope in the middle of despair. "Amara needs to see this," he said. "I know. But Marcus," Elena's voice was urgent, "don't you see what this means? If I'm immune, really immune, then my blood might be able to help others, protect them, save them. If we can figure out how, then let's figure out how." Elena's eyes were bright. "We've been running for weeks, surviving day to day, waiting for someone to rescue us, but no one's coming. We have to rescue ourselves." She was right. Marcus knew she was right. But the weight of it, the responsibility, the risk, the sheer impossibility of what she was suggesting. "What are you proposing?" he asked. "I'm proposing we stop running, stop hiding." Elena's voice was firm. "Harker is a monster, but he's also building something, a community, a future. If we can take that from him, take it how? I don't know yet, but we have something he doesn't. We have people who believe in something other than fear, and we have me." She touched the bite on her shoulder. "That has to mean something." Marcus thought about it. about the risks, about the alternatives, about Lily asleep against his side, trusting him to keep her safe. "Okay," he said finally. "We stop running." The next morning, Marcus gathered everyone together. The tunnel was cold, damp, barely lit by their failing flashlights. 28 people huddled in the darkness, their faces drawn, their eyes hollow. The survivors of survivors. "I'm not going to lie to you," Marcus said. "We're in trouble. Harker knows who we are, where we were. He'll be looking for us, and he won't stop until he finds us or we disappear." Silence, the weight of it pressing down on all of them. "We could run. Keep moving, keep hiding, hope we find somewhere safe." Marcus paused. "But I don't think that's going to work. Harker isn't going away. And sooner or later, running out of options means running out of time." "So what do we do?" someone asked. Marcus looked at Elena, at Amara, at the small group of people who'd trusted him with their lives. "We fight back," he said. "Not head on. We don't have the resources for that. But we have something Harker doesn't. We have Elena's immunity. We have Amara's knowledge. And we have each other. How does that help against armed soldiers? Because Harker isn't fighting us. He's fighting the idea of us." Marcus's voice was rising now, finding a strength he didn't know he had. "He rules through fear, through the belief that there's no other way, no other choice, but we're proof that there is, that you can survive without becoming a monster, that you can build something worth living for." "That's a nice speech," Victor said. His voice was skeptical, but his eyes were calculating. "But it doesn't change the facts. Harker has more people, more weapons, more everything. He has more force, but force isn't everything." Marcus met Victor's eyes. "You were military. You know that. The biggest army doesn't always win. Sometimes it's the one that wants it more. And you think we want it more? I think we have more to lose." Marcus looked around the tunnel, at the faces of the people who'd followed him through hell, at Lily, awake now, watching him with those serious gray eyes. "I think we have something worth fighting for." The tunnel was quiet. Marcus could feel the doubt, the fear, the exhaustion, could feel the temptation to just give up, to let Harker win, to surrender to the cruel mathematics of survival. But beneath that, something else, a spark, an ember of defiance that refused to die. "I'm with you," Yusuf said. His voice was quiet but firm. "Whatever you decide." "Me too," Elena added. "Same here," Tommy said. One by one they spoke. Not everyone. Some stayed silent, their faces unreadable, but enough to matter. "Okay," Marcus said. "Let's get to work." The planning took days. They mapped Harker's forces, what they knew of them anyway. Identified weaknesses, potential allies, resources they might be able to use. It wasn't much, it wasn't enough, but it was a start. Amara worked on Elena's blood, running what tests she could with her limited equipment. The results were promising. Antibodies that attacked the infection, markers that might explain the immunity. But turning that into something useful would take time. Resources, equipment they didn't have. "There might be a way," Amara said. "The CDC field office. I left some things behind, equipment I couldn't carry. If we could get back there." "It's too close to our old position," Victor said. "Harker's people are probably watching it." "Then we go carefully at night. A small team." They debated, argued, finally agreed. Marcus led the team himself. Him, Tommy, and Victor. They moved through the city at night, sticking to shadows, avoiding the patrols they could see and the ones they couldn't. It took 4 hours to cover 2 miles. Every step felt like a bet against death. But they made it. The CDC office was intact, untouched. Amara's equipment was where she'd left it, along with notes and samples and everything else she needed. They loaded what they could carry and headed back. On the return trip, they found the bodies. 3 of them laid out in the middle of a street, arranged in a neat row. Their faces were covered, but Marcus recognized the clothes. The missing survivors, the ones they'd lost in the chaos. A message. Attached to one of the bodies was a note written in neat military script. Dr. Chen, I gave you a chance. You chose poorly. But I'm a generous man. Bring me Elena Vasquez and Dr. Osei, and I'll let the rest of you live. You have 3 days. After that, I stop being generous. J.H. Marcus stared at the note, at the bodies, at the casual cruelty of a man who thought he'd already won. Something broke inside him, not his spirit, something else. The hesitation, the doubt, the part of him that had always wondered if he was making the right choice. We're not giving them up, he said. His voice was quiet, cold. We're not running. We're not hiding. Then what do we do? Tommy asked. Marcus looked at the bodies, at the message they'd been turned into. We send one back. They returned to the tunnel. Marcus gathered everyone again, showed them the note, told them what he planned to do. Harker thinks we're weak, scared, that we'll do anything to survive. He looked around the room. He's wrong. We're not his subjects. We're not his property. And we're not going to let him turn us into victims. So we fight, Victor said. We fight, but not the way he expects. Marcus's eyes were hard. He has more soldiers, more weapons, but he doesn't know these streets like Tommy does, doesn't know the tunnels, the back routes, the places where a small group can disappear. Guerrilla tactics, Victor said slowly. Hit and run. Make him bleed without ever facing him head on. Exactly. It's risky. If he catches us, then we die fighting, but we don't die on our knees. The room was quiet. Marcus could feel the shift happening, the fear transforming into something else, determination, anger, the stubborn refusal to surrender. I'm in, Victor said finally. God help me, but I'm in. The next 3 days were preparation. They scouted routes, identified targets, planned a series of small strikes designed to hurt Harker without exposing themselves. It wasn't much. Hitting supply convoys, sabotaging equipment, making his soldiers afraid to leave the facility. But it was a start. On the 3rd night, they struck. A supply convoy heading from Carey Furnace to a satellite outpost. 4 vehicles lightly guarded. Tommy led them through the back streets, using his knowledge of the city's underground to position them perfectly. The attack was quick, brutal, over in minutes. They took the supplies, food, medicine, ammunition, and disappeared before Harker's reinforcements could arrive. He's going to be angry, Elena said as they retreated through the tunnels. Good. Marcus's voice was grim. Angry people make mistakes. The response came the next day. Harker's voice on the radio no longer smooth and controlled, furious. Whoever did this, and I know who you are, you've made a terrible mistake. I offered you peace, safety, a future, and you chose war, so be it. From this moment forward, anyone found outside the facility will be treated as hostile. Anyone who refuses to join us will be eliminated. This is your last warning. Marcus switched off the radio. He's scared, Victor said. He should be. He's also dangerous. Scared men with armies do terrible things. I know. Marcus looked at his people, at the small group of survivors who'd chosen to fight instead of surrender. But we're not backing down. Not now. Not ever. The war had begun. Over the next weeks, they struck again and again. Supply lines, patrol routes, outposts that Harker had established throughout the city. Never the same place twice. Never staying long enough to be caught. Harker responded with force, more patrols, more guards, more brutal reprisals against anyone suspected of helping them. The cost was high. They lost people, some to combat, some to capture, some to the infected who didn't care about human politics. But they kept fighting, and something strange happened. Other groups began to emerge. Survivors who'd been hiding, watching, waiting to see which way the wind would blow. They heard about the resistance, through rumors, through the radio, through the strange underground network that formed in the ruins. And some of them decided to join, not many. A handful at first, but enough to matter. "We're building something," Yusuf said one night. "Something real." "Are we?" Marcus looked at the tunnel around them, the cold concrete, the flickering lights, the faces of the people who'd trusted him with their lives. "Or are we just delaying the inevitable?" "Does it matter?" Yusuf smiled. "Either way, we're doing it together." On day 20, Marcus found himself alone with Lily. They were in a corner of the tunnel, away from the others. Lily was drawing again, pictures of houses and people and things she remembered from before. Her father, her mother. A world that had ended weeks ago but still lived in her memory. "Dr. Chen? Yeah? Are we winning?" Marcus thought about it, about the strikes they'd made, the losses they'd suffered, the long, uncertain road ahead. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But we're still here, that's something. My daddy used to say that winning isn't about being the strongest. It's about not giving up." Lily looked up at him. "Are we giving up?" "No." Marcus met her eyes. "We're not giving up." "Good." She went back to her drawing. "Because I don't want to give up. I want to see what happens next." Marcus watched her draw, felt the weight of the future pressing down on him. "Me too," he said. "Me too." That night, Marcus called a meeting. They gathered in the center of the tunnel, all 24 remaining survivors plus the newcomers who'd joined them. Not many, but enough. "We've been fighting for weeks," Marcus said. "Hitting Harker's forces, making him pay for every inch of ground. But that's not enough. We can't win by attrition. Sooner or later, he's going to find us. And when he does, he'll destroy us," Victor finished. "Yes." Marcus's voice was quiet. "Unless we destroy him first." The tunnel was silent. "I'm not talking about killing everyone in that facility. Most of them are victims just like us, but Harker..." Marcus's jaw tightened. "Harker is the problem. He's the one holding everything together. Without him..." "Chaos," Elena said. "Maybe, or maybe something better." Marcus looked around the room. "I know it's a risk. I know we might fail. But I also know that we can't keep living like this, running, hiding, waiting for him to find us." "So what do you propose?" Dee asked. Marcus took a breath. "We go back," he said, "to Carry Furnace. We find a way inside, and we end this." The tunnel erupted. The debate lasted hours. Some people thought it was suicide, attacking a fortified facility with a handful of survivors. Others thought it was their only chance, a desperate gamble that might just pay off. Most fell somewhere in between. In the end, Marcus let them argue until they'd exhausted themselves. Then he spoke again. "I'm not ordering anyone to do this, I'm asking. Anyone who doesn't want to fight, I understand. You can stay here, stay safe, and if we succeed..." "If," Victor cut in. "When?" Marcus met his eyes. "When we succeed, we'll come back for you." The tunnel was quiet. Marcus could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on all of them. "I'm in," Elena said. Her voice was firm. "Whatever happens." "Me too," Yusuf added. "Same," Tommy said. One by one they spoke. Not everyone. Some stayed silent, some refused outright. But more than Marcus had expected, more than he'd hoped. "Okay," he said, "then let's figure out how to win." The planning took 3 more days. They studied Carry Furnace, what they knew of its layout, its defenses, its weaknesses. They planned approaches, identified objectives, rehearsed contingencies. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was something. On the night before the assault, Marcus found himself on the tunnel entrance, looking out at the city. The stars were out. A rare, clear night. The kind that made you forget the world had ended. He stood there for a long time, watching them, thinking about everything that had led to this moment. About Daniel, about the accident. About 5 years of guilt that had become so familiar it felt like part of him. About Lily, asleep in the tunnel behind him, trusting him to keep her safe. About the choice he was about to make. "You're doing that thing again." He turned. Yusuf was there, that familiar gap-toothed smile visible in the starlight. "What thing?" "The thing where you stand alone and think about all the ways this could go wrong." Yusuf settled beside him. "You need a new thing, brother." "I know." They were quiet for a moment. The stars burned overhead. The city sprawled beneath them, dead and waiting. "Are we doing the right thing?" Marcus asked. "I don't know. But I know it's the thing we have to do." Yusuf's voice was soft. "My grandmother used to say that courage isn't about not being afraid. It's about being afraid and doing it anyway. That's where we are now. And if we fail, then we fail, but at least we tried." Yusuf put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. "That's all any of us can do. Try. Keep trying. Never stop trying." Marcus thought about that, about the kind of courage that didn't promise victory, only effort, about the strength it took to keep going when the world gave you no reason to. "Thank you," he said. "For what?" "For believing in me, even when I don't believe in myself." Yusuf smiled. "That's what friends are for, brother. God willing and the creek don't rise." "God willing." Marcus looked at the faces around him, exhausted, terrified, waiting for someone to tell them what to do. He thought about running. He thought about Daniel bleeding out while Marcus stood frozen. He thought about Lily, asleep with her head on his leg. "We're not running," he said. "We're going back." Not literally, not yet, but Marcus could feel it in the way the concrete walls pressed inward, the way the air grew thicker with each passing day, the way the darkness seemed to swallow their flashlight beams before they could reach the far walls. 21 days since the outbreak began. 21 days of running, fighting, surviving. And now they were underground, hiding like rats, waiting for a chance to strike back at a monster who had all the advantages. Marcus sat against the cold wall, his breath fogging in the November air. The Fort Pitt tunnel stretched in both directions, 3,600 feet of concrete and steel, blocked at both ends by the barricades they'd built from abandoned vehicles and debris. It was defensible. It was shelter. It was slowly driving him insane. "You need to eat." He looked up. Elena was holding a can of something. Beans, maybe, or corn. One of the supplies they'd raided from Harker's convoy. She'd lost weight in the past weeks, her cheekbones sharper, her eyes deeper in their sockets. But her voice was steady. Her hands didn't shake. "I'm not hungry." "I don't care." She pressed the can into his hands. "You're no good to anyone if you collapse. Eat." Marcus opened the can. Cold beans. He ate mechanically, not tasting, just fueling the machine that kept his body moving. "How's Marco?" he asked. Scared, tired. Elena sat down beside him, her back against the wall. "He asked me again when we're going home. I didn't know what to tell him." "What did you say?" "That home is wherever we're together." Her voice was quiet. "I don't know if he believed me. I don't know if I believe me." Marcus finished the beans, set the empty can aside. In the dim light from a battery-powered lantern, he could see the rest of the group scattered through the tunnel. Small clusters of people talking in low voices, trying to stay warm. 24 survivors now. They'd lost more in the weeks since leaving the warehouse. some to Harker's patrols, some to the infected, some to the simple mathematics of survival that took people without warning or reason. Each death was a weight he carried, a name he added to the list that grew longer every day. "The assault," Elena said. "Are we really doing this?" "We have to. Harker isn't going to stop looking for us, and we can't live in a tunnel forever." "I know, but—" She stopped. Her hands were clenched in her lap. "Marco, if something happens to me, nothing's going to happen to you." "You don't know that." Elena's voice was sharp. "Don't lie to me, Marcus. We both know what we're walking into. Harker has soldiers, weapons, a fortified position. We have— What? 24 people, half of them barely able to fight? We have supplies. We have knowledge of the facility. We have nothing." Elena's eyes were wet. "I'm not afraid to die. I made my peace with that weeks ago, but Marco—" Her voice broke. "He's 9 years old. He's already lost his father. If he loses me too—" Marcus didn't have words. He reached out, took her hand, held it. "I'll keep him safe," he said. "Whatever happens. I promise." "Don't." Elena pulled her hand away. "Don't make promises you can't keep. I've heard too many of those already." She stood up, walked away, left Marcus alone with his cold beans and his colder thoughts. The planning session started an hour later. They gathered in the center of the tunnel. The leadership, such as it was: Marcus, Victor, Yusuf, D, Elena, Tommy, Amara. 7 people making decisions for 24. 7 people deciding who would live and who would die. "We've identified 3 potential entry points," Victor said. He'd spread a hand-drawn map on the concrete floor, the lines barely visible in the dim light. "The main gate is too well guarded. The river approach is possible, but risky. They've got patrols along the water. The best option is the eastern fence." "Why?" Marcus asked. "There's a gap in their coverage. Shift change happens at 0200, and there's a 10-minute window where that section is barely monitored." Victor tapped the map. "If we time it right, a small team can get through." "How small?" 6, maybe 8. Enough to cause chaos, not enough to win a straight fight. Victor's eyes were cold, calculating. "We get in, we find Harker, we take him out. Without him, the whole thing falls apart." "And the rest of us?" Tommy asked. "Create distractions. Hit the perimeter in multiple places, make them spread thin." Victor looked around the group. "It's not a guarantee, nothing is, but it's our best shot." The tunnel was quiet. Marcus could feel the weight of the decision pressing down on all of them. "Who goes in?" Elena asked. "Me." Victor's voice was flat. "Chen, Tommy, 2 others. Whoever's best in close quarters." "I'm going," Elena said. "No." Marcus's response was immediate. "You're too important. The immunity is useless if I'm dead anyway." Elena's eyes were fierce. "I'm going, Marcus. I've earned that." "She's right," Dee said quietly. "We all have. This isn't about protecting assets anymore. It's about fighting for something." Marcus looked around the room, at the faces that had become so familiar over the past weeks, at the determination that had replaced the fear. "Fine," he said. "Elena goes, but Marco stays here with the others." Elena's jaw tightened, but she nodded. "When do we move?" Yusuf asked. "Tomorrow night." Victor stood. "We prep today. Rest tonight, strike at 0200. The rest of the day was preparation. They checked weapons, rehearsed movements, went over the plan again and again until everyone knew their role by heart. Marcus moved through it mechanically, his body doing the work while his mind drifted elsewhere. He thought about Daniel. He always thought about Daniel. But lately the memories had been more insistent, more vivid. The rain on the windshield, the crunch of metal, the blood, so much blood, pooling on the seat, dripping onto the floor. The paralysis, that was the part he could never escape. Not the accident itself, not the injury, not even Daniel's death. It was the moment when his body refused to move, when his hands stayed frozen on the steering wheel while his brother bled out beside him, when every part of him screamed to act, to help, to do something, and nothing happened. 5 years. 5 years of surgery, of saving lives, of proving to himself that he could act when it mattered. And still the paralysis haunted him. Still he felt it lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when it would return. "Hey!" He looked up. Lily was standing in front of him, Mr. Buttons in her arms, her gray eyes serious. "Hey yourself. You're thinking too hard." She tilted her head. "I can see it. Your forehead gets all wrinkly." Despite everything, Marcus smiled. "Is that so?" "Yeah." She sat down beside him, cross-legged on the cold concrete. "What are you thinking about? Grown-up stuff? That's not an answer." "No, it's not." Marcus rubbed his eyes. "I'm thinking about tomorrow, about what we're going to do." "The fighting?" "Yeah, the fighting." Lily was quiet for a moment then. "Are you scared?" The question hit him like a punch. He looked at her, at the child who'd lost her father, who'd survived impossible things, who still managed to ask the questions that mattered. "Yes," he said, "I'm scared." "Me too." Lily hugged Mr. Buttons tighter. "But Daddy always said that being scared is okay. It's what you do when you're scared that matters." "Your daddy was smart." "I know." She looked up at him. "Are you going to do something brave?" Marcus thought about the plan, about the assault on Carey Furnace, about all the things that could go wrong, all the people who might die, all the weight he was carrying. "I'm going to try," he said. "That's good." Lily nodded seriously. Trying is the most important part. Night fell. The tunnel grew colder. Marcus tried to sleep but couldn't. His mind kept racing, playing through scenarios, imagining disasters. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Daniel's face, heard Daniel's voice. "Marcus. Marcus, I can't feel my legs." He gave up around midnight, walked through the tunnel, checking on people, doing the rounds that had become second nature. Most of them were sleeping, or pretending to. The assault was hours away, and everyone was feeling the weight. He found Victor at the eastern barricade, staring out through a gap in the debris. "Can't sleep?" Victor asked without turning. "Never can. Before something like this?" "Yeah," Victor's voice was flat. "Me neither." They stood in silence. The tunnel stretched behind them, full of sleeping people. The city waited outside, dark and dangerous. "There's something I need to tell you," Victor said. "What?" "My family." Victor's jaw tightened. "My ex-wife and my son. They were in the city when the outbreak started. I've been looking for them, hoping. Have you found anything? Rumors, reports." Victor paused. "One of Harker's patrols mentioned a woman and a teenage boy, captured early on, brought to the facility." Marcus's heart clenched. "Are they?" "I don't know. But if they're there..." Victor turned to face him. "I need to find them, Chen. Whatever else happens. I need to know. We'll look, I promise." "Don't make promises." Victor's eyes were hard. "Just help me look. That's all I ask." The hours crawled by. At 0100, they assembled the strike team. Marcus, Victor, Elena, Tommy. 2 others. A former Marine named Jackson and a young woman named Kenji who'd proven herself in the convoy raid. 6 people against an army. The rest of the group gathered to see them off. Yusuf, Dee, Amara, the survivors who would stay behind, create distractions, wait for a signal that might never come. "God go with you," Yusuf said. His hand was on Marcus's shoulder, his eyes bright in the dim light. "God willing and the creek don't rise." "God willing." Dee stepped forward. Her silver braid gleamed in the lantern light. her sharp blue eyes assessing each of them in turn. "You come back," she said. "All of you. That's an order." "Yes, ma'am," Tommy said. He was bouncing on his heels, nervous energy barely contained. Elena was kneeling beside Marco, whispering something Marcus couldn't hear. The boy's face was pale, his eyes wet. He clung to his mother like he was afraid she'd disappear if he let go. "I'll be back," Elena said. "I promise." "You always promise. And I always come back." She kissed his forehead. "Be brave for me. Can you do that?" Marco nodded. Once. Twice. His small hands released her jacket. Elena stood. Her face was composed, professional. Only Marcus could see the tears she was fighting back. "Let's go," she said. They went. The journey to Carey Furnace took 2 hours. They moved through the city in silence, sticking to shadows, avoiding the patrols they could see and the ones they couldn't. The infected were a constant presence, not attacking, just wandering, their gray eyes searching, their mouths forming words that meant nothing. Marcus led the way. He knew these streets now, knew the safe routes and the dangerous ones. After 3 weeks of guerrilla warfare, the city had become a second skin, but tonight felt different. The air was colder, the darkness deeper. Every sound seemed amplified, every shadow a potential threat. Marcus felt the tension building in his chest, the familiar pressure that came before action. And beneath it, something else, something he didn't want to name. They reached the eastern perimeter at OR 145. 15 minutes to wait, 15 minutes to watch and plan and wonder if they'd made a terrible mistake. The facility loomed before them, massive, industrial, lit by generator-powered lights that blazed against the darkness. Marcus could see guards on the walls, could hear the distant hum of machinery. Everything looked normal, everything looked impossible. "Shift change in 10, Victor murmured. "Everyone ready?" Nods all around, silent, professional. Marcus checked his weapon. A pistol, Carl's pistol, the one he'd been carrying since the hospital. He'd fired it maybe a dozen times, killed exactly 3 infected. He wasn't a soldier, wasn't a fighter, but tonight he would have to be both. The minutes crawled by. 0150, 0155, 0158. "Now," Victor said. They moved. The gap in the fence was exactly where Victor said it would be. They slipped through one at a time, Marcus, then Victor, then Elena, then the others. The facility spread out before them, a maze of buildings and walkways, shadows and light. "The main building is 200 meters ahead," Victor whispered. "Harker's quarters are on the top floor." They moved through the complex, staying low, avoiding the patrol routes they'd memorized. Everything was going according to plan. Everything was working. And then it wasn't. The gunshot came from nowhere. One of the guards, they'd missed him somehow, a single soldier in a spot he shouldn't have been, saw them and fired. The bullet missed, but the sound didn't. Lights snapped on. Alarms wailed. The facility came alive around them. "Go!" Victor shouted. "Go, go, go!" They ran. No more stealth, no more planning. Just movement, desperate and chaotic. Guards appeared in front of them. Victor shot 2, 3, and then they were through, into a building, racing down corridors that all looked the same. "This way!" Tommy shouted. He'd been here before, knew the layout from his criminal past. "Stairs at the end!" They followed. Marcus's heart was pounding, his breath coming in ragged gasps. This was wrong. All wrong. They were supposed to have surprise, supposed to have time. The ambush hit them on the 2nd floor. Guards. 10, maybe more. Waiting in the stairwell, weapons raised. Not surprised at all. As if they'd known exactly where the strike team would be. Victor reacted first. Opened fire, dropped 2 guards, created a gap. "Move, I'll cover." The bullet took him in the shoulder. He stumbled, fell, his weapon clattering across the floor. "Victor!" Marcus started toward him and froze. The paralysis hit like a wave. His legs locked, his arms locked, his lungs locked. He stood there, watching as guards swarmed the stairwell, as his team scattered for cover, as everything fell apart around him. He couldn't move. He tried. God, he tried. But his body refused to respond, just like it had 5 years ago, just like it had in the rain, with Daniel bleeding beside him, with everything falling apart. Marcus? Marcus, I can't feel my legs. The world slowed. He saw Elena behind a pillar, firing her weapon, her face contorted with fear. He saw Tommy dragging Victor toward cover, his movements frantic. He saw Jackson fall, blood blooming on his chest, his eyes wide with surprise. And he saw the guards turning toward him, raising their weapons, ready to fire. Then something hit him from the side. Elena. She tackled him, knocked him behind a concrete barrier just as the bullets shattered the air where he'd been standing. "Move!" she screamed. "Marcus, you have to move!" He couldn't. The paralysis was complete, total, overwhelming. His body was a prison and he was trapped inside it. Elena grabbed his face, forced him to look at her. "Marcus, listen to me. I need you to breathe. Just breathe." "Can you do that?" He tried. His lungs expanded, air rushed in, something loosened. "Good, now move your fingers, just your fingers." He did. One finger, then another. The paralysis was breaking, cracking, dissolving. "Now your legs." "Marcus, we have to go. Victor's hit, Jackson's down, we have to—" Another burst of gunfire. Elena jerked, gasped, pressed her hand to her side. "Elena? I'm fine, She looked down. Blood was spreading through her fingers. "Fuck. Let me see." "No time, we have to move." She grabbed his arm, pulled. Tommy, we need an exit." "This way." Tommy's voice came from somewhere ahead. "There's a window." They ran, or tried to. Elena was stumbling, her face gray, her blood leaving a trail on the floor. Marcus half carried her, his body finally responding, finally moving. Too late, too late, too late. The window was ahead. Tommy had broken it somehow, was waving them through. Cold air rushed in, carrying the smell of smoke and gunpowder. "Go!" Marcus pushed Elena through first, then followed. They dropped onto a roof below, rolled, scrambled to their feet. Behind them, the guards were following. Ahead, more soldiers were converging. They were surrounded, trapped. "The river," Tommy said. "It's our only chance." They ran. Marcus didn't remember the escape clearly. Fragments, images, Elena's blood on his hands, Tommy's voice shouting directions. The cold water of the river closing over his head, shocking him back to full awareness. They made it, somehow. Crawled out of the river 1/2 mile downstream, gasping and shivering, alive by pure luck. But not all of them. Victor had been left behind. Jackson was dead. Kenji, they didn't know. The strike team of 6 had become 3, and Elena was dying. They found shelter in an abandoned boathouse. Marcus worked on Elena by flashlight, his hands steady through sheer force of will. The bullet had passed through her side, bad but not immediately fatal. If he could stop the bleeding, if he could keep her stable. "Hold still," he said. "I'm trying." Her voice was thin, strained. "Marcus, what happened back there?" "Not now." "Yes, now." Her hand grabbed his wrist. "You froze. In the stairwell. I saw it." Marcus's hand stopped. For a moment he couldn't breathe. "I know," he said. "What the fuck was that?" "I don't know, He forced himself to continue working, packing the wound, applying pressure. "It happens sometimes when things go wrong. I just can't move." "Since when?" "Since my brother died." The words came out flat, dead. "Car accident 5 years ago. I was driving, he was bleeding out, and I just sat there, couldn't move, couldn't do anything." Elena was quiet. Her eyes were fixed on his face. "That's why you became a surgeon," she said. "Yeah. I thought if I trained enough, practiced enough." He shook his head. "But it doesn't matter. When it counts, I still freeze. I still can't." Jackson's dead because of you." The words hit like a bullet. Marcus's hands stopped. "I know. Victor's captured or dead because you froze. I know. And if I hadn't tackled you, I know." His voice cracked. "Elena, I know. You don't have to." "Yes, I do." Her grip tightened on his wrist. "You let us in there. We trusted you. And when it mattered, you just stopped." Marcus couldn't respond, couldn't argue, couldn't defend himself because there was no defense. He'd frozen. People had died. That was the simple, brutal truth. "I'm sorry," he said. "Sorry doesn't bring Jackson back. Sorry doesn't—" Elena stopped, took a breath. "Just finish the work. Then we'll figure out what to do." Marcus finished. Elena was stable, for now. The wound was packed, the bleeding controlled. But she needed real medical care, real supplies, things they didn't have. "Can you walk?" he asked. "I can try." "Then we need to move, get back to the tunnel, get you help." Elena nodded, but her eyes, the way she looked at him, had changed. Something had broken between them. Trust, respect. Whatever it had been, it was gone now. And Marcus didn't blame her. They made it back to the tunnel at dawn. The others were waiting, pacing, worried, expecting the worst. When Marcus emerged from the darkness with Elena and Tommy, there was a moment of pure relief. Then they saw who was missing. "Victor?" Yusuf's voice was tight. "Captured, maybe dead." Tommy's face was gray. "Jackson's dead for sure. Kenji, we don't know." "What happened?" "They were waiting for us." Marcus's voice was flat. "Someone tipped them off, or they just got lucky. Either way, we failed." Dee's voice cut through the murmurs. "The mission was a disaster. We got out alive. 3 of you got out alive. 3 more didn't." Dee's eyes were hard. "That's not a victory, Doctor. That's barely a survival." Marcus had no response. He helped Elena to the medical area where Amara was already preparing supplies. Then he walked to the edge of the tunnel, sat down, and stared at nothing. The weight was crushing. Jackson was dead. Victor was gone. Elena was wounded because of him, because he'd frozen, because when it mattered most, he'd been exactly who he'd always feared he was. The man who let people die while he stood paralyzed. Hours passed. Marcus didn't move, couldn't move. The paralysis was different now, not physical, but something deeper. A shutdown of the soul. People came and went. Yusuf trying to talk to him. Dee with practical questions about what to do next. Tommy wanting to plan another raid. Marcus heard them, but the words didn't penetrate. He was somewhere else. Somewhere dark and cold and far away. He thought about Daniel. He always thought about Daniel. But now the memories were different. Not the accident itself, but after. The funeral he barely remembered. The months of drinking he didn't remember at all. The slow, grinding process of putting himself back together piece by piece until he could function again. He'd thought he was better, thought he'd beaten it, but the paralysis had never gone away. It had just been hiding, waiting, and now people were dead because of it. "Dr. Chen?" The voice was small, familiar. Marcus looked up. Lily was standing in front of him, Mr. Buttons in her arms. Her face was serious, her gray eyes studying him with a child's uncompromising clarity. "Hey," he said, "you've been sitting here for a long time." "I know." "Are you okay?" The question was so simple, so direct. It cut through the fog in his head like nothing else had. "No," he said, "I'm not okay." Lily nodded, as if this was expected, as if it made perfect sense. "My daddy felt like that sometimes," she said. "After bad things happened, he'd sit in his chair and not talk to anyone. Mommy said he was processing. Is that what I'm doing? I don't know. But you look sad." She sat down beside him, her small body pressed against his side. "Do you want to talk about it?" Marcus almost laughed. Here he was, a trauma surgeon, a leader of survivors falling apart, and an 8-year-old was offering to counsel him. "Something bad happened," he said. "On the mission. People got hurt because of me. Because of what you did. Because of what I didn't do." Marcus closed his eyes. "I froze, Lily. When it mattered most, I just stopped, like a machine that shut down." "My daddy froze too." Marcus's eyes opened. "What?" "When the monsters came, at the hospital." Lily's voice was matter-of-fact. "He told me. He said the first time he saw one, he couldn't move. He just stood there watching. He said everyone freezes the first time. This wasn't the first time for me." "But you unfroze, right?" Lily looked up at him. "Eventually you started moving again?" Marcus thought about it, about Elena tackling him, about running for the window, about swimming through the cold river. "Yeah, eventually." "Then you unfroze, that's what matters." Lily nodded as if settling an argument. "Daddy said the important thing isn't whether you freeze, it's whether you unfreeze, whether you start moving again." Marcus stared at her. At this child who'd lost her father, survived impossible things, and was now dispensing wisdom that somehow made more sense than anything the adults had said. "When did you get so smart?" he asked. "I've always been smart." Lily smiled just a little. "You just weren't paying attention." She didn't fix him. Nothing could fix him, not completely. The guilt was still there, the shame, the crushing weight of everyone he'd failed. But something had shifted. A crack in the darkness. A reminder that paralysis wasn't the end. Just a pause, and pauses could be broken. Marcus stood. His legs felt weak, his body exhausted. But he was moving. That was something. "I need to check on Elena," he said. "Okay." Lily stood too, brushing off her pants. "Can I come?" "Sure." They walked through the tunnel together. Marcus noticed the way people looked at him, the mixture of concern and disappointment, the questions they were too polite to ask. He'd deal with that later. Right now he had a patient. Elena was conscious, but barely. Amara had done what she could, but the wound was serious. Infection was already setting in. "How are you feeling?" Marcus asked. "Like I got shot." Elena's voice was hoarse. "How do you think I'm feeling?" "I meant—" "I know what you meant." She turned her head to look at him. Her eyes were still cold. "Is there something you want to say?" Marcus hesitated, then, "I'm sorry. What happened? The freezing. I should have warned you, told you about my condition." "Would it have mattered?" "I don't know. Maybe you would have made different choices. Maybe Jackson would still be alive." Elena's voice was flat. "Maybe Victor would be here instead of in Harker's hands. Maybe I wouldn't have a hole in my side." "Yes." Marcus met her eyes. "All of that. So what happens now?" "I don't know." He sat down beside her, careful not to jostle the wound. "But I can tell you this. I'm not going to freeze again. I can't promise that. Can't promise anything. But I'm going to try. Every second, every moment, I'm going to fight it." "That's not very reassuring." "No, it's not." Marcus paused. "But it's the truth, and I thought you deserved that at least." Elena was quiet for a long time. Her eyes studied his face, searching for something. Sincerity, maybe, or weakness. "My husband was a good man," she said finally. "He died on day 1. Bit trying to save a neighbor. I watched him turn. I watched him become one of those things." Her voice hardened. "And then I put a knife through his eye because that's what had to be done. I'm sorry. I'm not telling you for sympathy. I'm telling you because that's what survival looks like. It's not about being brave or strong or never making mistakes. It's about doing what has to be done, even when it breaks you." "What are you saying?" I'm saying I don't forgive you, not yet, maybe not ever. Elena's eyes met his. But I understand, we're all broken, Marcus, every one of us. The question is whether we let it destroy us or we keep moving. It wasn't absolution. It wasn't even acceptance. But it was something. Thank you, Marcus said. Don't thank me, just don't freeze again. The next few days were hard. Elena's wound became infected despite Amara's best efforts. They raided a nearby pharmacy, risking everything to get antibiotics that might not even work. For 3 nights, Elena burned with fever, her body fighting a war it might not win. Marcus barely slept. He sat with her, changed her bandages, monitored her vitals. Not because he was the only doctor, Amara was more than capable, but because he needed to. Needed to do something, anything, to balance the scales. On the 4th night, the fever broke. Elena woke, weak but coherent, her eyes finding Marcus in the dim light. Still here, she whispered. Still here. Don't you have other patients? None that matter more. She studied him for a long moment. Something in her expression softened. Not forgiveness, but something close. You stayed, she said. Of course. You didn't have to. Yes, I did. Marcus leaned forward. What happened at the facility, Jackson, Victor, that's on me. I know that. But I'm not going to make it worse by abandoning the people I can still help. Is that supposed to be redemption? I don't know. Maybe just responsibility. He paused. I can't change what happened, but I can be here now. That has to count for something. Elena was quiet. Then, Marco, is he? He's fine. Scared, but fine. He's been asking about you constantly. Can I see him? Of course. Marcus found Marco in the corner where the children had been sleeping. The boy was awake, staring at the ceiling, his face pale in the dim light. Hey, Marcus said, your mom's awake. She's asking for you. Marco was up and running before Marcus finished the sentence. Day 25, Thanksgiving. No one remembered at first. The days had blurred together, each one indistinguishable from the last. But Tommy found a calendar somewhere, an old wall calendar from a hardware store still showing November, and suddenly it was real. Thanksgiving, Yusuf said slowly. I'd forgotten. Me too. Dee's voice was distant. Last year, Herman and I... She stopped, shook her head. Doesn't matter. But somehow it did matter. The idea took hold, spread through the group. They gathered what food they had. Canned vegetables, some dried meat, a bottle of wine Tommy had been hoarding. Not much, but enough. They gathered in the center of the tunnel. 22 survivors now. They'd lost another to infection 2 days ago. 22 people sitting in a circle on cold concrete, sharing a meal that was nothing like the feasts they remembered. We should say something, Yusuf said. Go around the circle, what we're grateful for. That's corny, Tommy muttered. It's tradition. Yusuf's voice was gentle but firm. We need traditions now more than ever. One by one they spoke. Dee was grateful for you idiots, every one of you. Tommy was grateful for still being alive, I guess. Elena was grateful for Marco, who was pressed against her side, his small hand in hers. When it came to Victor's turn, except Victor wasn't there. The empty space where he should have been was a wound that wouldn't heal. I'm grateful for Victor, Marcus said, breaking the silence. For what he did. For what he taught us, whatever happened to him, wherever he is. I hope he knows that. More people spoke. Stories emerged, memories of Thanksgivings past, of families and traditions in a world that had ended weeks ago but still lived in their minds. Then it was Marcus's turn. He looked around the circle, at the faces he'd come to know so well, at the people who'd trusted him, followed him, survived because of him. And despite him. I'm grateful for the chance to try again, he said. That's all any of us can ask for. Another chance, another day, Another opportunity to be better than we were. The tunnel was quiet. Then Yusuf started to hum, a hymn, something old and familiar. Others joined in, not singing, just humming, a wordless prayer that rose and fell in the darkness. It wasn't much, but it was something, and sometimes that was enough. 2 days later, Victor came back, or rather what was left of him. The scouts found him at dawn, stumbling through the city, heading toward the tunnel like a homing pigeon. He was beaten, bloody, barely conscious. But he was alive. Marcus worked on him for 3 hours. Multiple contusions, 2 cracked ribs, a dislocated shoulder, signs of dehydration and malnutrition. Whatever Harker had done to him, it had been thorough, but Victor was tough. By nightfall, he was awake. "Welcome back," Marcus said. "Fuck you." Victor's voice was a rasp. "Fuck you and your stupid mission." "Fair. Jackson's dead, you know that?" "I know. He was a good kid, good soldier. He deserved better." "I know." Victor was quiet for a moment. His eyes, the ones that had always been cold, calculating, looked different now. Broken. "They had my son," he said. Marcus's heart stopped. "Jacob, is he?" "He's dead. Has been for weeks." Victor's voice was empty. "Harker showed me. Kept him in a pen, like an animal. One of those things, one of those fucking things, wearing my son's face. Victor, I killed him." The words came out flat. "Dead. Harker made me. Said it was a lesson. About loyalty. About what happens when you resist." Victor's hand clenched into a fist. "I put a bullet in my own son's head," while Harker watched and smiled. Marcus didn't have words. He sat beside Victor, silent, present. "Sarah's dead too," Victor continued. "My ex-wife. She didn't make it to the facility. Died in the first wave. Never even had a chance. I'm sorry. Don't be." Victor's eyes found his. "Just help me kill him, Harker. Help me tear his whole fucking kingdom down." "We will. Promise me." Marcus thought about promises, about all the ones he'd made, all the ones he'd broken. "I promise," he said. The next few days were planning. Not another assault. They'd learned that lesson. But something subtler, something that would undermine Harker from within. "He rules through fear," Victor said. He was recovering quickly, his military training pushing him through pain that would have crippled anyone else. But fear only works if people believe there's no alternative. We have to give them an alternative. "How?" Dee asked. "Propaganda, raids, sabotage. Make his soldiers doubt him. Make his people think there's a way out." Victor's eyes were hard. "It's slow, it's dangerous, but it's the only way." They started small, intercepting Harker's radio broadcasts, adding their own messages, leaving notes in places where his people would find them, targeting his supply lines, his infrastructure, anything that would make life harder inside the facility. And slowly, it worked. Not quickly. Nothing worked quickly anymore. But Victor's contacts inside started feeding them information. People were unhappy, people were scared, and some of them were willing to risk everything for a chance at something better. "We need to hit him hard," Victor said one night. "One big blow. Something that shows everyone he can be beaten." "What do you have in mind?" "The Eastern Bridge, the one he uses for supply runs." Victor pointed at the map. "We blow it, we cut off half his logistics, and we show everyone watching that he's not invincible." Marcus looked at the map, at the bridge, at the risks. "When?" he asked. "Soon, before he knows we're coming." The plan came together over the next few days. They gathered explosives, improvised mostly but functional, scouted the bridge, identified the weak points, assigned roles, rehearsed movements, everything by the book this time. No surprises. The night before the mission, Marcus found himself alone with Elena. She was stronger now, able to walk, able to fight. The wound in her side had healed to a scar that would never fully fade, a reminder of what his failure had cost. "Ready for tomorrow?" she asked. "As ready as I'll ever be." That's not very confident. No, it's not. Marcus paused. "Elena, I need to tell you something. If it's another apology, it's not. Or not just that." He turned to face her. "Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know you were right. To be angry, to blame me, I deserved all of it. Marcus, let me finish. I spent 5 years trying to outrun my failures, trying to prove I was better than the man who froze while his brother died. But I never dealt with it, never faced it, and people paid the price. We all have things we're running from. I know, but that's not an excuse." Marcus took a breath. "I'm not fixed. I don't know if I'll ever be fixed, but I'm not running anymore. Whatever happens, I'm going to face it. Whatever I am, I'm going to be that. And hope it's enough." Elena studied him for a long moment. Then she reached out, took his hand. "That's all any of us can do," she said. "Hope, keep trying, and hope." The mission launched at 0200. This time they didn't go in blind. They had intelligence, they had planning, they had a clear objective. The Eastern Bridge, a concrete span over the Monongahela River, crucial to Harker's supply lines. The team was small: Marcus, Victor, Tommy, D. Elena stayed behind this time. Her wound wasn't healed enough for combat, but she was on the radio, coordinating with the others, ready to call off the mission if things went wrong. They approached the bridge from the north, moving through the darkness like ghosts. The guards were minimal. Harker had grown overconfident, spread thin by the weeks of guerrilla warfare. "Charges in place," Tommy reported. He'd been working on the explosives for days, learning from Victor, preparing for this moment. "Everyone clear?" Victor asked, nods all around. "Then let's blow this thing." Tommy pressed the detonator. The explosion was massive. The bridge shook, cracked, collapsed into the river in a roar of concrete and steel. Flames lit the darkness, smoke rising into the sky. They'd done it. "Move!" Victor shouted. "Before they respond!" They ran, back through the darkness, through the ruins, toward the tunnel that had become home. Behind them, alarms wailed, sirens screamed, the sounds of Harker's forces scrambling to respond. But they were already gone. The aftermath was chaos. Harker's radio broadcasts changed tone, from confident propaganda to desperate threats. His supply lines were disrupted. His people were questioning. Everything Victor had predicted was coming true. But Harker wasn't done. 3 days after the bridge explosion, his forces launched a raid on the tunnel. They came from both ends simultaneously. Dozens of soldiers, heavily armed, moving with military precision. The tunnel's defenses held for maybe 10 minutes before they were overwhelmed. The evacuation was chaotic. People scattered in every direction, some through emergency exits they'd prepared, some just running for their lives. Marcus grabbed Lily and ran, following Tommy through a maintenance shaft they'd discovered weeks ago. They emerged in the city, gasping, terrified, alone. The tunnel was lost. Their home was gone. And somewhere in the chaos, people had died. They regrouped at a secondary position, an abandoned church on the north shore of the river. 20 survivors now. They'd lost 2 more in the raid. Elena and Marco had made it, so had Yusuf, D, Victor, Tommy, Amara. The core group, intact. But others were missing, some dead, some scattered, some unknown. "What do we do now?" Amara asked. Her voice was hollow, shell-shocked. "We keep fighting," Victor said. "Oh, we don't stop. We can't stop." "With what? We've lost everything." "We haven't lost everything." Victor's eyes were fierce. "We still have each other. We still have people willing to fight. And we still have something Harker will never have. People who believe in something other than fear. That's not enough. It has to be. It's all we have." The church was quiet. Marcus looked around at the faces of the survivors, exhausted, scared, desperate, the people who'd trusted him, the people he'd failed over and over. But they were still here, still fighting, still alive. "Victor's right," Marcus said. "Well, we can't stop, not now, not when we're so close." "Close to what?" "Close to breaking him." Marcus stood. "Harker's weak. We've seen it. His people are doubting him. His infrastructure is crumbling. One more push, one big decisive blow, and the whole thing falls apart." "You're talking about assaulting Carey Furnace again," Dee said. "I'm talking about ending this, once and for all." Marcus looked around the room. "I know what happened last time. I know the risks. But we don't have a choice anymore. It's fight or die, and I'd rather die fighting. Even if it means losing everyone, we're going to lose everyone anyway, one way or another." Marcus's voice was hard. "The question is whether we go out on our own terms." The room was silent. Then one by one they spoke. "I'm in," Victor said. "Me too," Tommy added. "Same," Elena said, "whatever it takes." More voices joined. Not everyone. Some stayed silent, their faces uncertain. But enough. Enough to matter. "Okay," Marcus said, "then let's figure out how to do this." The planning took 3 days. They mapped the facility again, identified new entry points, new weaknesses. Victor's contacts inside fed them information, guard rotations, supply schedules, Harker's daily routine. It wasn't much, but it was something. On the night before the assault, Marcus found himself alone on the church roof. The stars were out, another clear night, rare and precious. The city spread below him, dark and dead and waiting. Across the river, Carey Furnace glowed like a fallen star. "Room for one more?" He turned. Yusuf was climbing through the hatch, his breath fogging in the cold air. "Always." They stood in silence, watching the lights. The world felt suspended, balanced on the edge of something vast and unknown. "You know what I keep thinking about?" Yusuf said. "What?" "Daniel." Marcus's heart clenched. "What about him?" "You never talk about him, not really. You mention him sometimes, the accident, the guilt. But you never talk about who he was." Marcus stopped, swallowed. "I don't know how. Try." The word was simple, quiet. An invitation, not a demand. Marcus looked at the stars, at the city, at the place where Daniel should have been. "He was my little brother," he said finally. 4 years younger, always following me around when we were kids. Drove me crazy. What else? He was smart. Smarter than me, probably. Got into grad school for environmental science. Wanted to save the world. Marcus's voice cracked. He had this laugh, loud, ridiculous, embarrassing in public. I used to tell him to be quieter. Now I'd give anything to hear it again. "What happened that night? The accident?" "We were driving home from dinner. I was tired. Should have let him drive, but I said no, said I was fine." Marcus closed his eyes. "The other car ran a red light, hit us on the passenger side, Daniel's side." "And you froze." "Yeah, I froze." The word felt like a confession. He was bleeding. I could see it, hear him asking for help, but I couldn't move, couldn't think, couldn't do anything. "And he died." "And he died." Marcus opened his eyes. "Because I failed him. Because when he needed me most, I just stopped." Yusuf was quiet for a long moment, then, "Do you think he blamed you?" "What?" "Daniel, do you think he died blaming you?" Marcus had never thought about it that way. He'd spent 5 years drowning in his own guilt, his own failure. But Daniel, what had Daniel been thinking in those last moments? "I don't know," he said. "I think I do." Yusuf's voice was gentle. "I think he was scared. I think he was in pain. And I think the last thing he saw was his brother. Trying to help. Even if you couldn't move, you were there, you didn't leave him. That's not, it's what he knew, it's what mattered. Yusuf turned to face him. Brother, you've been carrying this guilt for 5 years, punishing yourself, trying to earn redemption you think you don't deserve. But here's the truth. Daniel's gone. You can't bring him back. You can't earn his forgiveness. All you can do is live, really live, and be the person he knew you could be. Marcus's throat was tight. His eyes were wet. I don't know how, he said. You start by forgiving yourself. Yusuf put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. Not because you deserve it, not because you've earned it, but because holding on to guilt doesn't help anyone. It just keeps you frozen. And you need to unfreeze, Marcus. You need to live. The words hung in the air. Marcus thought about Daniel, about the accident, about 5 years of running from something he could never escape. And for the first time he felt something loosen. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But the possibility of it. A crack in the wall he'd built around himself. Thank you, he said. Always, brother. Yusuf smiled. God willing and the creek don't rise. God willing. Day 30. The assault. They gathered at nightfall. 20 survivors ready to fight. Not an army. Not even a proper squad. Just people desperate and determined, willing to risk everything for a chance at something better. Marcus stood before them, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. This is it, he said. Everything we've been fighting for, everything we've survived, it all comes down to tonight. He looked at their faces, Yusuf, Dee, Elena, Victor, Tommy, the others, people he'd come to know, to trust, to love. I'm not going to lie to you, this is dangerous. Some of us might not make it, but if we succeed, if we take down Harker, we give everyone a chance. Not just us. Everyone in that facility, everyone in this city, everyone who's still fighting to survive. He paused, took a breath. Whatever happens tonight, I want you to know. It's been an honor. Every moment, every struggle, every person we've lost and every person we've saved. You've made me believe in something I thought was gone forever. What's that? Someone asked. Hope. Marcus smiled just a little. That's what you've given me. And that's what we're fighting for. The church was quiet. Then Victor stepped forward. Let's move, he said. They moved. They crossed the river in darkness, the snow erasing their footprints behind them as if they'd never existed at all. Marcus felt it the moment he entered the water. That bone-deep shock that seized his muscles and squeezed his lungs. The Monongahela in early December was barely above freezing, dark as ink, swift with currents that pulled at his legs and tried to drag him under. But they had no choice. The bridges were watched. The roads were patrolled. The only way into Carey Furnace that Harker's forces hadn't anticipated was the one nobody would be crazy enough to try. They were crazy enough. 20 people crossed that river in the darkness. They moved in a chain, hands gripping shoulders, fighting the current step by agonizing step. Marcus was near the middle, Lily strapped to his back in a makeshift harness, her small body shivering against his spine. Almost there, he whispered. Almost there. She didn't respond. Her arms were locked around his neck, her face pressed against his shoulder. He could feel her heart beat, fast and frightened, a rhythm that matched his own. The far bank materialized out of the darkness, a slope of frozen mud and dead vegetation. Victor was first out of the water, scrambling up the slope, scanning for threats, then Tommy, then Dee, then the others, one by one, until all 20 stood dripping on Harker's shore. They'd made it. Marcus set Lily down, checked her quickly. She was shaking, her lips blue, but her eyes were alert. Alive. Good girl, he said. You did great. I'm cold. I know. We'll get warm soon. It was a lie. There would be no warmth tonight, only fire and blood and whatever came after. Victor gathered them with a gesture, silent, efficient. No words now. They'd been over the plan 100 times. Everyone knew their role. The assault on Carey Furnace had begun. They split into 3 groups. The first group, Victor, Marcus, Tommy, and 4 others, would infiltrate the main compound. Their objective was Harker himself. Cut off the head and the body would die. The second group, Elena and Dee leading 5 survivors, would hit the eastern perimeter. Create noise, draw attention, make Harker's forces spread thin. The third group, Yusuf and Amara with the rest, would wait at the extraction point, ready to receive wounded, ready to run if everything went wrong. Lily was supposed to be with the third group. That had been the plan. But when they'd gathered to cross the river, she'd refused to let go of Marcus's hand. "I want to stay with you," she'd said. "It's too dangerous." "Everything's dangerous?" Her gray eyes had been steady, certain. "Please." He'd looked at Yusuf, at Dee, at the faces of the people who'd become his family, and he'd let her come. It was a mistake. He knew it was a mistake. But when he looked at her, this child who'd lost everything, who'd survived impossible things, who still believed in him despite everything, he couldn't say no. Now she moved beside him through the shadows of the compound, her small hand gripping his jacket, her breath shallow and fast. Marcus kept her close, kept her hidden, kept her alive. That was all that mattered. The infiltration went smoothly at first. They entered through a service entrance on the north side, a maintenance tunnel that Victor's contacts had told them about. The tunnel was dark, cramped, smelling of rust and old oil. But it was unguarded. They emerged in a storage building near the main complex. Through grimy windows, Marcus could see the heart of Harker's kingdom, the converted administrative building where the colonel held court, surrounded by armed guards and the trappings of power. 2 sentries at the main entrance, Victor whispered. "Patrol passes every 8 minutes. We have a window." "What about inside?" "Unknown, but Harker's quarters are on the top floor. 3rd door on the left." Marcus checked his weapon, Carl's pistol still with him after all these weeks. 11 rounds. Not enough. Never enough. "On my signal," Victor said. They waited. The patrol passed, 2 soldiers in body armor, rifles at the ready. The moment they rounded the corner, Victor moved. He was fast, faster than Marcus had ever seen him. The first sentry went down without a sound, a hand over his mouth, a blade across his throat. The second turned, started to raise his weapon, and Tommy was there, silencing him before he could cry out. 2 bodies on the ground, 2 threats eliminated. The door to the administrative building stood open. "Go," Victor said. They went. The interior was chaos, not the chaos of battle, not yet, but the chaos of a community in crisis. People rushing through corridors, voices raised in argument, the feel of something teetering on the edge. Word of the bridge explosion had spread. Word of the tunnel raid, the supply disruptions, the resistance that refused to die. Harker's kingdom was crumbling, and everyone inside could feel it. Marcus moved through the chaos like a ghost. His hospital scrubs were long gone, replaced by dark clothing scavenged from a dozen sources. He looked like anyone else. Another refugee, another survivor, another piece of the desperate puzzle. Lily stayed close. Her hand never left his jacket. They climbed stairs, passed through checkpoints manned by guards who were too distracted to look closely. Reached the 3rd floor where Harker's quarters waited. And then the alarm went off. The sound was deafening, a wailing siren that echoed through the building accompanied by flashing red lights. Someone had seen them. Someone had raised the alert. "Move!" Victor shouted. No more stealth, no more patience, just speed. They ran. The corridor stretched before them, doors on either side, guards appearing at the far end. Victor fired first, 2 shots, 2 bodies, and then they were past, bursting through the final door into Harker's sanctum. The office was empty. No, not empty. There was a figure by the window silhouetted against the red glow of the alarm lights. Tall, silver-haired, that familiar posture of command. Harker turned. "Dr. Chen," he said, that smooth voice, that cold smile. "I was wondering when you'd try again." "It's over, Harker. Your people are turning against you. Your supplies are gone. Everything you built is falling apart." "Is it?" Harker's eyes moved past Marcus, past Victor, settling on something behind them. Marcus turned. Guards. A dozen of them emerging from doorways, from hidden alcoves, from places that should have been clear. They were surrounded. "You see, Doctor, you made a mistake." Harker's voice was calm, almost gentle. "You assumed I was afraid of you, that I was scrambling to respond to your attacks, but the truth is I've been waiting for this, preparing for this." His smile widened. "You've walked into a trap." "Victor." "I know." Victor's voice was tight, his weapon was raised, but there were too many targets, too many guns pointed at them. "Now," Harker continued, "we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way. You surrender. I execute you publicly as an example to anyone else who thinks they can challenge my authority. Your deaths have meaning. And the hard way? My soldiers kill you here. Your bodies are thrown to the infected. Nobody remembers your names." Marcus looked around the room. At Victor, coiled like a spring, ready to fight. At Tommy, pale but steady. At the others, trapped and desperate. At Lily, clinging to his jacket, her gray eyes wide with terror. He'd failed. Again. Led his people into a trap just like before. The paralysis was creeping back. That familiar ice spreading through his veins, locking his muscles, freezing his thoughts. No. Not this time. Marcus forced himself to breathe, forced himself to think. The paralysis was there, pressing at the edges of his mind, but he pushed back, pushed through. "There's a third option," he said. "Oh?" Harker raised an eyebrow. "And what's that?" "You let us go, all of us. We leave your facility, leave your territory, never come back." Harker laughed. "And why would I do that?" "Because of her," Marcus pointed at Lily. "This girl is immune. Her blood can resist the infection. She's the key to everything. A cure, a treatment, a way to end this nightmare." He met Harker's eyes. "You kill us, you lose her. Is that a price you're willing to pay?" The room was silent. Marcus could see Harker calculating, weighing options. It was a bluff. Lily wasn't immune. Elena was. But Harker didn't know that. And right now, a bluff was all they had. "Interesting," Harker said slowly. "You're trying to bargain with the only thing you have left. But here's the problem, Doctor. I don't believe you. Then test her. Take her blood. Run whatever analyses you want." Marcus kept his voice steady. "You'll see I'm telling the truth. And while I'm testing, what? You escape, rally your forces, try again? We wait. Unarmed, under guard, wherever you want to put us, but you don't kill us. Not until you know for sure." Harker was quiet. His eyes moved from Marcus to Lily, studying her with that cold, analytical gaze. Then slowly he smiled. "Very well, Doctor. You've bought yourself some time." He gestured to his guards. "Take them to the holding cells and bring me the girl." "No." Marcus stepped in front of Lily. "She stays with me. You're not in a position to make demands." "Neither are you." Marcus met his eyes. "You want to know if she's really immune? Then you need her cooperative, willing. And that means she stays with me." The standoff stretched. Guards with weapons raised, Harker calculating. Marcus waiting, his heart pounding, his body screaming to run. Finally, Harker nodded. "Fine, for now." He turned to his guards. "Take them all, and watch them carefully." The holding cells were in the basement, converted storage rooms originally. Marcus could see the outlines of shelves on the walls, the hooks where tools had once hung. Now they were prisons, Bare concrete, heavy doors with locks on the outside. They were separated. Victor and Tommy in one cell, Marcus and Lily in another. The others scattered throughout the basement, isolated, alone. The door slammed shut. The lock clicked. Marcus sank to the floor, his back against the wall. Lily sat beside him, her small body pressed against his side. "What happens now?" she asked. "I don't know." The truth for once. No point in lying. "But we're still alive. That's something. Is he going to hurt me? The Colonel? I won't let him. But if you're locked up, then I'll get unlocked." Marcus looked at her, at this child who'd survived so much, who still looked at him with those trusting gray eyes. "Lily, listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to be brave. Can you do that?" "I think so." "Good, because things might get scary. Things might get bad, but I need you to hold on, to keep going, no matter what." Lily nodded, slow, certain. "Cross your heart?" she asked. Marcus almost smiled. "Cross my heart." Hours passed. Marcus tried to sleep but couldn't. His mind kept racing, playing through scenarios, searching for options. They were trapped, surrounded, outgunned. Everything he'd worked for, everyone he'd tried to protect, all of it slipping away. But there had to be something. Some angle he hadn't considered, some weakness he hadn't exploited. Elena. That was the key. She was out there somewhere with Dee and the others. The second group, the distraction team. They might not know what had happened. They might still be fighting. And they had the radio. Marcus checked his pocket. The radio was gone, confiscated when they'd been searched. But Elena had her own. And if she could hear what was happening inside. The lock clicked. Marcus was on his feet instantly, pushing Lily behind him. The door swung open. It wasn't guards. It was Victor. "How?" Marcus started. "On Tommy, lockpicks." Victor's face was grim but focused. "We need to move now." "What's happening?" "Elena's group hit the eastern perimeter, drew most of the guards away. This is our window." Marcus grabbed Lily's hand. "Let's go." The basement was chaos, guards running, alarms blaring. The sounds of gunfire from somewhere outside. Victor led them through the corridors, navigating by memory, dodging patrols. They found the others, Tommy, 2 more survivors, and headed for the exit. But the route was blocked. Guards at every door, every stairwell. Harker might have been distracted, but he wasn't stupid. "This way," Tommy said. "Service tunnel, same one we came in through." They followed, through a maintenance door, down a narrow corridor into the darkness of the tunnel. For a moment, Marcus thought they'd made it. Then the lights came on. Harker stood at the far end of the tunnel, flanked by guards. Behind him, more soldiers. In front of him, Elena. She was on her knees, her hands bound behind her back, blood running down her face. Dee was beside her, silver hair matted with red, her sharp eyes dulled with pain. "Did you think I wouldn't anticipate this?" Harker's voice echoed through the tunnel. "Did you think I wouldn't have contingencies?" "Let them go," Marcus said. "No." Harker's smile was cold. "You've caused me a great deal of trouble, Doctor. You and your little resistance, but it ends now. All of it." He drew his pistol, pressed it against Elena's head. "Give me the girl. The one you claim is immune. Give her to me and the rest of you walk away. And if I don't, then I kill Elena, then Dee, then everyone else you care about one by one until you change your mind." Harker's eyes were ice. "Your choice." Marcus looked at Elena, at the fear in her eyes, the resignation. She knew what was at stake, knew what he might have to do. He looked at Lily, at the child who'd trusted him, followed him, believed in him despite everything. He thought about Daniel, about the paralysis, about all the times he'd frozen, all the people he'd failed. And he made a choice. "Okay," he said, "you win." Harker's smile widened. A wise decision. Now bring her forward. Marcus knelt down, looked Lily in the eyes. I need you to go with him, he said quietly. Just for a little while, can you do that? But you said, I know what I said, but things have changed. He squeezed her hands. Trust me, please. Lily's face was pale, frightened, but she nodded. Okay. Marcus stood, started walking toward Harker, Lily's hand in his. And then Victor moved. It happened fast, faster than Marcus could process. Victor's hand shot out, grabbed a weapon from the nearest guard, opened fire. Guards fell. Chaos erupted. Run! Victor shouted. Marcus grabbed Lily, ran. Behind him, gunfire, screaming. The sound of bodies hitting concrete. But he didn't stop, didn't look back, just ran, Lily in his arms, through the tunnel toward the light. They emerged into the compound. The world was on fire. The eastern perimeter was burning. Elena's distraction had worked too well. Flames rose from multiple buildings, lighting the night sky with an orange glow. People were running everywhere, some fighting, some fleeing, all of them lost in the chaos. Marcus kept moving, through the compound, toward the river, toward escape. Lily clung to him, her face buried against his shoulder, her body shaking. Almost there, he gasped. Almost. The bullet took him in the leg. He went down hard, Lily tumbling from his arms. Pain exploded through his body, white-hot, blinding. He tried to stand, tried to move, but his leg wouldn't support him. Dr. Chen! Lily was beside him, pulling at his arm, her voice high with panic. Go! Marcus said. Run! Find Yusuf! I'm not leaving you! Lily! Footsteps, boots on concrete. Marcus looked up. Harker stood over him, pistol raised. That was a mistake, Doctor. His voice was calm, measured. You could have walked away, instead you chose this. Go to hell. After you. Harker's finger tightened on the trigger, and then Lily screamed. The sound was piercing, a child's wail of pure terror. But it wasn't fear. It was something else, a warning. Marcus turned, saw what Lily had seen. The infected were coming. Not a few, not a group, a horde, hundreds of them pouring through a breach in the compound wall, drawn by the fire and the noise and the chaos. They filled the night with their presence, shambling, whispering, an army of the dead converging on the living. Harker saw them too. His face went pale. The pistol wavered. Fall back, he shouted to his soldiers. Fall back to... The horde hit them. Bodies collided. Gunfire erupted. Screams filled the air. Human and inhuman, the living and the dead. In the chaos, Marcus lost sight of Harker. Lost sight of everything except Lily beside him, her hand gripping his. We have to move, he said. Your leg doesn't matter. He forced himself up, put weight on his wounded leg, nearly screamed from the pain. Come on. They moved. The next hour existed in fragments. Running, hiding, fighting when they had to. The compound was overrun, the horde sweeping through like a wave, consuming everything in its path. Harker's soldiers fought back. Marcus could hear the gunfire, see the muzzle flashes, but they were overwhelmed. He found the others in pieces. Tommy first, hiding in a storage shed, his face pale but unhurt. Then two more survivors, stumbling out of the darkness, barely recognizable through the blood and dirt. The river, Marcus said. We get to the river, we get out. They ran. The compound was a maze of fire and death, infected everywhere, drawn by the chaos, spreading through buildings that had been fortresses an hour ago. Marcus led them through the destruction, guided by memory and desperation, Lily never leaving his side. They found Victor near the main gate. He was wounded, shot in the shoulder, barely standing, but alive. Alive and fighting, putting down infected with mechanical precision, buying time for anyone who could escape. Victor, Marcus shouted. Victor turned. His face was drawn, exhausted, but something flickered in his eyes. Relief, maybe, or just grim satisfaction. Get them out, he said. "I'll hold here." "You can't." "I can, and I will." Victor met his eyes. "This is my choice, Chen. My redemption. Let me have it." Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to drag Victor away, force him to escape, to survive. But he saw the look in Victor's eyes, saw the peace that had settled there. "Thank you," Marcus said. "Take care of the girl." Victor's voice softened. "She deserves better than all of this." "I will." Victor nodded once, turned back to the infected, and Marcus ran. They reached the river as dawn was breaking. The survivors gathered on the shore, a ragged group, wounded and exhausted, barely able to stand. Marcus counted them automatically, the way he'd learned to do. 12. 12 people out of the 20 who'd crossed the river hours ago. Victor wasn't among them. Neither was Dee. "Where?" Tommy started. "They're gone." Marcus's voice was hollow. "Both of them." The words hung in the air. No one spoke. The weight of it was too much, the loss too fresh. Then from the compound, a sound, an explosion. The eastern bridge, the one they'd blown weeks ago, rebuilt by Harker's engineers, erupted in a ball of fire. The blast lit the morning sky, showered debris across the river, collapsed the span into the water. And on the far shore, barely visible through the smoke, a figure. Dee. She was standing at the base of the bridge, detonator in her hand, surrounded by infected. They were closing in from all sides, dozens of them, hundreds. She had nowhere to run. "No," Marcus breathed. But Dee wasn't running. She looked across the river toward the survivors on the far shore, raised her hand. A wave, a goodbye. Then the second charge detonated. The explosion consumed everything, the bridge, the infected, Dee herself. Fire and smoke and debris filling the air, blocking the view. When it cleared, there was nothing left but ruin. Marcus fell to his knees. Lily knelt beside him, her small hand on his shoulder. "Dr. Chen?" He couldn't speak, couldn't move. The grief was crushing, overwhelming, drowning him. Dee, Victor, Jackson, all the others, gone, everything they'd fought for, everyone they'd loved, gone. "Dr. Chen," Lily's voice was quiet but insistent. "We have to go." She was right. Of course she was right. The infected were still moving, still hunting. Harker, was he dead? Alive? It didn't matter. What mattered was survival. What mattered was getting the people who'd trusted him to safety. Marcus stood. His wounded leg screamed in protest, but he forced it to hold. "Let's go," he said. They found shelter in an abandoned church on the North Shore. The building was old, weathered, its stained glass windows shattered by time and violence. But the walls were solid, the doors could be barricaded, and for the moment it was safe. 12 survivors. That was all that remained. Marcus, Lily, Elena, Tommy, Yusuf, Amara, Marco, and 5 others, people whose names he knew but whose faces still blurred together. 8 of their original group were dead or missing. Dee, Victor, Jackson, the ones they'd lost in the tunnel, the ones who'd fallen in the chaos. 8 people who would never see another sunrise. "We need to take stock," Elena said. Her voice was hoarse, her face drawn. The wound she'd taken weeks ago had reopened in the chaos. Marcus could see blood seeping through her shirt. "Supplies, weapons, what we have, what we need." "I can help with that," Tommy offered. He was twitchy, nervous energy barely contained, but his hands were steady. "Do it. Yusuf, help him." Elena turned to Marcus. "And you, sit down. Let me look at that leg." "I'm fine." "You're not. You're bleeding through your pants." Her eyes softened, just slightly. "Please." Marcus sat. Elena worked on his leg while the others organized. The bullet had passed through. Lucky, if you could call anything about this lucky. But the wound was deep and he'd lost blood. Too much blood. "You need to rest," Elena said. I can't. You have to. You're no good to anyone if you pass out. There's too much to do. We need you alive. Elena met his eyes. That's what we need most. Everything else can wait. Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to push through, to keep moving, to do something, but his body was failing him, the adrenaline fading, the exhaustion settling in. He could barely keep his eyes open. Okay, he said, just for a little while. He was asleep before he finished the sentence. He dreamed of Daniel. They were in the car again. The rain, the windshield, the moment that had defined everything. But this time, it was different. Daniel wasn't bleeding. He was sitting in the passenger seat, looking at Marcus with those familiar eyes, that familiar smile. Hey, Daniel said. Hey, you look terrible. I feel terrible. Daniel laughed, that loud, ridiculous laugh that Marcus had missed so desperately. Same old Marcus, always carrying the weight of the world. Someone has to. Does someone? Daniel turned to face him. You've been carrying me for 5 years, carrying the guilt, the shame, the weight of what happened. But Marcus, I never asked you to do that. You didn't have to ask, you're my brother. I was your brother. Daniel's voice was gentle. I'm gone now, have been for a long time, and you need to let me go. I don't know how. You do. You just haven't admitted it yet. Daniel reached out, put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. You did everything you could that night. Not perfectly, not heroically, but you tried. That's all any of us can do. But I froze. So, you unfroze, Daniel smiled. That's the part that matters, the getting back up, the trying again, the choosing to live despite everything. Marcus felt tears on his face, hot, unexpected. I miss you, he said. I know. But missing me doesn't mean you have to carry me. It means you remember me, honor me, live for me. Daniel's eyes were bright. Can you do that? I'll try. That's all I ask. The dream began to fade, Daniel's face dissolving, the car melting away. But his voice remained echoing through the darkness. I'm proud of you, Marcus. I always was. Marcus woke to gunfire. He was on his feet before he was fully conscious, reaching for a weapon he didn't have. The church was in chaos, people running, shouting, the sounds of combat from somewhere outside. What's happening? He called. Harker's forces! Tommy was at a window, firing through the broken glass. They tracked us. Marcus's heart sank. Harker was alive. Of course he was alive. Men like that didn't die easily. How many? Dozen, maybe more. They're surrounding the building. Everyone armed? Barely. We're almost out of ammunition. This was it. The last stand. Everything they'd survived, everything they'd sacrificed, it came down to this. Marcus looked around the church, at the survivors huddled against the walls, at Lily pressed into a corner, Marco beside her, at Elena, her face pale, her hands steady on her weapon. We can't win this, Elena said quietly. I know. So what do we do? Marcus thought about Daniel, about the dream, about the choice to live despite everything. We fight, he said, as long as we can, for as long as it takes. He picked up a weapon, someone's discarded rifle, half-empty magazine, moved to a window, took aim, and the doors burst open. Not Harker's forces, something else. The infected poured through the entrance, dozens of them, maybe more, drawn by the gunfire and the chaos. They hit the soldiers outside first, overwhelming the perimeter, turning the siege into a slaughter. Through the windows, Marcus watched Harker's men fall, watched the horde consume them one by one, the screaming and the whispers merging into a single terrible sound. Back door! Tommy shouted. Now! They ran. Through the church, past the altar, out into the gray morning. The infected were everywhere, swarming the building, spreading through the streets, but there was a gap, a path to the river. "Go!" Marcus pushed people ahead of him. "Go, go, go!" Lily was beside him, her hand in his. Marco was on Elena's back, clinging tight. The survivors moved as fast as their wounded bodies would allow, desperate to escape the chaos. They almost made it. The soldier came from nowhere, one of Harker's men, wounded, bleeding, but still alive. He emerged from behind a burned-out vehicle, weapon raised, eyes wild with fear and fury. He was aiming at Lily. Marcus moved, not thinking, not planning, just moving, his body responding before his mind could catch up. He threw himself between the soldier and the child, felt the impact of the bullet, felt the world tilt and spin. He hit the ground, hard. "Dr. Chen!" Lily's voice high and panicked. Then Tommy's weapon, 2 shots, and the soldier fell. Marcus tried to sit up, couldn't. His chest was on fire, his lungs struggling to draw breath. He looked down, saw the blood spreading through his shirt, pooling on the cold ground. "Marcus?" Elena was beside him, her hands pressing against the wound. "Stay with me, stay." "Lily?" he gasped. "Is she?" "She's fine, she's okay." Good. That was good. He'd done it. He'd protected her. Finally, after everything, The darkness was closing in. He could feel it pressing at the edges of his vision, pulling him down. "Don't you dare," Elena said. Her voice was fierce, desperate. "Don't you dare give up now. I'm trying. Try harder." Marcus focused on her face, on the tears running down her cheeks, on the grip of her hands, strong and steady, holding him together. "Tell Lily," he said. Tell her yourself, you're going to survive this, you hear me? You're going to—" The words faded. The darkness won. Marcus woke up 3 days later. He was in a bed, a real bed, with sheets and pillows and the smell of antiseptic. Sunlight was streaming through a window, bright and warm, filling the room with light. "You're awake." He turned his head. Yusuf was sitting beside him, that familiar gap-toothed smile spreading across his face. "How?" Marcus's voice was a croak. "Don't try to talk. You've been out for a while." Yusuf poured water from a pitcher, helped Marcus drink. "Short version. Elena saved your life. The bullet missed your heart by about an inch. You're lucky to be alive." "Where?" "The church. The one on the North Shore." Yusuf's smile faded slightly. "We made it. Not all of us, but enough." "Lily?" "She's fine. Been asking about you constantly." Yusuf paused. "She's been sleeping outside your door, won't leave." Marcus closed his eyes. Relief washed through him, warm and overwhelming. "And Harker?" Yusuf's face went hard. "Dead. We found his body in the compound. The horde got him." He paused. "There's something else. One of the infected that killed him. It was his wife. Margaret. She turned weeks ago, apparently. They found her among the bodies." The irony wasn't lost on Marcus. Harker killed by the woman he'd loved, the whispers claiming their own. What about the facility? Gone, overrun. But a lot of people escaped. Harker's people, I mean. They've been arriving over the past few days. Most of them just wanted out. They're grateful, actually, grateful that someone finally took him down. Marcus tried to sit up. Pain lanced through his chest and he fell back. "Easy," Yusuf said. "You're not going anywhere for a while. But nothing. You did enough. More than enough." Yusuf's hand found his. "Rest now. Let other people carry the weight for a while." Marcus wanted to argue, wanted to get up, to help, to do something, but his body was done. Empty. He had nothing left to give. "Okay," he said. And for the first time in weeks, he let himself rest. Recovery was slow. The bullet had done serious damage, punctured lung, cracked rib, massive blood loss. Amara did what she could with their limited supplies, but there was no surgery, no transfusions, no modern medicine. Just rest and hope and the stubborn determination to survive. Marcus spent most of his time in bed, sleeping, thinking, watching the light change through the window. Lily visited every day. She'd sit beside him for hours, drawing pictures, telling him about her day. Her chatter was constant, comforting, a reminder of why he'd fought, why he'd survived. "I made you something," she said one afternoon. She handed him a drawing. Simple, like all her pictures, stick figures in bright colors, but this one was different. It showed a group of people standing together. Some of them were labeled Dr. Chen, Lily, Elena, Yusuf. Others were unlabeled but recognizable. And above them all, floating in a blue sky, more figures. D. Victor Jackson, her father, Daddy. A young man Marcus didn't recognize at first. "Who's that?" he asked, pointing. "That's Daniel." Lily's voice was matter-of-fact. "You told me about him. How he was your brother. How you wished I could have met him." Marcus's throat tightened. "So I put him in," Lily continued, "with the others, so he wouldn't be alone." Marcus stared at the drawing, at the crude figure of his brother smiling down from the sky, at the family Lily had built from the broken pieces of their lives. For the first time in 5 years, he let himself cry. Not the efficient tears of triage, not the numb shock of loss. Real grief, real release. Everything he'd been holding back, everything he'd refused to feel, it poured out of him in great, racking sobs. Lily didn't say anything. She just climbed onto the bed beside him, put her small arms around his neck and held on. "It's okay," she whispered. "He's with everybody now. He's not alone." Marcus held her, felt the warmth of her body, the steadiness of her heartbeat. Felt the weight of 5 years beginning, finally impossibly to lift. He was able to walk after 2 weeks. The church had become a settlement, not large but growing. Survivors from Carey Furnace had joined them, grateful for the chance to start over. Others had come from the city, drawn by word of mouth, by hope, by the simple human need to belong. Marcus moved through the community slowly, his body still healing. He checked on patients, offered advice, did what he could to help. But something had changed. The desperate urgency that had driven him for weeks was gone, replaced by something quieter, steadier. "You're different," Elena said one evening. They were sitting on the church steps watching the sunset. The sky was orange and pink and beautiful, a reminder that some things hadn't ended when the world did. "Different how?" "I don't know. Lighter, maybe." She looked at him. "Less like you're trying to outrun something." Marcus considered that. "I think I finally stopped running," he said. "What changed?" "I died," he smiled just a little. "Or almost died, and when I woke up, I don't know. It was like the weight I'd been carrying was still there, but it wasn't crushing me anymore. I could hold it without being destroyed by it." "That sounds healthy." "It sounds crazy." "Maybe both." Elena was quiet for a moment. Then, "I'm sorry for what I said before, after the first mission, when I blamed you for Jackson. You were right. I was angry and scared and looking for someone to blame." She met his eyes. "But you weren't the enemy, you never were. Neither were you." They sat in silence. The sun sank lower, the sky darkened. "What happens now?" Elena asked. "I don't know. We rebuild. We survive. We try to make something worth living for." "Is that enough?" Marcus thought about it. About Daniel. About Dee and Victor. About all the people they'd lost and all the people they'd saved. "It has to be," he said. "It's all we have." The council formed naturally. No elections, no votes, just a recognition that certain people had earned the right to lead. Marcus, Elena, Yusuf, Tommy, Amara. 5 people representing different aspects of their small community. They met in the church basement around a table someone had salvaged from a restaurant. Maps spread before them, notes scrawled on whatever paper they could find. "We have 67 people now," Yusuf reported, "more arriving every day." "How are supplies?" Elena asked. "Adequate. The raids have been productive, but we'll need to expand soon, find more sources, establish trade routes." "What about security?" Tommy asked. "The perimeter is holding. The infected are still active in the city, but they seem to be moving away from this area. For now, we're safe." Marcus listened without speaking. The others were capable, more capable than he'd ever given them credit for. They didn't need him to make every decision. "There's something else," Amara said. She'd been quiet, studying her notes. "I've made progress on the immunity research." Everyone turned to look at her. "Elena's blood, the antibodies. I think I understand how they work now. Not fully, but enough to start developing a treatment." She paused. "It won't be a cure, not yet. But it might give us a chance. A real chance." "How long?" Marcus asked. "Years, maybe. I need equipment, supplies, time. But it's possible. For the first time, I believe it's actually possible." The room was quiet, the weight of the news settling over them. Yusuf started. "That's everything." Marcus's voice was steady. "That's what we've been fighting for." "It's a start," Amara corrected. "A beginning. The hard work is still ahead." "But it's hope." Elena's eyes were bright. "Real hope. Not just surviving, building something." Marcus looked around the table, at the people who'd become his family, at the future they were beginning to imagine. "Then let's get to work," he said. The memorial service was held on a Sunday. Not for religious reasons, though Yusuf incorporated prayers from a dozen traditions. It was simply the right time, a moment to pause, to remember, to honor the dead. They gathered in the main hall of the church, every member of the community, young and old. The space was filled with candlelight, with the smell of incense, with the quiet rustle of bodies pressed close together. Marcus stood at the front. "We've lost people," he said. His voice was steady, but his eyes were wet. "Friends, family, people who deserve better than what they got. I want to say their names, not because it will bring them back, but because they deserve to be remembered." He began. "Karl Kowalski, security guard, father, hero. Herman Marchetti, husband, survivor. Rico DeLuca, brother, friend. Father Paul Kowalczyk, priest, guide. Marco Vasquez." His voice caught. He looked at Elena, at the tears streaming down her face. Marco Vasquez, son, light in the darkness. More names, more faces, people he'd known, people he'd barely met, all of them part of the story they were telling. Victor Chen, soldier, protector. Dolores Marchetti, nurse, teacher. Jackson, Kenji, Thompson. And finally, Daniel Chen, brother, reason for everything. The church was silent. Marcus stood at the front, looking at the faces of the living. "They're gone," he said, "but they're not forgotten. They're part of us now, part of what we build, part of why we fight." He paused, took a breath. "We're going to survive this, not because we're strong or smart or lucky, but because we remember. Because we honor the ones we've lost by living, by building, by never giving up." He looked at Lily, at Elena, at Yusuf and Tommy and Amara. That's what they would have wanted. That's what they deserve. The candles flickered, the shadows danced, and somewhere in the silence, Marcus could have sworn he heard Daniel laugh. 3 months later, spring was coming, the snow was melting. The first green was appearing on the trees. The settlement had grown. 82 people now, with more arriving every week. They'd established contact with 2 other communities, one to the north, one to the east. Trade was beginning, Cooperation was forming, the first fragile threads of a new civilization. Amara's research was progressing. She'd identified markers in Elena's blood that might lead to a treatment. Not a cure, not yet. But the possibility was there. Marcus was still the doctor, still working. But he'd learned to rest, to eat meals with other people, to laugh at Tommy's terrible jokes, to let Yusuf worry about him without pushing back. He and Elena weren't together. Too much had happened between them, too much pain. But they'd found peace, a shared understanding. Lily asked to learn more first aid. Marcus said yes. "Why do you want to learn?" he asked. "Because someone has to help people," she said. "That's what my dad did. That's what you do. That's what I'm going to do." Marcus thought about Daniel, about how he'd become a surgeon because he'd frozen, about how Lily wanted to help because she'd lost someone. The cycle wasn't just trauma. It was purpose. The last scene happened at dawn. Marcus was on the church roof. Yusuf was beside him. They were watching the sun rise over Pittsburgh, burned, broken, but standing. "Do you ever think about what it would have been like?" Yusuf asked. "If none of this had happened?" "Every day." "Me too." Yusuf paused. "But we're still here." "Yeah." Marcus watched the light spread across the city, the ruins and the survivors, the dead and the living. "We're still here." Below them, the settlement was waking up. Voices, movement, the sounds of a community coming alive. Somewhere down there, Lily was laughing at something Tommy said. Marcus realized he was smiling. He couldn't remember the last time that had happened. He didn't deserve to be happy. He knew that. He'd always know that. But he was learning that survival wasn't about deserving, it was about choosing. Choosing to keep going. Choosing to build something, choosing to live, for Daniel, for Dee, for Victor, for everyone. The sun came up. The city glittered with frost. The whispers were quiet, at least for now. Marcus held Lily as she slept. Across the water, fire consumed everything they'd fought for, and everything that had tried to destroy them. He thought about Dee, about Victor, about Daniel, 5 years gone, about everyone. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, he didn't feel like he should have died instead. Marcus lay on a cot in what had once been the pastor's office, staring at a water stain on the ceiling that looked vaguely like a hand reaching for something it couldn't quite grasp. 3 days since the assault on Carey Furnace. 3 days since Dee had blown herself up with the bridge. 3 days since Victor had stayed behind to buy them time. 3 days since a bullet had punched through Marcus's chest and nearly ended everything. He should be dead. Amara had told him that, in her precise clinical way. The bullet had missed his heart by less than an inch, nicked his lung, cracked 2 ribs. Blood loss alone should have killed him. Shock should have killed him. The cold should have killed him, but here he was. Breathing. Hurting. Alive. The door creaked open. "You're awake." Elena stood in the doorway, her face drawn, dark circles under her eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept in days. She probably hadn't. "How do you feel?" "Like I got shot." "That's because you did." She crossed to the chair beside his cot, lowered herself into it. Her movements were careful, controlled. She was still healing from her own wounds. "Amara says you're lucky to be alive. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true." Elena was quiet for a moment. "You saved Lily. That soldier, he was aiming right at her." Marcus remembered. The moment when everything had slowed down, when he'd seen the weapon rising, when his body had moved without permission. No hesitation, no freezing, just action. "I didn't think about it," he said. I know." Elena's hand found his. "That's what matters." They sat in silence. Through the window, Marcus could see gray sky, bare trees, the distant shimmer of the river. The world kept turning, indifferent to their survival, indifferent to their losses. How many? He asked. Survivors? Deaths. Elena's face tightened. 8 confirmed. D, Victor, Jackson, Kenji, Martinez, Dr. Foster. She paused. 2 others we're not sure about. Could be dead. Could have scattered during the chaos. 8. 8 people out of the 20 who'd crossed the river. 8 lives traded for... what? Victory? Freedom? The chance to try again? And Harker? Dead. The horde got him. Elena's voice was flat. Tommy found his body in the compound, or what was left of it. Marcus closed his eyes. He should have felt something. Triumph, relief, satisfaction. Instead, there was only emptiness, the weight of everything they'd lost pressing down on him like a physical force. It's over, Elena said. Whatever else happens, it's over. Is it? The facility is destroyed. Harker's forces scattered. The ones who survived are joining us. Most of them just wanted out. She squeezed his hand. We won, Marcus. It doesn't feel like it. But we won. Won. The word felt hollow, meaningless. They'd lost D, fierce, practical D who'd taught him how to survive. They'd lost Victor, broken, brilliant Victor who'd found redemption in sacrifice. They'd lost so many others, faces and names blurring together into a single monument of grief. But they'd also survived. Lily was alive. Elena was alive. Yusuf and Tommy and Amara were alive. The people who'd trusted him followed him, believed in him. Enough of them had made it. Maybe that was what winning looked like now. Not triumph, not celebration, just survival, just the stubborn refusal to die. I need to get up, Marcus said. You need to rest. I've been resting for 3 days. He pushed himself upright, felt the world tilt and spin, pain lanced through his chest. Sharp, immediate, undeniable. But he kept moving. There's work to do. Elena didn't argue. She knew him well enough by now. Instead, she helped him stand, supported his weight as they moved toward the door. Slowly, she said. If you tear your stitches, Amara will kill both of us. Noted. They stepped out into the church. The main hall had been transformed. What had once been rows of pews was now a makeshift hospital. Cots arranged in neat lines, the wounded tended by whoever could be spared. People moved through the space with quiet purpose, checking bandages, distributing food, doing the 1,000 small tasks that kept a community alive. Marcus counted heads automatically. 23 people in this room alone. More scattered throughout the church, in the basement, in the offices, in the small apartments they'd created from whatever materials they could scavenge. 41 survivors total, some from the original group, the ones who'd escaped the hospital with him weeks ago. Some from Carey Furnace, Harker's former subjects, now refugees. Some from the city itself, people who'd heard the broadcasts, seen the signals, made their way to this small sanctuary on the North Shore. 41 people. His responsibility now. His burden. Dr. Chen, he turned. Lily was running toward him, her small face split by a grin that seemed too big for the circumstances. Mr. Buttons was clutched to her chest, still with her, always with her, a constant through everything. You're up. She crashed into him, nearly knocking him off his feet. Elena steadied him. Yusuf said you might sleep forever. I told him that was dumb. You were right. Marcus knelt down, slowly, carefully, his chest screaming in protest. I'm up. I'm okay. You don't look okay. You look like something a cat threw up. Thanks for that. But you're awake, that's what matters. Lily's eyes were bright. I've been practicing my first aid like you taught me. I helped Amara change Mrs. Chen's bandages yesterday. She said I was a natural. That's great, Lily. I know. She beamed. When you're better, will you teach me more? I want to learn everything. Marcus felt something loosen in his chest. Not the wound. Something else. something that had been tight for so long he'd forgotten it was there. "Yeah," he said, "I'll teach you everything." The next few days passed in a blur of activity. Marcus wasn't supposed to be working. Amara made that very clear, but he couldn't sit still. There was too much to do. Wounds to check, supplies to inventory, decisions to make. The church had become something more than a shelter. It was becoming a community. People organized themselves naturally, falling into roles that made sense. Tommy led the scavenging parties, using his knowledge of the city's back routes to find resources others missed. Elena took charge of security, her fierce protective instinct channeled into something constructive. Yusuf became the unofficial mediator, settling disputes, calming fears, holding the fragile peace together. And Marcus was the doctor, the leader, the one people looked to when they didn't know what to do. He wasn't sure he deserved that trust, wasn't sure he'd earned it, but he accepted it anyway because someone had to. Because the alternative was chaos. On the 4th day after the battle, they held a meeting. Not a formal council, that would come later. Just the core group, gathered in the church basement around a table someone had salvaged from a restaurant. Marcus, Elena, Yusuf, Tommy, Amara. 5 people trying to figure out what came next. "We need to take stock," Elena said. "What we have, what we need, where we're going." "Supplies first," Tommy offered. "We've got food for maybe 2 weeks if we ration carefully. Water's good. The church has a well in the basement. Medical supplies." He looked at Marcus. "Low," Marcus said. "The raid on Harker's facility got us some things, but not enough. Antibiotics, bandages, painkillers. We'll run out before the month is over." "What about shelter?" Yusuf asked. "The church is solid, defensible. We can house maybe 60 people comfortably. More than that, we'll need to expand." Elena pulled out a map she'd been working on, hand-drawn, rough, but detailed. "There are buildings nearby we could fortify, a school 3 blocks east, an office complex to the north. Long-term, we need to think about food production," Amara said. "Scavenging won't sustain us forever. Spring is coming. We should be planting gardens, greenhouses, something sustainable." The conversation continued. Resources, defenses, plans for the future. Marcus listened more than he spoke, letting the others take the lead. They were capable, more capable than he'd given them credit for. They didn't need him to make every decision. But when the meeting ended, Yusuf held him back. "We need to talk about something else," Yusuf said. "What?" "The dead." Yusuf's face was solemn. "We need to honor them properly, not just bury them and move on." Marcus thought about Dee, about Victor, about all the others they'd lost. "A memorial service," he said. "Yes, something that acknowledges what they gave, what they meant." Yusuf paused. "Will you speak?" Marcus wanted to say no, wanted to say he wasn't the right person, that someone else should do it, that he'd failed too many times to stand up and talk about sacrifice. But he looked at Yusuf's face, saw the expectation there, the trust. "Okay," he said. "I'll speak." The memorial service was held on day 44. They gathered in the main hall of the church, every member of the community, young and old. The space had been transformed overnight. Candles everywhere, hundreds of them, their flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. Flowers, too, dried things scavenged from abandoned shops, but flowers nonetheless. And photographs, drawings, personal items arranged on a makeshift altar. Marcus stood at the front. He'd prepared something. Notes scrawled on a piece of paper. Words he'd rehearsed in the quiet hours before dawn. But looking out at the faces before him, the notes felt wrong, inadequate. So he set them aside. "We're here to remember," he said. His voice was steady, but his heart was pounding. "To honor the people we've lost. The ones who gave everything so we could be here. He paused, let the silence settle. I'm not going to tell you that their deaths had meaning. I'm not going to say they died for a cause or that their sacrifice was worth it. His eyes found Elena's, Yusuf's, Lily's. Because the truth is, I don't know. I don't know if anything we've done was worth the price we paid. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Marcus continued. But I know this. They were real. They were people, complicated, flawed, beautiful people who loved and fought and hoped and feared just like the rest of us. And they deserve to be remembered, not as heroes, not as symbols, as themselves. He took a breath. I want to say their names. All of them. Because that's what we can do. That's what we owe them. He began. Karl Kowalski. He was a security guard at the hospital. He had a daughter named Lily who he loved more than anything in the world. When the outbreak started, he didn't run. He stayed. He fought. And when he knew he was dying, his only thought was for his child. Lily was crying. Silent tears running down her face, Mr. Buttons clutched to her chest. Herman Marchetti. He was married to Dee for 47 years. He liked crossword puzzles and bad television and the way she laughed at his jokes. He died in the tunnels under the hospital. But before he died, before he became one of those things, he looked at his wife with love. Marcus's throat was tight. He forced himself to continue. Rico DeLuca. He was Tommy's brother. He was trying to go straight, to make something of himself. He didn't deserve what happened to him. None of them did. More names, more faces. Some he'd known well, others he'd barely met. But he spoke them all, giving each one a moment, a memory, a space in the collective grief of their small community. Father Paul Kowalczyk. He was a priest who came to the hospital to give last rites. He struggled with his faith, questioned it, doubted it, nearly lost it. But in the end, when a bullet was coming for someone he could save, he didn't hesitate. His last words were, "God is still here." I want to believe he was right. Marco Vasquez. Marcus's voice cracked. He looked at Elena, at the devastation in her eyes, the grief that would never fully heal. He was 9 years old. He liked dinosaurs and soccer and his mother's cooking. He had a smile that could light up a room. And he died because He stopped, couldn't continue. Elena's hand found his, squeezed. He died, Marcus said quietly, because the world is cruel. Because bad things happen to good people, because I couldn't save him. He took a breath, steadied himself. Victor Chen. He was a soldier, a leader, a father who lost his son to this nightmare. He made hard choices, choices that saved lives and ended them. In the end, he chose to stay behind, to fight, to give us time. Marcus's voice was firm now. His last words to me were, "Take care of the girl." I intend to keep that promise. Dolores Marchetti. The name felt heavy on his tongue. Dee. She was a nurse for 40 years. She taught me half of what I know about actually helping people. She was sharp and fierce and impossible and wonderful. And when the time came, when we needed someone to blow that bridge, to stop the horde from reaching us, she didn't hesitate. Marcus could see her face in his mind. That silver braid, those sharp blue eyes. The way she'd looked at him before the assault, when she'd told him to come back. Her last words were for me. She said, "I'm proud of you, doctor. I always was. Now live with it." He paused. "I'm trying." Finally, Daniel Chen, my brother. He died 5 years ago in a car accident. I was driving. I froze. He bled out while I sat there, unable to move. The church was silent. Every eye on him. I've been carrying that for a long time. Too long. It shaped everything I became, the work I did, the choices I made, the person I tried to be. I thought if I saved enough people, if I never stopped moving, I could earn back my right to exist. He looked at Lily, at the drawing she'd given him, still folded in his pocket. But I was wrong. You can't earn forgiveness. You can't work your way out of guilt. All you can do is accept it, carry it, and keep living anyway. Marcus straightened, looked out at the faces before him. They're gone, all of them. Daniel and Carl and Dee and Victor and everyone else we've lost. Nothing we do can bring them back. Nothing we do can undo what happened. He paused. But we can remember them. We can honor them. We can build something worth living for. Not because they'd want us to, not because we owe them, but because that's what survival means. That's what being human means. His voice rose. We're going to survive this, not because we're strong or smart or special, but because we choose to. Every day, every moment, we choose to keep going. For ourselves, for each other. For the ones we've lost and the ones who are still here. He looked at Lily. That's what they would have wanted. That's what they deserve. The candles flickered. The shadows danced. And then Yusuf started to hum. It was a hymn. Something old. Something Marcus vaguely recognized from childhood. Others joined in one by one, their voices merging into a wordless song of grief and hope. Marcus closed his eyes. Let the sound wash over him. And for the first time in 5 years, he felt something like peace. The days after the memorial were quiet, a settling, a recalibration. The community was finding its footing, learning to function not as survivors, but as something more. Something permanent. Marcus threw himself into the work. Not because he was running, not anymore, but because there was work to be done. Wounds to heal, systems to build, people to help. He moved through the church with a new kind of purpose, less desperate, less frantic. The weight he'd carried for so long was still there, but it had changed, shifted, become something he could bear instead of something that crushed him. You're different, Amara observed one afternoon. They were in the basement, which she'd converted into a makeshift laboratory. Equipment salvaged from the CDC office lined the walls. Microscopes, centrifuges, chemicals Marcus couldn't identify. Her research into Elena's immunity was ongoing, slow but steady. Different how? Marcus asked. Less, she searched for the word, haunted. Before, when I looked at you, I saw someone running from something. Now I see someone who's decided to stay. I'm not sure what that means. It means you're healing. Amara looked at him with those analytical eyes. Not physically, though that too, but here. She touched her chest. Whatever was broken is starting to mend. Marcus thought about that. About the memorial service. About Lily's drawing. About the dream he'd had, Daniel telling him to let go. Maybe, he said. I don't know if healed is the right word, but you're trying. Yeah, I'm trying. Amara nodded, satisfied. That's all any of us can do. The community council formed naturally. Not through elections or votes. There wasn't time for that kind of formality. It just happened. People started looking to certain figures for decisions, and those figures started meeting regularly to coordinate. Marcus, Elena, Yusuf, Tommy, Amara. 5 people from different backgrounds, different skills, different perspectives. But they shared something crucial. They'd all survived. They'd all lost. They'd all chosen to keep fighting. The council met in the basement, around that same salvaged table. The discussions were practical, resources, defenses, expansion plans. But there was something else underneath, a sense of building, of creating. We need to think about the future, Yusuf said at one meeting. Not just surviving, living. What do you mean? Tommy asked. Schools, hospitals, governance. Yusuf spread his hands. All the things that made us a society before, we can't just scavenge forever. We need to create. That's a long-term project, Elena said. So, we're in this for the long term, aren't we? Nobody answered. The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. He's right, Marcus said finally. We've been so focused on surviving that we haven't thought about what comes after. But there will be an after. There has to be. How do we even start? Tommy asked. One step at a time. Marcus looked around the table. We identify what we need. We figure out how to get it. We build systems that can sustain themselves without constant crisis management. That's a lot of work. That's what survival looks like now. Not just staying alive, building something worth living for. The council continued. Hours of discussion, planning, arguing. But something had shifted. They weren't just reacting anymore, they were creating. A week after the memorial, Amara called a meeting. Not just the council, everyone. The entire community gathered in the main hall, 67 people now, curious and worried and hopeful all at once. Amara stood at the front, her notes clutched in her hands. She looked nervous, a rare expression for her. I've been working on Elena's blood, she began, studying the antibodies, trying to understand what makes her immune to the infection. The room was silent, waiting. I don't have a cure. I need to be clear about that. What I have is... She paused. A possibility, a beginning. She spread her notes on the table beside her. The antibodies in Elena's blood attack the infection in a specific way. They target the proteins that allow it to spread, neutralize them before they can take hold. Amara looked up. I've identified markers, specific genetic sequences that seem to be responsible for this immunity. What does that mean? Someone asked. It means that with time, with equipment, with resources, I might be able to develop a treatment, not a cure, she emphasized again. But something that could give infected people a fighting chance, maybe even something that could protect the uninfected. The room erupted, voices overlapping, questions tumbling over each other. Marcus let the chaos continue for a moment before raising his hand. How long? He asked. Years, probably, maybe more. I need a real laboratory, real equipment, real supplies. Amara's eyes were bright. But for the first time since this started, I believe it's possible. I believe we might actually be able to fight this. Years. The word felt both impossibly long and strangely hopeful. Years meant future. Years meant survival. Years meant they had something to work toward. Then we get you what you need, Marcus said, whatever it takes. It's not that simple. Nothing is simple anymore, but that doesn't mean we give up. He looked around the room. We've lost so much, too much. But this is something we can build, something we can create, a chance for everyone, not just us. Elena stepped forward. I'll do whatever's needed, blood samples, tests, whatever helps the research. So will I, Yusuf added. Me too, Tommy said. One by one, voices joined, commitments made, the community coming together around a single shared purpose. Amara looked overwhelmed. I can't promise anything. You don't have to, Marcus said. You just have to try. That's all any of us can do. The news spread, not just within their community, beyond it. Word traveled through the network of survivor groups they'd established contact with, other settlements, other communities, other pockets of humanity clinging to life in the ruins of the old world. Within days, messages were arriving, questions, offers of help, requests for information. We're not alone, Elena said, reading one of the transmissions. There are others out there, more than we thought. How many? Hard to say, but the radio traffic is increasing every day. Groups we've never heard from reaching out. She looked up. They're curious, hopeful, looking for something to believe in. Marcus thought about that, about the small spark of hope Amara's research represented, about the ripples spreading outward from their tiny community. We need to be careful, he said. Hope can be dangerous. If we promise too much, we're not promising anything. We're sharing. That's different. Elena set down the transmission. They know it's early. They know it might not work. But just knowing someone's trying, that matters. She was right. Marcus had seen it in his own community, the way the announcement had changed things. Not because people expected a miracle, but because they expected a future, a reason to keep fighting. That was worth something. That was worth everything. 3 weeks after the memorial, Lily found Marcus on the church roof. It had become his place, the spot where he went when he needed to think. The view stretched across Pittsburgh, across the river, across the ruins of the city they'd fought so hard to survive. You come up here a lot, Lily said, settling beside him. Helps me think. About what? Everything? Marcus gestured at the city below. All of it. What we've done. What we're building. What comes next. Lily was quiet for a moment. Then she pulled something from her pocket. I made you another picture, she said. Marcus took it, another drawing like so many she'd given him. But this one was different. It showed a group of people standing together, stick figures, bright colors, the same simple style as always. But the composition was different. The figures weren't just standing, they were reaching toward each other, holding hands, connected. Some of them had labels: Marcus, Lily, Elena, Yusuf, Tommy, and others floating in a blue sky above them: D, Victor, Daddy. But there was one more figure, one Marcus hadn't expected. Daniel. You told me about him, Lily said softly. Your brother. You said you wished I could have met him. Marcus's throat was tight. He couldn't speak. So I put him in. With the others, with everyone who's watching over us. Lily looked up at him. Is that okay? Marcus stared at the drawing, at the crude figure of his brother smiling down from the sky, at the family Lily had built from the broken pieces of their lives. It's perfect, he managed. I thought so. Lily leaned against him. I like making pictures of everyone together. It makes me feel like they're not really gone, just somewhere else, waiting. Maybe they are. Do you think so? Marcus thought about Daniel, about the dream he'd had, his brother telling him to let go, about the peace he'd felt at the memorial when he'd finally spoken the names of the dead. I don't know, he said honestly, but I hope so. Me too. Lily was quiet for a moment. Dr. Chen? Yeah. Thank you. For finding me, for keeping me safe, for... She stopped, swallowed. For being my family. The words hit Marcus like a wave. He pulled her close, held her tight. Thank you for being mine, he said. They sat like that for a long time, watching the sun set over the city. The sky turned orange, then pink, then purple. Stars began to appear one by one, scattered across the darkness, and for the first time in 5 years, Marcus let himself cry. Not the efficient tears of triage, not the numb shock of loss, real grief, real release. Everything he'd been holding back, everything he'd refused to feel, it poured out of him in great, racking sobs. Lily didn't say anything. She just held on. And when the tears finally stopped, something had changed. The weight was still there, it would always be there, but it wasn't crushing anymore. It was bearable, survivable. You unfroze, Lily said quietly. Marcus laughed, a real laugh, unexpected and strange. Yeah, he said, I guess I did. Time passed. Days became weeks. Weeks became months. The church transformed from a shelter into a settlement, from a refuge into a home. The community grew. 67 people became 80, 80 became 90. Newcomers arrived every week, drawn by word of mouth, by radio broadcasts, by the simple human need to belong somewhere. Systems developed. A council that met regularly, making decisions collectively. Work assignments that rotated fairly. School for the children, real school, with lessons and books and the hope of something beyond survival. Marcus remained at the center of it all, not as a leader, he'd never wanted that, but as a presence, the doctor who could heal wounds, the voice that could calm fears, the person who'd carried them through the worst of it and was still standing. But he was different now. He took breaks, ate meals with others instead of alone, laughed at Tommy's terrible jokes, let Yusuf worry about him without pushing back. He played cards with Lily on Tuesday nights, taught her first aid on Thursdays, read books to the younger children when he could find them, and sometimes on quiet evenings he'd sit on the church roof and watch the stars, thinking about Daniel, about Dee, about everyone they'd lost, remembering them not with guilt but with love. "You're doing better," Elena said one day. They were walking through the settlement, checking on various projects. The garden was taking shape, raised beds filled with soil they'd salvaged from nearby parks. The water system was expanding, new storage tanks connected to the church's well. Little by little, they were building something sustainable. "I'm trying," Marcus said. "You're succeeding." Elena paused. "I wanted to apologize for what I said before, after the first mission. When Jackson, you already apologized. I know, but I meant it then, and I mean it more now. I was angry, scared, looking for someone to blame." She met his eyes. "You've proven me wrong, proven everyone wrong. You're not the man who freezes anymore. You're the man who kept us alive." "I'm both." Marcus's voice was quiet. "I'll always be both. The freezing doesn't go away. But you were right about what matters. It's not whether you freeze, it's whether you unfreeze. Lily told you that. Lily tells me a lot of things." Elena smiled. It was a rare expression for her, softer, more genuine than her usual controlled composure. "She's a good kid. The best." They walked in silence for a while, the settlement humming around them, voices, movement, the sounds of a community coming alive. "What happens next?" Elena asked. "We keep going, build more, expand, connect with other communities." Marcus shrugged. "The same thing we've been doing, just more of it." "And Amara's research?" "She's making progress, slowly but progress." He paused. "Years," she said, "maybe more. But it's possible. She believes it's possible." "Do you?" Marcus thought about it, about all the impossible things they'd already survived. The hospital, the tunnel, Harker, the horde. "I believe we have to try," he said. "That's enough for now." Spring came. The snow melted. The first green appeared on the trees. Birds returned, actual birds, singing in the morning, a sound so normal it felt miraculous. The settlement had grown to 93 people. They'd expanded into the school 3 blocks east, connected it to the church with a protected walkway. The garden was producing, not much yet, but something. Lettuce, radishes, the first tentative signs of self-sufficiency. Amara's laboratory had grown too. More equipment salvaged from raids and trades, more volunteers helping with the research, more hope. "I've isolated the key protein," she announced at a council meeting. "The one that triggers the immune response in Elena's blood." "What does that mean?" Tommy asked. "It means I understand how the immunity works, how it attacks the infection." Amara's eyes were bright. "The next step is figuring out how to replicate it, how to transfer it to others. A vaccine? Eventually, maybe. Or a treatment. Something we can give to people after they're bitten." She paused. "It's still years away. But I can see the path now. I know where we're going." The room was quiet, the magnitude of what she was saying settling over them. "That's incredible," Yusuf said softly. "It's a beginning." Amara looked around the table. I need more resources, more help. And I need time. Time without constant crises, without interruptions. We'll give you what you need, Marcus said, whatever it takes. I know you will. Amara's expression softened. That's what makes this community different. You understand that survival isn't enough, that we have to build something, create something, leave something behind. Marcus thought about Daniel, about the legacy he'd wanted to leave, saving the world, one river at a time, about the legacy Marcus himself might leave, if they succeeded. That's what survival means now, he said, not just staying alive, living, building, making something worth passing on. The anniversary of the outbreak came and went. 1 year since the world ended. 1 year since Mrs. Patterson had whispered her dead husband's name in the hospital ER. 1 year since Marcus's life had changed forever. They marked it with another memorial service, not as heavy as the first one, more celebration than mourning, a recognition of how far they'd come. The community had grown to 108 people. They'd established regular contact with 3 other settlements, were building trade relationships, sharing resources and knowledge. The council had expanded to include representatives from the newer groups, creating something that looked almost like government. And Amara's research continued, slow, painstaking, but progressing. The first human trials were months away, maybe a year. But the hope was real now. Tangible. Marcus stood at the back during the anniversary service, watching the faces of the people he'd helped keep alive. Some of them he recognized from the earliest days, survivors from the hospital, the warehouse, the tunnel. Others were newer, arrivals from the past months, people who'd only heard stories about what came before. Lily was at the front, leading the children in a song they'd written for the occasion. Her voice was clear and strong, carrying through the church. We remember those we lost. We honor what they gave, we build upon their sacrifice and carry on their name. It wasn't great poetry, but it was real. It was theirs. After the service, Marcus found himself outside, standing in the garden that had started as a few raised beds and was now a proper growing operation. Tomatoes and peppers and squash. Rows of vegetables stretching toward the spring sun. You're thinking too loud, he turned. Yusuf was beside him, that familiar gap-toothed smile on his face. Just remembering, Marcus said. Good memories or bad? Both. Marcus looked at the garden. A year ago, I couldn't imagine any of this, being here, being alive, being... He searched for the word. Okay? Are you okay? Marcus considered the question, really considered it. I'm better, he said. Not fixed, but better. The weight's still there, but I can carry it now. I don't feel like I'm drowning anymore. Yusuf nodded slowly. That's healing, brother. Not all at once, not perfectly, but step by step. I know. Marcus paused. Thank you. For being there. For believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. That's what family does. Yusuf put his hand on Marcus's shoulder. God willing, and the creek don't rise. God willing? 2 months later, the first successful test. Amara had developed a prototype treatment, a serum derived from Elena's antibodies, refined and concentrated. They'd tested it on infected tissue samples first, then on animals, then, finally carefully, on a volunteer who'd been bitten 2 hours earlier. The volunteer was a young man named Carlos, a recent arrival who'd been wounded during a supply run. The bite was on his forearm, deep, dangerous, the kind that usually meant death within hours. Marcus was there for the injection. He held Carlos's hand while Amara administered the serum, watched the young man's face for any sign of reaction. Hours passed. Carlos developed a fever, expected, Amara said, a sign that his immune system was fighting. His wound inflamed, then began to heal. His eyes stayed clear. His mind stayed sharp. By the next morning, the crisis had passed. "It worked," Amara said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It actually worked." The community celebrated, not wildly, they'd learned caution by now, but genuinely, a breakthrough. A sign that the future they'd been building might actually come to pass. Marcus found Lily in the church that evening. She was drawing, as always, another picture, another collection of stick figures in bright colors. "What are you making?" he asked. "A picture of the future." She held it up proudly. The drawing showed a city, not ruined, not burned, but rebuilt. Buildings with lights, people walking in the streets, children playing in parks, and at the center a hospital, small figures with stethoscopes and white coats, helping people, healing them. "That's you," Lily said, pointing to one of the figures. "And that's me. We're doctors together." Marcus felt his throat tighten. "That's a good future," he said. "I know." Lily grinned. "I'm going to make it happen." 3 months after the treatment breakthrough, Marcus made a decision. He called a council meeting, not for planning or crisis management, for something else. "I want to step back," he said. The room went silent. "Not completely. I'm still the doctor, still available for whatever's needed." He looked around the table. "But I've been at the center of everything since this started. And I think it's time for other people to lead." "Marcus," Elena started. "I'm not abandoning anyone, I'm just making space." He paused. "When this started, I was running from something, from Daniel, from my own guilt. I threw myself into the work because I didn't know how else to cope. And now," Yusuf asked, "now I want to live, not just survive, not just lead, but actually live." Marcus smiled. "Lily wants to learn medicine. I want to teach her. I want to work in the garden, read books, watch sunsets without calculating escape routes." "You've earned that," Tommy said. "Have I?" Marcus shook his head. "I don't know about earned, but I want it. And I think it's okay to want things now. Not just to survive, but to live." The council was quiet. Then slowly Yusuf started to clap. Others joined. Elena, Tommy, Amara. The sound filling the room, a celebration of something Marcus hadn't expected. Permission, not to stop caring, but to also care for himself. The months that followed were different. Marcus still worked, still treated patients, still consulted on decisions, still helped where he was needed. But he also rested. Ate meals with people, took walks through the settlement with no purpose except to walk. He taught Lily everything he knew. First aid became triage. Triage became suturing. Suturing became more complex procedures, the kind of knowledge that would take years to master but was worth starting. "Why did you become a doctor?" Lily asked one afternoon. They were in the medical wing, a proper wing now, with beds and supplies and something approaching professional care. Marcus was showing her how to set a broken bone. "Because of my brother," he said. "Daniel. When he died, I wanted to make sure I never froze again, never stood by while someone I loved was dying." "But you still froze sometimes." "Yeah, I still did." Marcus looked at her. "You know what I learned, though?" "What?" "That freezing isn't the end. It's just a pause. What matters is what you do when you unfreeze." He smiled. "Your dad knew that. You taught me that." Lily beamed. "I'm pretty smart. The smartest." Summer arrived. The settlement was thriving. 127 people now, spread across multiple buildings, organized into something that almost resembled normalcy. Schools and hospitals and gardens and trade routes. Amara's treatment had been refined, tested, improved. It wasn't perfect, nothing was. But it worked. People who were bitten had a chance now. A real chance. Word had spread. Other communities were reaching out, asking for help. The beginning of something larger was taking shape, a network of survivors connected by hope and shared purpose. Marcus watched it all from a slight distance now. Still involved, still present, but no longer at the center. Others had stepped up. Elena leading security, Tommy managing logistics, Yusuf serving as the community's heart. And Lily was becoming a healer in her own right. At 9 years old, she knew more about medicine than most adults. Her hands were steady, her mind was quick, her heart was brave. "She's going to be better than you," Elena observed one day. They were watching Lily treat a minor injury, a cut on a child's arm, nothing serious, with professional confidence. "I know," Marcus said, "that's the point." "The point? Leaving something behind, building something that outlasts you." He smiled. "That's what survival means now, not just staying alive. Creating something worth passing on." Elena was quiet for a moment, then, "Daniel would be proud of you." Marcus felt his throat tighten, but he didn't push the emotion away, didn't deny it or deflect it. "I hope so," he said. "I really hope so." The anniversary of the Carey Furnace assault came. 1 year since Dee had blown herself up with the bridge, 1 year since Victor had stayed behind, 1 year since Marcus had been shot and nearly died. They held another memorial, smaller this time, just the people who'd been there who remembered. Marcus spoke again, but this time the words came easier. "A year ago we were fighting to survive. We didn't know if we'd make it. We didn't know if anything we'd built would last." He looked around the small group. "Now we know." He paused. "Dee and Victor didn't die for nothing. They died for this. For us. For everything we've built and everything we're going to build." His voice was steady. "They're not gone. They're part of this, part of everything we do." After the service, Marcus found himself on the church roof again, his place, his thinking spot. Yusuf joined him, as he often did. "You okay?" Yusuf asked. "Yeah." Marcus watched the sunset. "I was thinking about Daniel." "Good thoughts?" "Mostly. I was thinking about what he would have said about all of this." Marcus smiled. "He always wanted to save the world, fix the rivers, make things better. And you're doing that now. We're doing that, all of us." Marcus paused. "But I think he'd be proud, not because of what we've accomplished, but because we kept trying, because we didn't give up." "That's the important part," Yusuf agreed. They sat in silence. The sun sank lower. The sky turned colors. "You know what I realized?" Marcus said. "What?" "That I've been asking the wrong question. For 5 years I kept asking, why did I survive when Daniel didn't? Like I needed to justify my existence, earn my right to be here. And now? Now I think the question is, what am I going to do with the time I have?" Marcus looked at Yusuf. "Not because I owe anyone, not because I have to prove anything, but because this is my life, and I get to decide what it means." Yusuf smiled. "That sounds like healing to me." "Maybe it is," Marcus smiled back. "God willing and the creek don't rise. God willing." Time continued to pass. The settlement grew, became a town, became a hub for the network of communities spreading across the region. Marcus found his place within it, not as the leader but as a presence, a teacher, a healer, someone who'd been there from the beginning and could help others understand what they were building. Lily grew too, from child to teenager to young woman. Her skills developed, her knowledge expanded. She became what Marcus had always hoped she might, a healer in her own right, carrying forward everything he'd taught her. And the world slowly, painfully began to heal. Amara's treatment became widespread. Deaths from infection dropped. Communities connected, shared resources, built something larger than themselves. It wasn't paradise, There were still threats, infected hordes, hostile groups, the simple brutality of nature. People still died, grief still existed, but there was also hope, real hope, the sense that the future might actually be worth reaching. The final scene happened on a clear morning 10 years after the outbreak. Marcus was on the church roof. His hair was gray now, his face lined with age, but his eyes were bright, his posture straight. Lily sat beside him, 23 years old now, a doctor herself. She'd delivered babies, set bones, saved lives. She'd become everything Marcus had hoped and more. "You're thinking too loud," she said. Marcus laughed. "Old habit. What are you thinking about?" "Everything. Nothing." He looked out at the city, rebuilt now, alive again, humming with activity. "About how far we've come. That's a lot to think about." "Yeah, it is." They sat in silence. The sun rose higher. The city came alive. "Dad asked me to give you something," Lily said. Marcus turned. "Dad?" "Carl, my biological father." She smiled at his confusion. "I know you're my dad too, but Carl, he left me something before he died." She pulled something from her pocket, a folded piece of paper yellowed with age. "The guards found it in his jacket after the hospital. They kept it for me." She handed it to Marcus. "I've been waiting for the right time to show you." Marcus unfolded the paper. Carl's handwriting, messy, rushed, clearly written in the final moments before the outbreak, consumed everything. "To whoever finds my daughter. Her name is Lily. She's 8 years old. She's the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm dying. I know that. But I need to believe she'll be okay, that someone will find her, take care of her. If you're reading this, please, please keep her safe. Please give her a chance. She deserves better than this world, but maybe you can help her build a better one. Thank you. Whoever you are. Carl Kowalski." Marcus stared at the words, tears streaming down his face. "He knew," Lily said softly, "before he died. He knew someone would find me." "He was right." Marcus's voice was thick. "Someone did." "No." Lily took his hand. "Not someone. You. You found me." Marcus looked at her. At this woman who'd been a frightened child in a supply closet, who'd lost everything and kept fighting, who'd become a healer and a leader and a daughter. "I didn't save you," he said. "You saved me. Maybe we saved each other." Lily smiled. "That's what family does." They sat together on the roof, watching the sun rise over the city. The city they'd helped rebuild, the future they'd fought for. And Marcus Chen, the man who'd frozen while his brother died, who'd spent 5 years running from his guilt, who'd learned that redemption wasn't earned but chosen, felt something he hadn't felt since before the outbreak. Peace, not the absence of pain, not the forgetting of loss, but the acceptance of both. The ability to carry the weight without being crushed. He thought about Daniel, about Dee and Victor, about everyone they'd lost and everyone they'd saved. He thought about the future, Lily's children and their children, and all the generations that might follow if they kept building, kept trying, kept refusing to give up. And he let himself believe something he'd never believed before. That he was allowed to be here, that he deserved to see another sunrise, that survival wasn't punishment but gift. The sun rose higher. The city glittered in the morning light. Below them, voices, movement, the sounds of a world coming alive. "Come on," Lily said, standing up. "They'll be waiting for us." Marcus stood too. His body ached. He was old now, older than he'd ever expected to be, but the pain was manageable, familiar. "What's on the schedule today?" he asked. "Medical training this morning, council meeting this afternoon, and tonight," she grinned. "Tommy's throwing a party, something about his 60th birthday, though he claims he's still 45. Sounds busy." "Always is." Lily started toward the stairs. You coming? Marcus looked back at the city one more time, at everything they'd built, everything they'd survived. Then he followed his daughter down from the roof into the world they'd created together. And somewhere in the sky, or maybe just in his imagination, he heard Daniel laugh. That loud, ridiculous laugh he'd missed so desperately. You did good, brother, the voice seemed to say. You did good. Marcus smiled. Yeah, he said quietly. I think I did. The end came as all endings do, not with a bang, but with the quiet recognition that the story had reached its conclusion. But stories never really end. They echo, they ripple, they become part of the stories that come after. Marcus Chen lived for another 12 years after that morning on the roof. He saw Lily become a mother, saw his grandchildren take their first steps, saw the world he'd helped save continue to heal. When he died peacefully in his sleep at the age of 63, the entire settlement mourned. They held a memorial service, the biggest one yet, hundreds of people gathering to honor the man who'd led them through the darkness. Lily spoke. My father, both of them, taught me that survival isn't about being strong, she said. It's about not giving up. It's about choosing to keep going even when everything tells you to stop. She looked at the crowd, at the faces of people her father had saved, directly or indirectly. He froze once, when his brother Daniel died, and he spent 5 years thinking that made him broken, that he wasn't worthy of survival. She paused. But he was wrong. The freezing wasn't the end. It was just a pause. What mattered was what he did when he unfroze. And what he did. Her voice cracked. What he did was save us. All of us. She held up a drawing. An old one, yellowed with age. Stick figures and bright colors. He kept this his whole life. I drew it when I was 8. It shows our family, everyone we lost, everyone we saved, all of us together. She pointed to one of the figures. That's Daniel, his brother. I never met him, but my father talked about him so often that I feel like I knew him. She smiled through her tears. I put him in the sky, with everyone else who's watching over us. The crowd was silent. My father used to say that survival wasn't about earning your right to exist. It was about choosing to live. Every day, every moment, choosing to keep going. Choosing to build something worth living for. She looked up at the sky, clear and blue and beautiful. He made that choice every day of his life, and because he did, she spread her arms, encompassing the settlement, the city, the world. We're here. We're alive. We're building something. Her voice rose. That's his legacy, not just the people he saved, not just the medicine he taught, but the choice he made over and over again to keep going, to keep trying, to keep believing in something better. She smiled. I'm going to keep making that choice every day. For him, for Daniel, for everyone. She looked at the crowd. And I hope you will too. Marcus Chen watched the sun rise over the city of the dead, and for the first time in 5 years he let himself believe he was allowed to see another one.